thriving with others.
Have you seen
Oh.
Here we go.
All
we
right.
Are apparently live.
Sorry, y'all. Welcome to Strongman Core Arnold Pro-Am.
We are here live at the Arnold Sports Festival 2026 with the Max Axle 13-inch deadlift. Those giant Rogue bumper plates, they call them 26ers. They are 26-inch diameter. That puts the axle at a 13-inch bar height, and this event is for a 1-rep max. I am Paul Mauser here, joined by the ever-famous Panda herself.
Hey, y'all. How's it going? Thanks for tuning in. We're excited to get the ball rolling. Sorry we started a little late, but here we are. We got 595 on the bar, which is 269.9 kilos, and it's a successful, easy starting rep.
We are early in the goings here. Everyone at this point should be of the mindset to get on the board. One of the biggest mistakes you could possibly make in this event is opening too high, and because you cannot drop the weight after you make a weight selection. You can repeat the weight with you, that each competitor has 3 attempts, but you can't go backwards on that. So we want to see very smooth, easy lifts here in everyone's first round, and hopefully not see anyone struggle.
Right, yeah. I always tell my clients, it's like your first attempt should always be something you know you can do, even if you're deathly ill and you need to step up to the bar and pull a deadlift. So, yeah, first attempt should always be cake. It might feel easy, it might feel silly, but you want to get on the board and make sure that you're moving right along, especially on comp day.
Your verbiage with that is very similar to mine. I call it your flu lift.
Your flu lift.
Something you can make even if you have the flu.
Yeah, seriously. You don't want to go too heavy too quick and then not get any points on the board. So I'm not exactly sure where we're at in the athletes right now. I'm trying to catch up.
So maybe a bit difficult to see all of the lanes. We do have 4 lanes running. We have our 57 kilo women's division in lanes 1 and lanes 2. We have our 80 kilo men's division in lanes 3 and 4. Here's a better shot. You can see all those bars lined up there. 4 lanes of action here in the Max Axle 13-inch deadlift.
I think we've only had a couple 80 kilo men go currently. I think we're still waiting on the women to start. It looks like we've only had a couple men go with some successful reps. Looks like we just missed Cody. I'm not 100% sure.
Well, knowing Cody, I'm sure we will see him again with much bigger weights as well.
Another successful rep.
And that's what you want to see on that first round of competition here. A nice smooth lift. Then it's time to get serious. Get on the board. Now they have preset increments for these bars in the ladies' lanes. Let's see what our starting weight was.
I think we're starting at 255. I think is the lowest that I saw.
Okay, so in freedom units here, we're going 255, 275, 305, 325. So you're looking at alternating 20 and 30 pound jumps is essentially what we're looking at there. Once we get to, see, the men are at 595, and we still have those alternating 20 and 30 pound jumps. So 595, 625, 645, 665. Those are the increments that are available for them to choose. So you can't say, well, I want 596 pounds. Well, your next available option is 625. Yeah,
you can't chip it here. You got to make smart decisions. That might mean that you're making just the next jump, which is A-okay, but as long as you know what you're doing, then just don't exceed it. Oh, it looks like we've got a better angle of the ladies' lane down there.
And here we go, ladies, 355 pounds. They're in lane number 2. Look like 2 successful lifts. Panda, you know a thing or two about deadlifting. Certainly one of your better events throughout your career.
I love a 13-inch axle. I know a lot of people hate it. People are like, that's my sticking point. But like for me, my glute engagement in a deadlift is probably where most of my strength comes in. Like a lot of my hamstring, obviously from the floor, but it's getting it through that middle section really for me. And that's where this starts essentially, is where you're not going to really be able to engage too much of the hamstring at this height. You're going to mostly need to engage the glutes, and a lot of people seem to want to try to lift with their low back instead, which is where the incident comes in, or where they're not able to lift as much as they think they might be able to. But I love a 13-inch pull, because then I just have to squeeze my glutes, and then as soon as it pops over my knees, we're in strongman, baby. I hitch that thing right on up to lockout, like waste no energy.
Well, and you bring up a good point there concerning the rules. Competitors must stand up with the bar, essentially by any means necessary. Those hitching techniques are illegal. They can ramp, they can hitch, they can do whatever they need to do in order to stand up straight with the bar. From there, it is imperative that the athletes wait for the down command from their referee. If they set the bar down or drop the bar prior to that down command from the referee, they will not receive credit for the lift. However, each competitor has 30 seconds to do whatever they need to do with. During that 30 seconds, they can yank on the bar as many times as they need to in order to get stood up with it. A little bit different than a powerlifting format.
Oh, for sure. And for our non-strongman friends who often see the axle bar being used in a strongman competition, and they wonder why we're using straps, because the axle is meant to be a grip event. But in strongman, we're also about lifting the heaviest amount of weight, and this bar doesn't bend or doesn't have any type of whip like a traditional deadlift bar would. So it's not just about the stiffness of the bar, the grip in this event. It's about the fact that you're out almost 2 inches in front of your typical pull. You're up now 13 inches, which is another almost 7 inches higher than a traditional pull. And this bar is not going to move until you actually engage and pull with all your might, because it's not whipping. You're not getting any type of better position once you give a little tug on this bar. It is all about the strength in this movement, which is what strongman's all about. And so that's why straps are allowed here, because it's now about the number on the bar and not necessarily the grip strength of the athlete.
Well, for anyone that is happy that we are doing this elevated axle deadlift, I got to take a little bit of credit here. I may James Steffenbach as something that would be cool to do. If anyone is not happy about this event here, please send your angry emails to James Steffenbach at Strongman Corporation.
I think you'll get more emails to James than to you, honestly. I know way more athletes who hate a 13-inch plus with the axle than most, because like I said, most people don't know how to disengage the hamstring to the glute pull here in this different transition, because you're already in a really great position with the bar at the 13-inch, but so many people are so used to having to engage from the floor or change into the hips and the glutes at the lockout that they don't know where that transition movement is and what needs to be engaged at that pull height. So I feel like once you figure that out, the 13-inch becomes a lot easier than what it tends to be for most athletes, but it's about breaking down the lift and knowing exactly what you're engaging at that pull. So you'll see a lot of rounded upper backs in this pull as well, just because a lot of people, that tends to be where they're at. Once they're off the floor and the bar gets right below their knees, they're probably a little upper back roundness. So they know that that's what they have to engage as well at the beginning of this pull, because that's where they're at on a traditional pull.
And I would love to hear your opinion on this. The rounded upper back on this pull may not be as advantageous as it is from the floor, because a lot of the people that lift in that style tend to get a lot of leg drive off the floor. They create that acceleration where you don't get that same leg drive from this elevated position. It's all posterior, like you talked about. You're not getting any help from the quadriceps here. It's entirely posterior. If you have a forward shin angle on an elevated pull, it's not going to go too well. So if you're not able to create that leg drive and create that momentum, well, that rounded upper back posture tends to make the lockout a little spicy
Oh,
sometimes.
definitely, yeah.
So-
I prefer an open chest because you're already basically going to be in that lockout position once you engage and get that bar moving. So if you're having to then disengage the upper back roundness to then open up and get into a lockout, yeah, you're definitely right. But I think a lot of people, they're just used to that's where they're at in this position off the floor. So that's where they start as well with this bar and this height. But I wanted to give a quick shout out to the gal who just pulled. I listened to a podcast over in the UK, KLC Strongcast. It's a bit of a goofy strongman podcast, but U57 Chump. She's Hannah Fitzgerald, and I want to give a huge shout out to her. She was the one who just pulled with the bandana over here in this first lane closest to us on the screen. So shout out to Hannah.
Yeah, shout out to Hannah. I agree.
I don't know too many athletes by name by just looking at them, but I saw her, so I wanted to give a quick shout out. And that's, is that Anna Woods right there? I know more of the women.
I believe it is.
So, than I do the men, unfortunately. Sorry, y'all. But we're back over here looking at the men's angles. I may know a few of them once we get closer over here and I can actually see them. But
I am admittedly out of the loop, so I do not know a lot of these athletes, unfortunately.
it's all good. They're all strong as heck. Look at these weights already moving up so quickly.
Looks like we're at 485, I believe. They're in lane number 3.
Which would be 220, which they don't have us any higher than that over here. So let's see how we go, I suppose. It'd be exciting. I guess we'll move over here, right? Yeah, it would be a 30-pound jump, so that would go over here. We're good. Cool.
We are good indeed. Big shout out to our staff, making sure the equipment is set properly, making sure the clamps are on and nice and tight. These guys and gals that are helping load these bars, move all of this equipment, they have already been busting their butts for about 48 hours for this competition. Getting all of the equipment here, getting everything set up, you know, all of these mats and things don't just magically appear by themselves, the backdrop, all of this stuff, you know, this team had to put together, and, you know, kudos to Strongman Corporation. They always put together a tremendous team, always able to get people from the community to come out and want to give back to the sport. So big thank you to everybody that is spending their weekend here at the Arnold to help out and make this the best show it can possibly be for the athletes involved. And hey, that's why you and I are here as well.
Right, yeah. Oh man, just at the knees, and that's rough.
And on these type of lifts, you know, this is an extreme sport for a reason, and sometimes we lose consciousness during the attempt.
It is a lot of strain.
Beautiful lift there in lane number 1. She hauled that one right up, slid it up the legs. You'll notice a lot of the competitors, men and women alike, like to wear these leggings.
It's got to be slippery, because if you have anything besides like a polyester or slippery type legging, it's going to get stuck. I've realized that as well, even without knurling on the bar. But you see plenty of chalk too, so that's going to cause friction because they're not going to clean the bar between reps over here. So you got to play it smart. I am all about the leggings.
Common misconception in powerlifting, a lot of people see a white substance on the thighs. Well, the thighs are exposed in powerlifting because you're not allowed to wear the leggings or anything like that underneath of your singlet, etc., etc. That's actually baby powder that they use. But of course, you know, you think lifting, you think chalk, right? So a lot of people think that's chalk on the thighs, but like you said, chalk actually increases friction, which you do not want on your legs.
Yeah, I wonder if how many, it's chalk or baby powder allowed today.
You know, that is a fine question. I don't
It's not in the prohibited equipment.
It's not in the prohibited. So.
Oh man, I love those knee sleeves. Those are wild, just right up my alley.
Yeah. And looks like maybe just a bit much here. Giving it everything she's got. That bar is not wanting to move. But that's 325 pounds. 625 here in lane number 4. This is a pretty cool camera angle. Check out this shot.
Yeah, I like this shot. We got 283.5 on the bar for anybody internationally tuning in.
And the Arnold is truly an international competition. So many countries represented here at the Arnold every year.
It's got those Cerberus figure eights, looking sharp. I mean, there's that ramp and that hitch looking good, solid.
Beautiful stuff. And speaking of Cerberus, one of our sponsors for the weekend, Cerberus Strength, always involved in these events. Cerberus, a company that really is involved in strongman maybe more than anyone.
On any level, every level, from your local, maybe non-federated show to all the way up here to the Arnold Sports Festival, and then even, I think now at Worlds. So I think last year was the first year where they were headlining over there at Worlds. I mean, they've been doing so much for the sport.
Yeah, big shout out to Ken at Cerberus Strength USA. Always a great guy to chat with. And of course, seeing the equipment here, those Rogue calibrated plates, Rogue axles, and Rogue 26er bumper plates. Rogue, again, another company that gives so much to the sport of strongman. We really appreciate companies like that get involved, supply equipment, sponsor these competitions, and really make it possible to have this quality of competition. You've got to have great equipment. You've got to have sponsors. You've got to be able to do the things that we do in order to make this a special and truly international world championship level event.
Yeah, I can't just have some put together equipment here. And I love that, you know, everything looks so crisp with the Rogue on everything, like from the axle bar to the calibrated plates to the bumpers, everything looks sharp. So
Speaking of looking sharp, look at these deadlifts from these ladies. Two beautiful lifts we saw right in a row there.
Got some strong athletes here this weekend, with no doubt, of course. Got some ammonia salts. I wonder if this is attempt number 2 or number 3.
Now, Panda, are you big on the ammonia? Are you a smelling salts kind of gal?
I tried and I've tried because it just looks so cool, but I'm already so hype and so crazy when I'm out there on the floor. Like, the minute I take some ammonia salts, I like lose vision. Like, I just lose sight of everything, and I feel like I can't concentrate on what's in front of me. But power to everybody else who can, you know, use those and really hone in and really take advantage of the fact that it sharpens your vision and kind of tunes you into what's in front of you. But for me, it does the exact opposite.
Well, there's certainly such a thing as a threshold, and once you cross a certain threshold of excitement or arousal, it actually can start to have the opposite effect. So the smelling salts are not for everyone. Some people want to be laser focused, dialed in. They can get themselves to that level of arousal that they want. And if you go over that, you risk making catastrophic mistakes. A great example of that many moons ago, a gentleman by the name of Bill Kazmaier.
Oh, yeah.
In the weight over bar event at World's Strongest Man, I believe this was around 88. He was the reigning world record holder in that event. Scottish Highland Games event, 56-pound weight thrown for height. Well, he actually bombed that event at World's Strongest Man, and he, around that time was when he was talking about the techniques he used to psych himself up to where he would actually sometimes be in tears when he was walking out for an event.
Oh, gosh.
Or particularly on an event where precision matters, that was not the best decision to make, to be that excited, to be that level of arousal. And it cost him a lot.
Yeah, that's another thing is, like, if you're not doing it, or if you don't know exactly what your threshold, I guess, would be. And I don't use salts in training because I don't like tapping into like my competitive self when I'm training, unless it's like doing the exact comp like event at comp weight and kind of getting my mindset into that thing. So I can't, like, on a day-to-day basis just go into the gym, open up my salts container and like, oh yeah, let's go, because like I feel like that just takes something away from my training that I really need to put in otherwise, where like maybe I shouldn't be going to like this maximal expectation of myself when I'm just trying to do like a set of 5 over here on my deadlifts. Like, if it takes some salts for me to do that, then I don't think I'm going to really be able to do it on comp day, because I just, like I said, the salts just do something that, to me, that does not work. I've tried, and I love the fact that they're available now in so many different flavors and scents. I don't know why I said flavor. Nobody's eating ammonia salt, but you know,
I hope not.
They look like they could be. Some companies have like the white monster scent. and that absolutely cracks me up.
That is just asking for trouble, because you know somebody's like mixing that with some carbonated water.
Oh gosh, but yeah, the salt games have really, I think in the last like 2 or 3 years, it's really just hyping up. Like, I don't know, there's some live streams where Yanni has like done like the double-barreled ammonia salts with like his guest speaker, and like I think Evan Singleton did it with him one time, and it's just absolutely wild. It's like the Hot Ones episode. I think Erin Murray was trying to start a podcast, or is doing a podcast, where she has people on and she has them do the different smelling salts to see what their reactions are to the different levels of ammonia.
Yes, the strongman equivalent of eating hot peppers.
Yeah.
Well, while we're on the subject and on cautionary tales of ammonia usage, I would also suggest for beginners, anyone who maybe isn't at this level, that wants to be at this level, would be to avoid those in training like you talked about, because you want to have technical mastery before you worry about extreme levels of arousal to try to get another 1 or 2% of effort out of yourself. Because if you don't have that technical mastery, once you reach that certain point of excitement or arousal we're talking about, you're going to have to fall back on your habits.
Yep.
Right? You don't rise to the occasion. You fall to your habits.
Yeah.
And so until you have established very good habits, you don't want to focus on getting so amped up in training, because you're not going to be able to develop habits once you reach that level.
Yeah, that's one of the main reasons why I try not to get so much into competitive mindset while I am training, because then it's hard to also tap into that mindset on comp day, because it then becomes your standard mindset, and then you don't have anything to elevate yourself to on comp day when the time really matters. So like a lot of people like see me bouncing around, talking, giggling, having a good time in between events at competitions, but it's like that's how I tap in like to my mindset like on comp day, because I don't do that in the gym. Like when I'm at the gym, I go in, I get my workout done, and I'm out. But on comp day, like I got to keep the energy up. So you see me pounding monsters and having a good time with my friends, and then I go out and I lift heavy. And then a lot of people tend to have like that more aggression and like warrior type mindset, where they have that RBF and they show up on comp day where they don't talk to anybody. And you just gotta, if you're tapping into something like ammonia salt in training, where you're kind of tapping into your competition mindset, you don't really establish the difference between a training mindset and a comp day mindset. And ammonia salts are definitely a big part of that for most athletes in this sport.
That's some really good insight. I really appreciate you going into such detail on that. Y'all may not know this, but we are actually both coaches, so I'm listening to Panda go on about this, and I'm like, wow, this is really good stuff. Like, where's my notepad?
It's just the same with equipment and everything like that too. So a lot of people, as soon as they come into the sport, they want to get like the SBD knee sleeves and the SBD elbow sleeves and all the really high top-notch equipment, and they don't even like know what their 1 rep max is on a front squat or a 13-inch axle deadlift. And it's like, focus on, like you said, the technique and the basics, and get yourself into the sport and really enjoy the building process before you try to become world's strongest man or get to the level that we're at here today. There are steps in this sport, and I think the journey is a lot of fun. I've been in this sport now since 2016. You've been in it longer, so.
Well, I don't want to reveal my age here,
So it's like, I mean, just getting to this point, when I started in 2016, my first Arnold, I did 2019, but it was rogue record breakers, and then I didn't compete at this level of a pro stage until 22. So it took me quite a while, but I enjoyed the process and all the different options that the sport has to offer.
Well, you mentioned getting lots of equipment, expensive, sleeves and things of that nature. Like the high quality stuff is coming from our friends at Cerberus Strength.
Yeah, definitely.
Our friends at Rogue. And you know what? If you need any assistance financially getting that sort of equipment, see our friends at CME Federal Credit Union.
Oh, snap. I really hope no one has to take out a loan. But that's the best thing about Cerberus is Ken Ken has made Cerberus both high quality and affordable. Like, it's not going to cost you an arm and a leg to get almost a full kit. Like, from your soft belt, your deadlift belt, to your knee sleeves, to your elbow sleeves, to your figure eights and your wrist wraps. That's something that's basic equipment when it comes to a high level comp like this. And Ken, like at Cerberus, isn't going to make you take out a loan, even though we have the opportunity.
And you could say the same thing for Rogue as well. You know, if you're looking for a set of calibrated plates, like you're seeing these beautiful plates out here on the competition floor, when you're talking about the cost to quality ratio here, it's really hard to beat the stuff that Rogue puts out.
Rogue makes everything built to last, but it's at like a home gym affordable price. It's not a commercial gym price, even though it's probably higher quality than most commercial gym equipment that you would see nowadays. And Strongman doesn't have commercial gym equipment, but like the accessibility that both Rogue and Cerberus have brought to the sport is amazing, because even if you are just trying it out, or you're just a weekender, a hobbyist, and maybe you don't want to make it to the Arnold's level, but you still want to, you know, have some of the best equipment that the sport has to offer, both of these companies have made it so accessible to do so, which I love, because back in 2016, you had to find your fabricator friend next door, down the street, you know, like, hey, do you have an axle that maybe we could put some bar caps on the end of so I can train for my axle deadlift rep event for my competition in a couple months? But now, like, Rogue has just made the sport much more accessible to the national level. It's amazing.
Yeah, there was a time not too long ago you didn't just walk into a random gym and they had things like logs and axles and circus dumbbells, and that just pretty much didn't happen, you know. And now I'm surprised. I travel around, I see different gyms or see people posting their videos from various gyms, and this equipment is there.
Yeah, especially now with like the Rogue Invitational. It's with CrossFit kind of crossed over into all this. It's amazing the accessibility of the sport. Like, you don't have to drive 2 to 3 hours to find a gym that has the special equipment that we need for this sport. So I love it. We
have two incredible athletes on screen right now making very
Hannah
heavy
made that
deadlift
quick
attempts.
adjustment, and look at that clean lockout. Oh yeah. She made it look tough at first, but she made a quick adjustment with her grip, and she knew she was off center, and she pulled it, and she got it. I think that was her third attempt, so that was awesome to watch.
Fantastic display of strength by these athletes. Panda, what do these athletes need to fuel themselves with in order to perform at this level? I'm sure they are using some products from our friends at MedRx.
For sure. Have you ever had their protein bars? It's like a dessert in a wrapper. Like, it's probably like almost the length of my forearm, and it's got like 60 grams of protein. So actually for someone my size, it's probably like 2 servings, but they taste like a Snickers bar, or they taste like the candy apple bar is my favorite, because it's got a little bit of caramel in it, and it's got like that green apple taste. But yeah, I hope that these athletes are fueled up, especially for a max event. Like, lots of sugar, so there's probably some Sour Patch Kids back there behind the curtain, and multitudes back there. And I would guarantee that there's probably some Monster and Rain back there as well for some hype.
Some caffeinated products of choice.
Yes, for sure.
Listen, true story. Just not a week ago, a couple of cookies and cream Metrics 100 bars basically saved my life. As you may know about your old buddy Paul here, I am addicted to chocolate chip cookies, and I had run out. It was the middle of the night, and I was like, I do not want to go across town in order to get my fix here. And just so happened, I realized, wait a minute, I have 2 Metrics Big 100 cookies and cream bars, and yes, so I hammered those instead.
Look at that. It's better for you, and it tastes delicious. You didn't have to eat a sugary treat. You had to have a delicious protein treat.
Yeah, see, so it
worked. Win-win.
It's just a win on all levels there. And that is not to say I'm ever giving up my cookies, but I do have a wonderful substitute for those.
Yeah, you don't mind a replacement from time to time. when I'm cutting, that's big on for me. So I love a good protein bar that tastes almost exactly like what it's trying to replace in my diet at that time. And they definitely crush it when it comes to matching flavor with an actual sweet sugary snack. So got John Corky up here. 645 on the bar, so 292.6.
You see the lat engagement there right before
that
the
was
pull.
Beautiful.
That was a very nice technical display. You could see how he sat back into that, got the weight more into the heels, engaged the lats. You saw the armpits go towards the pockets as he sank into that, started to create pressure on the bar to get the slack out of his body. Bar flew up to lock out.
He is one of the best deadlifters in his class, so it's great to be able to watch him that up close and see his technique and really showcase that today.
Davey McCann on screen there, one of our officials here today. Davey is another guy that has been involved in the sport for a very long time out of Kentucky. This man's been running competitions.
Didn't he run the first Pro Women's Worlds?
He very well may have.
I think he might have.
He has been at it for a minute or two.
Got Dean McVie up, another strong deadlifter in this class, coming overseas to participate today.
And we're seeing different types of straps used on this axle deadlift. Looks like Dean has the Versa style grips or Cobra grips. We have figure eights, we have the old school wraparound straps.
I've seen a couple athletes with the WOW straps, which really is crazy for me. Those straps are so big and so long. I do prefer a figure eight, especially on an axle. I have a set of axle figure eights and a set of traditional bar figure eights. So because the bar is thicker, so I have to have a little bit more room, but I do prefer a figure eight strap.
And with what she's talking about, folks, with the figure eights, they are non-adjustable. So it's you may need different sizes depending on what you're going to be pulling there. Beautiful pull. And there is more in the tank for that gentleman. Looked like he could have taken that for a set of 5.
Probably could have, to be fair. Dean has seen multiple world level stages and podiums.
And looking great doing it with that fancy hat.
Beret, yeah. It's in the armed forces, I believe, over there, and I don't want to butcher it, so I'm just not going to go into much detail because I don't know by name what anything is. So we'll just keep piddle-paddling on about deadlifting because I know loads more about that. Briefs are allowed today. It's not suits, deadlift suits, but deadlift briefs. So you'll see a couple people come out with their belts on, and you'll see some straps out the back. That's a type of brief that does give just a little bit of assistance. I feel like in the 13-inch deadlift, you don't get too much assistance from a brief just because you're not able to sit back into that position as well as you would with a traditional deadlift. But sometimes it's all about mentality and what if you feel like almost like placebo effect. Like if you've got all this equipment on and you're feeling good, and it may give you an extra few pounds because it boosts your confidence because you have that quote-unquote assistive material around you. So who knows? And maybe people of certain height or certain stature or build may end up getting more assistance than what I would in the briefs with the 13-inch deadlift.
Yeah, the degree of hip flexion in that starting position matters. And with those briefs, the rigid style briefs, like a canvas style brief, is actually not allowed here. It's the neoprene and stretchy type briefs that are allowed. So
I have seen
the more
some people
ones.
come out with the bigger ones on, so maybe I should keep my eye out.
Well, maybe we might be catching some shenanigans here.
Oh goodness. But yeah, Cerberus does make a bomb deadlift brief, like super thick, tight, and They're fancy looking if you wear them inside out, because then you can see the Cerberus logo plastered everywhere.
There you go.
I do see quite a few people wear their briefs inside out, and I always wondered why, but then I'm like, it does look a lot snazzier, to be fair, so.
I'm digging her little chalk pouch there.
Yeah, it's a monster.
Well done, well done.
Vivid, my favorite. Nice, that was great. She's fierce on the floor, though. I love watching her compete. She's been showcasing for the last couple of years really, really well at this level.
Yeah, tremendous bar speed, and that shows how much more she's got in the tank. When the bar moves that quickly, you have that kind of velocity on it. You know, that shows you right there. She is far from done at this point.
For sure. And that was 575, is that what I'm looking at?
Let's see, 595 in lane 4, 575 in lane number 3. Those are the 80 kilo men's divisions.
Yeah, okay. I can't count. I'm glad you can count. It's strongman, not smartman, Paul.
You know, between the two of us, I think we will figure this out.
Proud. Oh.
Slightly off center.
Yeah,
he adjusted that right hand.
Yep.
Let's see if that gets him centered up enough.
He's already got the twerking started before the bar even came off the ground. That was definitely RPE 11. Way to go, though. That's
big effort.
Lots of effort. I miss it, so I'm ready to get back out there. Oh, look at that. Meg Davis on the screen, who did a casual 211 in the animal cage yesterday from an axle clean and press.
Wow.
So excited to see her out there today.
Meg, a very decorated strong woman competitor, American pro. And the infamous feta cheese just stepped off the stage there.
Yeah. Always with his bright colors as well.
Speaking of bright colors, somebody unplugged that belt. My Lord, look at that thing.
It's shiny.
It's electric.
I think we're in the 64 gals now, by the way.
Did we move on up in the world to the 64s?
Oops. I'm recognizing some of these gals because they're the ones I compete with usually.
So 325 in lane 1, 395 in lane number 2.
I know we still got some 80 kilo men to go.
Look at this effort, grinding it up, sits back.
Beautiful.
Uses that hitch to ramp it up the thighs. You know, Panda, I never like to make assumptions, so let's not assume that everyone watching understands why they're wearing belts. Can you shed some light on what the weight belt does and what the application of that is here?
The casual or the typical non-strongman athlete would tell you it's to save your back, but no. It's for thoracic pressure, which in layman's terms is so that way you can make sure that you're bracing properly. You want to take a nice deep breath down deep in your gut through your core and not up in your chest. So the belt really helps, you know, feel that tension and push out through that to make sure that you're really braced really well for the strength and the weight of this. So that way, because not only are we pulling up through the legs to make sure that we have strong legs and strong posterior chain in this 13-inch height, we always also want to make sure that our core is tight, our erectors are strong, and everything in the midsection is braced and ready for this pull. So the belt really serves as a reminder and as a safety measure for that bracing and technique as it comes through, so that way your core is staying tight and you're able to pull up and lock out that rep.
Yep, increasing that intra-abdominal pressure supports the spine in 3D space.
Oh yeah, I said thoracic, which is upper back. Don't mind me. I've only had one caffeine drink today. Yeah, intra-abdominal. I'm sorry. My brain is not okay this morning. Don't mind me. I'm not a scientist. Like I said, round number 2, this is strongman, not smartman. Don't put me on the spot with technical scientific terms.
You know what? We are going to have plenty of opportunities to say silly things for the rest of the day.
I am a silly girl, so I grew up with the VeggieTales and the silly songs with Larry, so maybe you'll hear some silly panda words today.
Look at that pull. Snapped it to lockout.
I love those odd objects.
There's nothing silly about these deadlifts.
No. This is awesome. I love a max event because watching people come out and like soon, like at the end of the 57s, we saw those girls, you know, take those, you know, adjustments and get those reps and like really push through. But, you know, once we move through some of these athletes today, you'll see some people hit some PRs, I'm sure, and you'll see some people celebrate. And that's like the best part of a max event for me, is seeing somebody exceed what they thought they were capable of.
When you can exceed your own expectations, it is indeed a wonderful feeling.
Look at those quads. Strong.
Wonderful work there. Hold.
Oh, almost.
Okay.
Nope, he's got it.
Just a little lightheaded, okay.
It's that intra-abdominal pressure. Sorry. I'm going to say that word about 8 more times today.
Something vagus nerve and whatnot.
Something CNS.
3:55 it appears in lane number 1, 4:15 in lane number 2.
Got
still at 6:25.
Yeah.
You're in lane 4. Brian Gilbo out there representing America in them shorts.
As we progress through to the heavier weight classes, what do you think the heaviest pull we'll see today will be, Paul?
I believe in the heavyweight men's division, we will see a 1,000-pound pull.
Yeah.
I believe that is possible with the caliber of athletes that we have. We may see such a thing happen.
We do have quite amazing athletes. As I kind of scroll through this sign-up sheet, it looks amazing. I love how much this sport has grown to this level, and like sometimes like the athletes that are still involved with the sport that, you know, participated at the first couple Arnolds, like where there really wasn't a weight class for women and, you know, things like that, and kind of just watching where we're at now, and especially with what James has been able to do with the production value, you know, getting Cerberus and Rogue on board and being able to showcase these athletes not only to the best of their abilities with this live stream, and then also just with, you know, the amount of athletes in each class. So that way it's not just a few athletes out there. You're really feeling like you're up against the best in the world.
You know, and when you are up against the best in the world and up against these heavyweights, it can feel like a storm is brewing in your mind. And that reminds me of our sponsor, the Storm Guys.
Ooh.
So folks, make sure to visit the Storm Guys online, visit their social media, give them a like, give them a follow, show them some love, and let them know you appreciate their support for all things Strongman here at the Arnold 2026 at the Strongman Corps Pro-Am and World Championships.
So when I know as we're kind of progressing through athletes here, you'll see different styles of shoes on everybody. So what is and then obviously no shoes here. What is your preference, especially with a 13-inch axle?
Well, typically when we're talking about deadlifts, we are talking about flat feet, okay? We do not want that elevated heel because, again, we want to take advantage of the posterior. The elevated heel creates a forward shin angle, and it also has you further away from the floor. So in order to be as close to the floor as possible, reduce that range of motion as much as possible, and allow you to be on a flat foot to take advantage of the entire posterior chain, going with as little shoe as possible is typically the best choice in my opinion. Panda, would you agree or disagree with that breakdown?
Definitely agree. I am also a barefoot shoe girly. So the wide toe box, if I'm gonna have to wear shoes, like I prefer barefoot or socks like this athlete here, but if I had to wear shoes, it's always something with a wide toe box to really make sure I get that ground feel through my toes as well. Like anything like a Converse or a Van, which is a flat shoe, you're going to scrunch your toes. And for me, I don't really feel like I can really push through the ground as well that way. So if I can't be barefoot, which I prefer, I also prefer like a deadlift shoe that may have a wide toe box. I know there are a few brands out there that now really take advantage of that need or that desire for athletes, but it's what I prefer as well. But I always go socks unless shoes are required.
And look at the effort here in lane number 3. What a grind.
He's going to get it now. Yeah, come on. Perfect.
Phenomenal effort. Had to stick with that one. That was probably an 8-second rep.
Right. Hey, you know what? You got 30 seconds. Might as well take advantage of it, right?
May as well.
Put it on the knees, or on the quads there for a while. Re-engage those lats, settle in, get another new brace, and kind of just whip it up. But
yeah, just stick your arms under it and zercher it if you want to.
I mean,
because why not?
Strongman. I don't know what I would do if somebody tried to zercher deadlift their attempt, because that's not in the rules, Paul. We would get a new rule immediately.
If anyone felt that was advantageous, I would love to hear their theory on it.
I've seen some crazy things, so you never know in the heat of the moment what somebody might do just to get a rep.
But, maybe we're setting the stage for 2027. 2027 Arnold, Max Zercher.
Oh, I would love that. I'm really hoping I'd do
look at
that
this,
here.
grinding to lockout. Look at this effort, absolutely shaking.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
No down command either. I don't think his hips were all the way through.
He passed out before he got the lockout. He was literally an inch away. He's going to watch
this back, and he's going to be disappointed, but that was maximum effort, which is what you want in this event. Unfortunately, it was just shy.
Oh, my gosh. That man is going to need a hug. To be that close to locking out that lift and lose it because you lost consciousness. Not because he wasn't strong enough.
Yeah.
That's a heartbreak.
He should have had a protein bar from MedRx.
You know what? Maybe more Metrics nutrition would have prevented that from happening. Yeah. We can't be sure, but we can put that theory out there.
Conspiracy theory 101. You say it, it might be true. It doesn't mean it needs to be true. I love the kilt. Let's see. We've got, is it 350? Easy money.
Wow, look at that.
I'm hoping that was attempt number 1, because that sure looked like a starting rep.
Fantastic lift. Jansen felt something he didn't like there. You saw he attempted that pull, and then he took a second, shot that leg back, and thought about doing it again and said no. That shows me he felt something he didn't like there and realized it's not worth doing it again.
Yeah, his shoulders kind of went over the bar quite a bit more than what usually happens with a 13-inch too, so he definitely was out of position. So whether a little tweak in the hamstring or in the glute, or maybe just off position and realized even if he was in the correct position it wasn't going to go, but smart decision either way.
One thing I like about this 13-inch max axle deadlift is it creates opportunity. And what I mean by that is this is not a commonly contested lift, particularly at very high levels. So records are up for grabs. World records are up for grabs in all of these divisions.
Oh, wow.
And we're probably going to see a lot of those records get broken or set here, because again, this isn't something that's just contested time after time after time.
Right, this isn't
at a very
traditional
high level
event. Yeah, and plus having a max event it seems to happen at a lot of shows, but it's never the same event. So like there's too many different events to choose from to have a max event. So like you said, this 13-inch axle is definitely one that doesn't come around very often. So.
And I love it because it creates that opportunity for someone to make a name for themselves, to set a world record in a lift that's slightly different. And just because someone is the best puller from standard height or the best puller from on a silver dollar or etc., doesn't mean they're going to be the best at this. They're going to be good. They're going to be up there. But you could have people that swap positions where if you're a place or two ahead of me on a standard height, I might be a place or two ahead of you on this height.
Yeah. Yeah, just like we talked about at the beginning of the event, it's a different pulling position. So being able to take advantage of that different position, even if maybe you're not as strong off the floor, but you are from this point, that means you may be better from somebody in your weight class who's traditionally better than you from the floor, just because you know how to take advantage of this versus them. So, and it's a different lever, so everyone's a different height. We're in weight classes, not height classes. So being able to take advantage of your body style or your body type in this 13-inch pull comparative to from the floor. There's so many different things in strongman. Like, a lot of people get upset because like a loading event may be a better event for a taller athlete, or a sandbag toss event may be a better event for a taller athlete. But when you're a shorter athlete at these other, like a 13-inch, I really believe that that's the time to take advantage of it. Like I was talking about, for me, I feel like all I have to do is engage my glutes just right, and as soon as that bar pops up above my knees, I'm locking in my lats, and I might just sit down with it and then ramp it up to lockout to save some energy, because it just depends. And I feel like traditionally in my weight class, I'm pretty good from the floor, but I feel like I'm better from 13-inch. So it just kind of depends.
Well, and you were, of course, very strong at repetitions as well. Do you prefer, if you had your choice going into a competition, would you prefer in a deadlift event a max, a rep event, a ladder? What do you think would?
If it can be touch and go reps, I would be up there all day. Like, I love a touch and go for reps event. Like, that's why I did the Rogue Record Breakers 225 for reps event, because it's just like my favorite thing. If I have to stop and rep every touch, like a down command and an up command, I'm not very keen on that, because my start position is not my favorite. It's almost like a single pull. But like, if I can stay almost in a locked out position, almost stiff leg reps out, 4 or 5 or 6 reps, then that's my preference. I don't like a max pull, to be fair.
Veteran move by Jessica Kite Puricelli there. She initiated that first attempt, immediately felt she was a little bit off, made a slight adjustment, and boom, nailed the pull at 355.
She is one of the veterans out here. So to talk about the beginning of strongman, she was one of the first women I watched in this sport that really encouraged me to know what I was capable of. She was already a pro when I first started in strongman, and to look at her now, like a whole decade later, still up here just taking names. So she is one of the longest standing 64 kilo women.
Definitely an impressive track record of success, and she's back in her original weight class this weekend. She's back in the 140s after quite some time in the 160s. With the rules being different than they were years ago for the Arnold, where previously, if you had a pro card, you could not compete in that weight class at what was considered an amateur competition.
Yeah.
Well, since this is no longer, it's considered more of a pro-am, right? This is considered a world championship. Pros can now compete in their weight class instead of having to move up.
Yeah.
So she's back in that 140 division where she really wants to be at this event.
Yeah, it continues to help showcase the opportunities that we were talking about in the sport before, because before, like you said, if she got her pro card in this class, she would have to go up to the next one, and then kind of you feel limited almost as an athlete if being forced to move up into a different weight class. And so it's nice that things are kind of changing to keep the opportunities still streamlined across the board for everybody, where you're not limited just because you're a pro or because you've earned something more than maybe the person who's just now starting off in the sport. So I love that it's become a pro-am, and that it's a world level show, and that we're really, instead of limiting athletes, we're showcasing these athletes and giving them more opportunity.
Mm-hmm. And that allowed more divisions to gain pro cards as well. So there's a push towards pro status in every division. We're not there yet, but we're getting there.
Yeah. I feel like every time I close my eyes, something new is coming around in the sport, which is really exciting. So, and I feel like James has really taken advantage of the ownership of Strongman Core and really done some great things just in the short amount of time that he's taken over. So I love that he's just all in. Being an athlete himself, and understanding what's important to the athletes because he's been in their shoes is, I think, plays a huge role in that.
Oh, it certainly does. Yeah, James, incredibly experienced strongman athlete. Strongman Corp Pro, America's Strongest Man in the 105 kilo division some years ago. Actually, that one of my probably my favorite 105 kilo America's Strongest Man moment was the year that he won that. It was it came down to a tie with him and Anthony Furman.
I do remember that.
And Anthony was probably maybe the consensus best in the world that year. I believe it was 2017, and came down to a tie in points. They had a tiebreaker event. Well, James had torn his bicep and going into the tiebreaker event. So Anthony, to his credit, said, "Hey, I don't want to do some event that I'm going to win just because this guy tore his bicep." So they ended up deciding on a single handle farmer's walk hold for time.
That's awesome.
And James ended up winning that. It was just the whole situation was such an incredible moment, not only because of the suspense and the drama with, oh my gosh, we got a tie, we got to go to a tiebreaker, but also because of the situation of, and I give Anthony all the credit in the world for this, stepping up and saying, hey, I don't want to beat a guy because he's hurt.
Right. Let's make this fair.
Let's pick something that we can go 100% on, and it ended up costing him. It cost him the title, but he had the integrity to do that, and the whole situation was just fantastic. Here's Cody Abel coming up.
Man, he's been deadlifting this whole time. He's so strong.
Talk about a guy who's been around for a minute. This guy.
He's a returning champ, right?
Yep.
Yeah, solid, so strong.
And looking in championship form based on that pull.
And I think we're gonna tap out. I think it's at noon. Okay, never mind. I lied. Y'all have me for another 45 minutes. I apologize if I make 4 more errors by then. You never know. I'm just a girl.
Don't worry, I've got all day to mess this up.
Yeah, but this is like, you're the voice of strongman. Whenever people talk about Paul Mauser, you are the voice of strongman. It's amazing.
Well, hopefully that voice holds out for the duration here.
Well, you're not yelling in the microphone today. I believe in you. You've got it.
Yes.
And Meg, there she goes. Beautiful lockout. And another lockout here, man. These women are strong.
No, we're seeing some differences in their stances.
Yeah, we had a little bit of a wider stance here in lane 1 and a little bit of a closer stance in lane 2 with Meg.
So in your opinion, what would influence an athlete to determine whether they want to go with that slightly wider stance or that more narrow stance?
You're making me talk. Now I'm nervous to talk because what if I'm wrong? No, I choose a wider stance because I know that I can get really good glute engagement. So I'm also going to get good quad engagement because of my height, with where the bar is at for me. I really almost take my hamstrings out of it, obviously not out of it, because I stand a little more narrow with my traditional deadlift than I would with a 13-inch pull. Mm-hmm. But I think, again, it comes down to knowing your body, knowing your levers, because Meg is a little taller than most 64-kilo girls. So I feel like the more narrow stance, because she also is an upper back rounder when it comes to deadlift. She is a strong deadlifter in the class from the floor. So she's just strong in general. So, I think she's able to get that lat engagement that she would get typically from a traditional pull before she can then get her glutes involved because of her height with the more narrow stance compared to the wider stance that I would typically take because of how short I am and how quick the glute engagement and that bar pops up to my knees.
And here comes our next few. I know Carly Oliveira there in lane number 2 coming up at 445 pounds. Another veteran of the sport. She has pretty much done it all.
Oh, yeah. Natty as well. So she's gone over to the UK. 465 for Carly. Thank you for the correction.
Yeah, no chump change on the bar for Carly Oliveira.
Perfect. I love that she isn't just a strongman athlete either. Like, she loves just taking advantage of whatever she wants to do. Like, kind of like that behavior out there on the floor right now. It's like, it's okay. Because, if she doesn't want to do it, she'll go do a bodybuilding competition for a little bit. And then she'll come back and dominate on the floor here in strongman. So she just takes advantage of whatever opportunities present themselves, and she just continues to do well in everything because she has that mentality where it's just for fun and it's a good time, and she doesn't take it all too seriously.
Yeah, and has consequently had an incredibly successful career in this game.
She's also been somebody that I've competed with now, but before I really got to this level was someone I looked up to because she'd already been at this level and been doing so well at this level. So it's nice to see that she's still here riding right along, and she could be competing with the Masters tomorrow, but she decided she wants to stay here because she knows what she's capable of, and she wants to keep pushing with these gals and pushing herself. So it's awesome to watch. I love it. And like I said, also competes in the natty sport as part of the sport as well. So just every little opportunity that presents itself. Got Amanda here.
Very narrow stance for Amanda, a little bit of the opposite of what we were talking about. Also in traditional tennis shoes.
They do look like they have a wider toe box at least, so there's that. But yeah, she is an awesome nutritionist in this sport, so I'm going to plug her a little bit there just because I know her.
And look here, in lane number 2, she had the bar starting to float. And this is one of those pulls that we've seen. If you can get that first few inches off the floor and get it above your knees, you can hitch the heck out of it.
Yeah, it's just, sometimes it's like if that positioning is off just a little, especially with the axle, then it's hard to re-find it and get back into that pull. But, she tried and it just didn't go this time. But it looks like Jessica might be on her last attempt here, really trying to get some points on the board there. She said not today.
So no go at what I believe is 375.
Got 485 in lane 2. Oh, just below the knee still. If she can get that extra little smidge, she can get her knees underneath the bar and ramp it up. It's a heavy bar.
It just wasn't quite there on the day at 485 pounds. There's our buddy Dave Waters.
Another one who's been in the sport and doing so much for all of us athletes for quite some time.
Yeah, big shout out to Dave. That's my dude. And I'm sure you're aware that guy busts his butt to
he does so much behind the scenes that nobody knows about. Like, I feel like a lot of these shows just wouldn't be the same without him, honestly.
I would agree. Here we go. 395 in lane 1, 485 in lane number 2.
Jazzy leggings.
The bar is creeping its way up above the knees.
Oh, no.
It is right on the cusp. Keep fighting, girl. Let's go.
Let's go.
Just a little too far out on the knees.
Just, dang.
Wow, what an effort.
Those are those jazzy shorts Cerberuses I was talking about. I love them, especially when you can see the logos like that. Looks so good. Holly's up on lane 2 looking for some hype.
And it is a good thing that we are in the United States because she is exercising her right to bear arms. Look at those guns.
At those delts. Love it. She always brings the energy.
And she put that energy to good use with a successful lift on this 13-inch max axle deadlift. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are just joining us, this is the Arnold Sports Festival 2026, and you're witnessing an epic effort.
Oh, man. I really thought he was going to squeak it out. His right hand looked like it was in a little too close, but it looked like he maybe had adjusted.
He's a little heartbroken over that.
Yeah. It was a good attempt.
But again, folks, I am Paul Mauser, joined here by Panda Matthews.
The one, the only. Thanks for tuning in. I know that sometimes a max event can feel like it takes a really long time, but these athletes are showcasing their strength for you, so thanks for tuning in. It's definitely been a fun ride thus far. We did start a little late, but we're moving right along.
Now, we saw on the attempt that we just saw there, when she initiated the pull, the bar started to travel backwards, and that shows that the bar was not set initially in the proper line of pull against the legs. So if you see that, if you're watching your training videos and you're figuring out, okay, why am I having so much trouble off the start? When you initiate that pull, if that bar travels backwards towards you, you need to adjust your start position.
Get a little closer to the bar. Yeah, especially with the 13-inch height. The bar shouldn't be out in front of your shins at all like it kind of would with a traditional pull, because your bar path is already in position when you start your pull. Like, your bar needs to be up against you, moving straight up your body through the path. Otherwise, you're going to be fighting that bar. It's already out in front of you, even if it is against you, because it is a 2-inch axle. So to really hone in and gain, that perfect pull, that should really already be starting against your shins before you engage your pull.
Seven challenges this weekend. This max axle deadlift is the first of those challenges. We have 3 other events today, 3 events tomorrow before we determine our champions. After today's events, we will cut the field to 6 in each class, except for the open heavyweight men. It will be the top 8 from the open heavyweight men, and those athletes will compete tomorrow in 3 additional challenges.
I love the prelims. It gets, you obviously need to give it your all the time at competition, but it's kind of like the preliminary event. Like, if you don't do these events to the best of your ability for sure, then you're not making it to that last day to get to complete the whole entire competition. And it's, if you start off with 15, 20 people in your class, you look around you and you're like, can I be one of those 6? And you just got to make sure you go out there and you give everything you got.
Well, at this level, you can't phone it in.
Yeah.
The competition is too good. Even if you're a returning champion like Cody Abel, he has to bust his butt to get through the prelims to make it to the final. Yeah,
you're not guaranteed that spot just because you were there last year. Like, you've got to earn it every year, every time that you come, and each event needs to give it everything. You can't be like, well, maybe I'll gain some points back here or points back there. No, you can't. This isn't the type of event where you can't play the points game, really. You've got to just give it everything you've got, and sometimes look at that pull.
Wow, what an effort, and it paid off.
Yeah, her stance was so like that borderline almost sumo. Like, her stance was just wide enough, her arms were out wide, just wide enough so she could really take advantage of her levers, and I love that. That is my favorite part about strongman, is when people know their body, know what's their strengths, and know exactly how to play to the rules to make sure they're still within them, but pushing that line. I love it.
Yeah, you are dead on with that. If her feet were a millimeter wider, the judge would probably have her reset.
Yeah, because her hands were almost inside her knees, almost. So I love that. In this sport, a lot of people say it, if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. It's not really cheating because, you're still within the rules, but it's that cute little, nuance of you got to push the limit sometimes because, it isn't A to B, rules, with powerlifting. Not everything is, you're not going to get a non-down command if your bar makes a downward movement before you lock it out at the top. If for some reason we have the new Baker bounce rule now, but obviously he took advantage of it in his competition, where when he was in the middle of getting ready to lock it out, he realized he was getting some downward momentum, so he slammed the bar down, bounced it back up, and got a successful lockout. And now we have a rule against it in his name. But, you know, if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. If it's not in the rules, give it a shot. And she puts the limits on that, and I love it.
Yeah, sometimes you throw a Hail Mary like that, and they allow it to count, you know?
One time, and then there's a rule. It makes you wonder why there was like for the longest time, there was always the rule, no tacky on like log overhead event. And it's like, who was the person who thought that was a good idea?
Some things make you shake your head a little bit.
It's like, yeah, that doesn't make sense. Probably shouldn't have tried that. So, but here we are. We've got, I call those dad shoes, but I love it.
Hey, I am rocking the New Balance as we speak, okay?
That's like your vibe. You know, any given moment you put a barbecue in front of you and you're going to serve the whole crew. It's good. Strong.
Listen, if they were hiring for like a random dad to hang around at a grill and like make burgers and have a beer over here, I would be first in line for that job.
For sure. Okay? I wouldn't even think there needed to be a casting call for it. I would just know to call you.
Do I need to submit a resume?
No, you are the resume.
True story, sometimes I do get paid at the gym back home to do that.
That's amazing. Look, it already is your job. See, like I said, you are the resume.
We actually joked at one point about changing my job description on the website from strength and conditioning coach to gym dad.
Gym dad. You know, you could just put / strength and conditioning coach / gym dad.
/ gym dad. I like that, yeah.
Encompasses everything. Moving the bar up to 645 here.
It's like 555 in lane number 3, 645 in lane 4.
I wonder if we're transitioning over to the 73 gals in lanes 1 and 2. So keep your eyes peeled for that. I know with these men, we're kind of bebopping in and out of weight classes here just because of how strong some of these 80 and 90 kilo men are. So the bar is just going to continue to rise, and these men are just going to keep coming in and out as we go and progress through this bar. So I can't really give you a determined weight class over here each time that a gentleman steps up to the bar.
We will do our best as we go here.
For sure.
Some of these lighter weight guys are so strong they may still be pulling when we break out the heavyweights.
Right. Are you a smack, like the back smack? So I know in powerlifting it gets really crazy. Like you'll see some people slam their heads against the wall before they walk onto the platform, or sometimes even like a smack across the face. Are you somebody who gets like any type of like stimulation? I know we talked about salt, so like a solid back slap or something like that. Like how does that make you feel thinking about it before a lift?
You know, 1,000 years ago when I was competing and dinosaurs roamed the earth, you know, I wasn't one of those people that really needed that. Again, similar to what you were talking about, I was able to get myself into the zone, and I always wanted to feel focused, not ferocious.
Right.
Because if I crossed a certain line of aggression, I could make mistakes, and I wanted to be laser focused on what I was doing, block everything else out. Some athletes thrive on that. You know, by that same token, I have been asked many times to deliver the old back slaps, and sometimes you know, you leave some nice handprints on people when they.
I've seen some crazy things, especially like I said in powerlifting. I feel like it's way more prominent in that, but like that realm of strength sports than it is in strongman, just because more strongman athletes choose the ammonia. But the occasional, like you said, don't do well in the ferocious either. So if somebody smacked me, I feel like instead of feeling good about a good lift coming up, I would probably turn around and want to just give them the old right hook. Like, please don't smack me. This is a fair warning to everybody listening. Just let me go out with a smile on my face, because I do not do well when I'm angry.
Well, and as a coach, you know, you've got to gauge those things with your athletes as well. I have one athlete in particular. I recall probably the maddest he ever got at me. He was setting up for like a set of incline presses or something, and I just reached down and gave him a little smack on the chest and was like, "Let's go." And he told me afterwards, he was like, "I was so mad."
Don't ever do that again.
He was not happy with me.
Love it. So you know he knows exactly where that bar is going to be, because he's preparing his shins with his knee sleeves. So that's an athlete who understands that that bar is going to be riding hard and up those legs immediately. Got Andrew up, another world-class athlete that I know. I'm sorry, I don't know everybody. I apologize to the people at home who are tuning in and watching their loved ones and their friends and their family, and we may not be naming them by names, but just know that they appreciate that you're tuning in, and we're, you know, dilly-dallying back here behind the mic to keep you entertained.
Yep. Andrew out of Virginia, Andrew Pepio. You know, I'd love to sit here and rattle off his resume, but we don't have that kind of time.
Right? It's a pretty long one. Axle press record holder still? I'm not sure. I feel like the axle press is
certainly known for his overhead prowess, but no slouch in the deadlift.
Definitely not. He understands, because he's got those silky leggings on. He knows the advantage. It looks like he's about ready to do a 4 reps event. He's like honed in. I love it. Waiting on his judge, ready to pull. Got lane 3. Slow start, but easy lockout. I love it. That's the one thing too about an axle. It feels like it takes forever sometimes to break the floor, but as soon as it does, if you already are engaged and ready with that momentum, then it's going to look pretty quick afterwards.
Big difference between an axle and a deadlift bar. On a deadlift bar, especially with that kind of weight, oh my lord, yeah, Pepio just annihilated that. But on that deadlift bar, you initiate that pull, you can feel yourself pulling the slack out of the bar, you can feel the flex of it, and you get to sort of squeeze it off the floor. Like you talked about with the axle, you're reaching an incredibly high level of rate of force development before that you even feel that thing break the floor. It's not doing anything until you actually hit that peak recruitment, and then it starts to move. It's just a very different feel to the pull.
Definitely one where you're going to need to practice with it, and you're not going to be able to just show up on game day just first time pulling and be able to really, I feel like, get your best maximum effort. There is quite a bit of technique change even from the floor with an axle.
Yeah, if you're accustomed to the deadlift bars, this is a nice little slap in the face.
Right, yeah, the power lifters who tend to come over and want to try strongman, I know the axle bar throws them for a loop the first few times that they try to pull on it, and they're like, my max is like 40 or 50 pounds more than this, and it's like, yeah, well, this bar is stiff and 2 inches in diameter. Positioning's all weird, but welcome to the sport. We love you. We love you. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah. we are always willing to bring powerlifters over to the dark side.
Right? It's amazing.
We're a cult, but we're a friendly cult, okay?
Oh, no, we're a community.
Oh, there we go. That's a better word. Okay.
Yeah. Come one, come all. That's another thing I like to do. So if you look at this athlete here in lane 4, how he's got the chalk on the back of his hands. When I use my figure eights, I also do that, because going back to the chalk causes friction. When I'm lifting really heavy with my figure eight, sometimes it'll tend to slip, because you also get sweat on the back of your hands. So when I'm preparing for a really heavy pull, I always like to chalk the back of my hands too, just to make sure that my straps stay in position.
That's a veteran move.
Easy money.
How about that? Made it look easy. And speaking of how things look, how cool do these Rogue 26ers look? These gigantic, comically oversized plates.
When they released those, when we first started introducing like wagon wheel deadlifts and stuff like that in the sport, like prominently, I was all about it, and I still love it. I'm glad that they're getting more use in the sport because they look huge. Like it's almost like Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, and it's like a typical bumper plate, but it's not. I don't know. I love them. Honestly, if you don't have a set for your gym, you should convince the gym owner or yourself, if you're your own gym owner, to buy a set. They are well worth the investment because then you don't have to pull out blocks for block pulls. And they're a bumper, so less damage on the equipment around it. I love them.
And those are available from our friends at Rogue. Make sure to Google them, find their website, find this equipment, order yourself 27 pairs.
Yeah, 27 pairs. One for each member at your gym. And then some. Oh, off a little. He realized it quick.
That
He's
one
already
looked
shaken.
like it started out from the shins a bit.
Yeah, he keeps.
And he's a little off center.
Yeah.
He can't quite find the center, and by the time he found it, he's kind of already taxed himself too much.
The rough part about an axle, it being completely smooth like this, even though Rogue does a nice job by putting their logo there in the middle, it is also really smart sometimes when you're in a max pull, especially the, step up to the bar. I like to put my hands out wide to kind of find my center before I then put my straps on the bar, because like you said, if you're off center just a little bit, especially at maximal effort, you're probably not going to end up getting that pull.
Yeah, it's probably not going to be a good time. It sounds like such a basic thing, but to make sure you're centered on the bar, that's...
And
it's a silly thing to say or to think about, but yes, you need to make sure you're centered on the bar.
Right, and that's one thing, like with ammonia salts, that I would totally forget to do. Like all normal thoughts leave my brain after I take a sniff of ammonia salts. It's like, what day is it? What time is it? Oh, deadlift bar, pull it. Like I forget all of my technique, all of my pre-setup, everything. So
Panda goes into full ooga booga mode.
For real. I'm not the smartest as it is, so we need all the brain cell capacity that we got, for real.
Well, you are certainly bringing up the IQ of this live stream right now. I appreciate you being here with me.
I am so happy to be here, and I know you're going to be bopping in and out with quite a few of us this weekend, so you're going to deal with a whole bunch of different personalities. No, we're all very lucky to get to work with you, Paul.
Gosh, I'm a commentary swinger. I don't know if I like the sound of that.
No. Sometimes we all have a role to play.
And back to the action here at the 13-inch axle deadlift for Max. Brought to you by Iron Vision Media. Thanks to our friends at Iron Vision Media.
All right. I think we're having some debacle about what the weight needs to be, but it looks like we're ready for lane 4.
And lane 4 is officially in excess of 700 pounds. We're at 715 pounds.
324.3 kilo for our international friends.
Yep. Godless heathens that don't use freedom units yet.
Easy.
So
Man.
that was a fast 715.
I'm pretty sure that was his opener because I don't remember him coming out at all yet either. So I'm excited to see what he's capable of.
Based on the speed of that, we're lucky he didn't power clean it.
Right? I think ollie lifting is out in the hallway though, so. I don't know what they would do with an axle bar either.
That would be a great prank to pull. Just overnight, just go replace all their
equipment with axles.
helico barbells with axles.
Oh gosh.
Wait and watch the shenanigans ensue.
And that was it. I love his pizza shorts. He's a vibe. He's got pizza shorts, the salmon barefoot shoes on.
Different socks.
Amazing.
And LaChance has a chance at making the final with these great performances he's putting out here.
But
You're welcome for that one.
Dad jokes. We need more of them, actually, I feel like.
You know, there's never a bad time for such a thing.
That's true.
You can see the backdrop here on the screen, and I love this backdrop that Strongman Corp did this year. It shows last year's champions from each division.
That is really special. I think, like I said, the production value is just so high.
Yeah, that's really sharp. I really like that. The shirts are nice this year too, that whole blue flame logo.
I know, I was actually just talking to somebody about that. I really love this year's logo. It feels not basic. I don't know what else to say. That, like, exciting doesn't feel like it covers it well enough for me. Like, it's not just like a basic or a corny logo. Like, it feels, you know.
They set the logo on fire.
Literally. With blue flame, which is hot. Like,
right.
That was an off pull, but he didn't care. He's like, I'm strong enough. I don't need to be centered up on that bar.
Little extra lateral trunk work there with the offset pull.
Do you ever train offset deadlifts?
I have my athletes train a lot of offset things.
Yeah.
The lateral trunk and lateral hip strength is so important for the sport of strongman, and it tends to be terribly overlooked.
Agreed.
Things like running a yoke. If you don't have the obliques and the glute medius and all of that good happy stuff to support that, it's, you know, you're going to hit a point where you can no longer maintain your speed and with heavier weights.
No pitch. Yeah, and that's a very good point, because, like, I mean, obviously everything is on the sagittal plane for the most part in the sport of strongman, right? But everything is also odd and weird, and any moment could take you off center. So if you don't have the strength to pull it back in and, you know, recenter yourself, or find out, you know, if you take a misstep with a heavy yoke, you know, if you don't have that strong oblique or those, you know, that glute med to really help base yourself, like, then you may end up in trouble. You may end up dropping that yoke, which is going to cost you some time. Or like we're seeing today with these deadlifts, you know, you may pull off center a little bit, and it may cost you a rep. So I agree. It is very beneficial, and I believe it is also overlooked in this sport, just because everything at its core looks basic, up, down in this. But
the body exists in 3D, so we have to train it in 3D. Look at that. Beautiful pull. Nice and smooth all the way to the top. Repping those shades. I
know, he looks like GTL-ish. Gym Tan Laundry. I don't know if people get the Jersey Shore reference. I don't know if I'm aging myself here or not. Should I say 6'7"? 6'7"? I don't know what our audience is right now.
Well, speaking of 6'7", we have 665 in lane number 3, and, oh, excuse me, that's lane 4. Did we, am I wrong? We dropped the weight because it was at 715, and we have peeled that back to 6 something.
Yeah, it looks like we're going back through the rotation.
Okay.
Yeah, I think this is his second attempt.
Yes, so we have started a new round.
Yep. Love to see it. Everyone's looking really good today.
This is a tall gentleman here. Do you think he is 6'7"?
I don't think he's that tall, but could be close.
I don't know how tall he is, but he's a heck of a deadlifter.
Yeah,
look at that.
Is.
Worked hard to get that lockout, refused to set her down, and it paid off. Little crowd shot here.
Boom, 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 boom.
Showing some of the wonderful folks that have gathered here for the Arnold Sports Festival 2026 here at the Strongman Corporation World Championships and Pro-Am.
Thank you for tuning in. If you are here this weekend, come by and say hey. Come take a gander at all the fun equipment we've got over here. This is just event 1 for the weekend, so we got plenty to showcase for you. Darn, that was so close.
And I know that the signage in the building says to not feed the animals, but if you want to bring snacks or caffeine for Panda and I,
always welcomed.
Always welcomed indeed.
Awesome.
Beautiful pull. Didn't even blow out the jorts.
He's got at least compression shorts on underneath just in case. I think he's prepared for, a rip.
I think he got the jorts a size big, and that way he could put the compression shorts on under him.
How do you feel about jorts coming back in style? I love it, personally.
Hey, you know what? Nothing better than some jorts, a good mullet.
I did have my own mullet phase there for a while. Did you ever have a mullet, Paul?
Really not a. I know this is surprising coming from a guy from West Virginia, but not really. Never really rocked the true mullet.
No, that's okay. We still think you're pretty great.
Well, maybe you know what? The game ain't over.
It's true, and you still have plenty of hair, so you can take the opportunity. Solid lift.
Yep, excellent
He's starting
work.
to get a little bit of shakes there. Wondering how much more he's got left in the tank.
Yeah, it was a great lift, but you could tell it was a big effort. So if I'm Mr. Thompson there, if that was my second attempt, then I am probably just taking whatever the next jump is.
Right.
On my third.
Hail Mary, yeah. Speaking of caffeine, I am ready for another one.
You know, I'm gonna take a risk here. What is your average daily caffeine consumption, or is this something that we need to put out there? I don't want to be a bad influence on anyone watching the live stream.
On a typical day-to-day basis, I start my morning with a cup of coffee, which is like 80 to 100, and then immediately after that, I start taking my morning supplements, which have another 120 a part of them, like it's a powder that I add in my drink every morning, and then come lunchtime, I have a white Monster. So like it's 150 more. So that's my average daily intake. So like 380, 400-ish.
Which isn't that crazy.
No. It used to be about a gram of caffeine a day. And that's probably on days now I save those for like where I'm working a competition like this where I've got to like keep the energy all day. And like.
I think if I had a gram of caffeine, I would end up going to work and then realizing I forgot my car because I had ran there. So
Sonic the Hedgehog all the way to work.
Coins would fly out of me. Well, we are going to the split screen because the ladies have started the Stanowitz Strength Equipment Dumbbell and Log Press Ladder. And this is where we are going to see those Stanowitz Strength Equipment dumbbells, those inch dumbbell replicas of different weight. The first implement in each of these ladders is a dumbbell, the second a log, third implement back to a dumbbell, and they finish with a second log as the fourth implement. Fastest time to complete this medley wins. If they do not complete the entire course, which most athletes are not going to, they are credited with the number of implements they lifted and how quickly they did it. We are taking split times on this event.
And these are up in the air by any means necessary. The only rule with the dumbbell is you can only press with one hand, so you can clean and to shoulder with two hands, but as soon as you go to press or make any type of pressing movement, that other hand has to be completely released from the implement. Otherwise, you can strict press it, that would be crazy. You can push press it, push jerk it, split jerk it by any means necessary. Same with the log. So we might see an assortment of pressing techniques today.
Yep, as long as they get it overhead to an acceptable locked out position, wait for the down command, it is all good in the hood as far as how they got that up there. Now these Stanowitz Strength Equipment dumbbells, these inch dumbbell style replicas, These are globe-style dumbbells, solid cast iron, and that has a very different feel than the cylinder-style dumbbells that you see there in the far lanes.
Right, yeah, the loadable circus dumbbells, which overseas they typically call a monster dumbbell. So yeah, so depending on what your weight class is, you kind of have to pay attention to what the equipment you're going to be using, so when you train, you know exactly what it's going to look and feel like when you go to prep for this event.
And those just look cool. It has that old school circus style look.
Yeah, I really like that seared dumbbell look-alike almost. Like, I really like the way that those circus dumbbells look like that. I wish we could use more dumbbells like that more often, but obviously.
Well, with Stanowitz Strength Equipment producing these things, you're going to see them more often. They're going to be popping up more.
They are amazing. He's got some here behind us that we could test out too if you want to give them a go.
Of course, the original unliftable dumbbell, the most famous dumbbell in the world, is the original inch dumbbell, 172 pounds, about a 2 3/8 inch diameter handle, incredibly thick. It's one thing that makes it so tough. And the original challenge for most people is simply to just pick it up with one hand from the floor, which doesn't sound that hard until you try it.
Right, yeah. I mean, because 172 pounds is a lot, but also it's just that depending on the size of your hand, like that would open your grip up so much just to even try. I know I can't wrap my thumb around it, so like I can't do it. I've tried it.
It really, really opens the hand up. I mean, you've got to have a monstrous bear paw in order to touch your thumb and forefinger around that thing, like a Brian Shaw-sized hand. But one thing about the inch dumbbell too is that there's not much space between the globes. So if you have a Brian Shaw-sized hand, even for him, it's almost hard to get his hand on it because there's not room for the width of his palm.
Yeah, it's almost like he's got to like use his first 3 fingers and like leave the pinky out of it or something like that, or his forefinger, depending on where he feels his grip strength is the best.
So it is just a classic feat of strength that's very difficult to do. And these guys and gals are taking them overhead. Now these, of course, are different weight dumbbells, but they can use 2 hands to take it to the shoulder, get it set, and then as you see right there, they have to remove the offhand before initiating any upward drive on the dumbbell. Get it locked out overhead, wait for that judge's command.
This takes so much shoulder stability. Like, what are some good things that you like to do in warm-ups when prepping for like a circus dumbbell?
In training, I like to have athletes do like a dumbbell windmill.
Yeah.
That gets the, again, we talked about the lateral trunk earlier. That gets the hips, the lateral trunk, and that shoulder stability. It takes you this big range of motion, and it gets you used to balancing that dumbbell at arm's length while you go through a range of motion. The knees are very important. You can get a lot, if you're doing it well, you can get a lot of leg drive on a dumbbell. So you want to make sure you've got that pep in your step, so to speak. That you've got some spring to you. The more you can think about applying that leg drive into the dumbbell, and the less you can think about making it a press, the better off you're going to be.
Agreed. Yeah, I think especially with the circus dumbbell, it's a lot more of body awareness and technique than it really is overhead pressing strength. Obviously, you're going to need that pressing strength to be able to lock it out and hold that lockout. But when it comes to just that general movement from initiation to lockout, it's a lot more technique and body awareness and making sure that you're really honed in on connecting your leg drive into that dumbbell. That was a really good showcase of that here on lane 4.
Yeah, just quite frankly, you're not going to see anyone win this event that is strict pressing the dumbbells.
Yeah, that would be wild. I mean, I'd like to see it, but it would be crazy.
These guys and gals are doing phenomenal here. Big effort across the board in all 4 lanes. Nearest to us on screen, 2 gentlemen battling with that final log. Those beautiful rogue logs.
I think it's 275.
Yeah, let's shout some weights here. So for our 80-kilo men, the first dumbbell is 138 pounds. The first log is at 235 pounds. The second dumbbell, 160 pounds, and the second log at 275 pounds. These guys are 80-kilo body weight. That's about 176 pounds body weight.
Yeah, so our kilo numbers, we've got 63 kilo for that first dumbbell, 106.6 for the first log, 73 for the second dumbbell, and 124.7 for that second log. So these guys are nearing almost 1.5 body weight for that second log.
Yeah, these are serious weights that we're talking about here for, our lighter weight class men. And speaking of lighter weight classes, our 57-kilo women, their first dumbbell, 65 pounds, which is 30 kilos. Their first log, 115 pounds, or 52.2 kilos. Second dumbbell at 78 pounds, or 35 kilos. And our 57-kilo women, their final log is 135 pounds, or 61.2 kilograms. That last log heavier than they are.
It's one thing I love about strongman is like when you come to these world level events, people are just throwing around their body weight or more, and I love it. It's just, sometimes it's hard to comprehend as you're watching it, so I'm glad we're able to give you guys the weight since they're not on the floor during this event, but it's just, you don't realize how amazing these athletes really are out there and how much weight they're really moving once, especially when you see some athletes fly through it. It doesn't really become a reality until you see somebody kind of come up and struggle, and it's like, oh yeah, this is heavy. This is a lot of weight. These athletes are strong.
Well, for those of us that aren't, strong enough to throw around our own body weight on like a giant circus dumbbell, does it work to impress a girl if I throw around her weight on a dumbbell? Does that work?
Think so. I mean, there is a trend going on social media right now where people are like posting body weights and then putting them on barbells and doing like clean and presses with them. So,
Good to know. Good to know.
I think you should join the trend with
Maybe
dumbbells.
I should.
Yeah. I think we're getting ready to turn on to noon here, so it's almost my time to tap out. It was a pleasure, Paul. Thank you so much for letting me ruin your moments here for the last couple hours, but I will let the next gentleman introduce himself because he's quite the guy in the sport. So here we go.
Well, hey, thank you so much for joining me, Panda. We are making a little change here.
I didn't introduce you because I said
I appreciate that.
All right.
Hey, Paul, how are you?
Hey, not too bad. How are we doing, good sir?
I'm doing well, thank you. I'm Matt. Nice to meet you, finally. I've heard a lot about you. Seen you around for a long time.
Well, Matt, thank you so much for joining me here. We are live here at the Arnold Sports Festival 2026 at the Strongman Corporation World Championships and Pro-Am. We have two events going simultaneously here. We still have our 13-inch max axle deadlift going off on the left side of your screen here, but we have started the Stanowitz Strength Equipment Dumbbell and Log Press Ladder. So overhead pressing and deadlifts going on at the same time kind of sounds like heaven for a lot of our statically inclined strongman athletes. Which of these events for you would be the one that would make you salivate and want to get out there and join the action?
Definitely be the deadlift. I absolutely love pulling, especially on an axle. It's one of my favorite implements, which I know obviously you and Panda probably already talked about how much different that is than pulling on a regular bar with some slack in it. Great pull right there in lane 2. Looking freaking strong over there, that gentleman. I like that a lot. But yeah, that would be the event for me. I also love the implement right there with the seared dumbbell. That looks fantastic. Stanowitz did a great job putting that together and bringing out some awesome equipment for sure.
Yeah, we just went on about those dumbbells. They are such a cool piece of equipment based on a very historic dumbbell, the Thomas inch dumbbell. But what they've done is they've made different weights and different, of the same size and the same style, their same globes and things. And in order to have that's scalable for people, that we can put that in competition for different weight classes for women, etc., is a really cool thing.
Great press. Look at that right there. Getting excited about it too. I love it. Girl in the next lane's getting after it. That's a couple great athletes supporting each other right there.
Fantastic. You see that elation, and, you know, she deserves to be happy about that one. If you can lift anything here at the Arnold World Championships, you're doing pretty good.
You're definitely in a great spot for sure. A lot of amazing athletes, and honestly, they're handling those dumbbells really, really well. And I know you've touched one before. Those dumbbells, those globes feel so different than a long pipe. So it's such a different stance, such a different feel. But once you get in the right spot, it feels amazing for sure.
And there we go. We have
the ladies off to a quick start.
Next heat flying here. Everyone's successful on the dumbbell. The ladies are, yes, they are flying. My Lord, they're already on the third implement.
They are absolutely cruising. We'll see how this log goes, see if she can finish the medley. Excellent clean. Great rack position from both lanes. Wow.
Photo finish between lanes 1 and 2. I have no idea who actually got that first, but they made short work of this overhead medley, and there have not been a lot of athletes finishing this.
No, they looked absolutely fantastic. Once they cleaned it, it looked fantastic. The judges over there are going to come down to who's going to get that win as far as down call goes. Oh, the men here doing a great job on that dumbbell. Like I said, if you can't find that right position with that dumbbell, it's so hard to get it off that shoulder with that jump, especially if that elbow dips or translates at all. It just makes it so hard.
Well, let's talk about that, because the rack position is all important here on this dumbbell. And you talked about the elbow dipping kind of being the beginning of the end there. How do you prevent that from happening so that you can apply your leg drive into the dumbbell?
Yeah, great question. I think the biggest thing that when you coach somebody on that, or when you're doing it for yourself, you have to find the position that works for you, right? Some people will, what they call stovepipe it, or go high with it, almost Christmas tree it, some people call it, where it's almost vertical completely. But as long as it's sitting on that trap and strong, and that elbow can stay high as you dip and then translate all that power into that vertical motion, it's gonna make a world of difference for sure. So I think doing a lot of dip jerks and things like that will definitely build that up, and just getting comfortable in that rack position, spending time there, adding in pauses and eccentrics wherever you can.
And we're seeing it right here.
That was beautiful.
That one got out in front of him there in lane number 3. See if he can recover and nail that dumbbell.
There it is.
Beautiful work.
Good log here too from lane 4. Let's see what he does on this second dumbbell.
It takes maturity to have that kind of composure, to be able to miss a lift, collect yourself, realize what kind of mistake you made, and then not panic, not get overexcited, not rush it. Grab it again, reset, and nail it like that. And that's the level of athlete we're seeing here at the Arnold World Championships.
For sure. That ability to coach yourself in the middle of the moment is so tough, and you absolutely nailed it. Great job on the circus dumbbell there, lane 4 again. Getting the quick down call. Great job stabilizing overhead. We'll see what he does with this log right here. Excellent pull coming over here. Oh, third attempt, a little too much. Says no thanks. Also says no thanks to the log. How many athletes have we seen finish the whole run through on this medley, you think, so far? Just a few?
That is a fine question, but it is not a large number. And I tell you about large numbers. Those weights that they are lifting are incredibly large. Andrew Pepio here on the deadlift. I believe that's 735.
Oh, excellent pull.
And he nails it.
Great pull, good excitement. Obviously a long-time strongman, great athlete. Getting after it for sure.
Yep, out of Virginia. Heck of a resume on that gentleman.
For sure. Gentleman looking good in lane 4 and lane 3, making quick work at that first dumbbell. See how this log goes.
Now, we haven't talked as much about the log, a real mainstay event in strongman sport. And look at that fight to get that thing locked out.
Way to finish it out. Let's see how this dumbbell goes. Attaboy.
Yeah, the question is, in lane 4, how much did that epic log effort take out of him? Is he going to be able to recover and get this dumbbell after that vicious lockout?
Absolutely. It's going to definitely drain him. And also, you're worried about the mental side, too, at that point. Had that much of a struggle with implement number 2. Oh, great jerk right there. Good push jerk. Yeah, I think once you come into that and you have that kind of sticky point on that second or third part of the medley before the third or fourth, definitely gets into your head a little bit. We'll see if he can come back, use his legs, and get underneath it here. He's got a good rack position.
Looks like he's got it steadied. He's got the hip out. He's got that dumbbell over center.
Oh, good try. Just not quite there today. Same thing for the deadlift over there. Just not quite there. I mean, you've been to, obviously, a ton of shows, Paul. You've competed a ton over the years. What does that do for you when you come out for that third attempt and it's not quite there? How does that affect the rest of your day, or how do you put that behind you?
You know, that changes, in my opinion, as you progress in the sport, Matt. You know, as a younger person in the sport, or even if you get a late start, whatever, when you're newer to the sport, it can be devastating. You know, it can knock you out of your mental game, and you'll be thinking about that going into the next event. As you progress, you have to develop the ability to say, okay, that's what happened. It's now time to focus on the next event, because you can't change it.
Correct.
What's done is done, and it's time to put it out of your mind and focus on the next event. There's no amount of worrying about it or frustration that you can have that's going to change the score.
Absolutely fair. Now, great point about that too. The maturity that comes with more competitions and higher level competitions. Good job stabilizing on that lockout.
Yeah, he had to work to stabilize that.
For sure. A little split jerk on the circus dumbbell. Don't see that too often. Good clean, good rack. Let's see what he does with his log. Just not enough air there.
May have gotten a little lightheaded there. He didn't like what he felt.
Did not. Good job on the spotter.
He's got a little bit of time, but no, he's going to pass on that.
How are we looking on this deadlift over here? What you think about this? Still 725 or 735, excuse me? Oh.
A little bit offset there. It was not quite centered, but he's got it above the knees. Can he hitch it? And he does. Gets the lockout.
Good hard work right there. Says thanks a lot to the judges. Always an important thing.
Yes, speaking of our staff, big thank you to our officials. Big thank you to everyone who's been busting their butts for the last 48, some of them or more hours, getting equipment in and out of this building, changing the weights for the athletes, getting everything set up. These beautiful backdrops that you see with these graphics on them, you know, that stuff didn't get itself there.
Absolutely not. These volunteers are absolutely amazing, and they do a great job for sure. And we certainly appreciate them putting everything together. Oh, watch out for that rope. Oh, that dumbbell might go. Oh, good Viper. Good thing he didn't have to move his feet. Could have been rough. Good save right there. Obviously,
we have a heck of a race here between these two gentlemen.
Yeah, McVeigh's going really well right there in lane 4. I don't know who that is in lane 3. I can't see, but he's moving. Let's see if he can Viper this last log.
These guys are literally neck and neck.
This is going to be big points right here. Got to go get it.
Lane 3 first to clean the log.
Oh!
What a layback.
Man. Went old school with that one. I love it. These
beautiful
road vlogs
layback technique, and it paid off. Here comes Dean.
Oh!
Painfully close to that lockout.
Let's see if he gets one more attempt at this here. I can't imagine he's got too much time left after that, or energy. Oh, there it is.
What a recovery.
Yeah.
Wow.
That is a perfect example of what you were talking about earlier about that maturity to be able to come back and hit something, right? Not even just from event to event, but from implement to implement on a medley like this.
Yeah, that was more than just the physical. That was a display of tremendous mental strength to come back from that missed lockout. And that was a quick turnaround. He didn't have time to mess around.
Did not chalk, did not swap his hands, nothing. Just said, I got this. I'm comfortable. I'm ready to go. I'm a little curious, though, especially with how good of a presser he is, obviously, in his weight class, why he took so long between implement number 3 and implement number 4. Maybe there's some mental pause there, but he did a great job coming back and making that work for sure. So you kind of mentioned this earlier. I'd love to go back to it, the log. What is the, we'll want to get this last attempt on deadlift first, see how he does, and then we'll talk about that log.
Look at the tree trunk legs on this man.
He is ready. I think this is a shot for the win on the event. It looks like we went up.
Tough to see exactly what that 775.
Let's go. That was a big pull for this weight class for sure.
That was a big pull for any class. And here he goes.
There it is.
Can you believe the speed? Once he got that to about kneecap level, he didn't even hitch it.
Not even. It was a fantastic example of a great lockout for sure, and somebody who's obviously trained that position many, many hours for sure. That was beautiful.
Far be it from me to talk about another man's glutes, but tremendous hip drive.
Nothing weird about that. Just one man admire another man's glutes, you know?
Hey, look, he put the clinch on it, and boom, that went to lockout.
Looking good in lane 4. I'm guessing this is our leader from the first event if we reordered. Oh, tough shot right there.
I'm not in love with his rack position there. I think he can get that hip out more to get the dumbbell over his center line and apply that leg drive into the dumbbell better.
Let's take a look. Let's see what it looks like. Yeah, you're absolutely right. He's a little too vertical, not quite leaning away far enough. And then when he dips, you can see that weight transfer, and that's actually that elbow drop we had talked about earlier. So let's see if we can't get a good zoom in if he takes one more shot at it. Nope,
if he can modify that start position about an inch, I think he nails that dumbbell.
I concur. Obviously a strong gentleman. Wolverine, great name for sure. Getting after it. Great hair, too. I'm not going to lie to you. That's some good head of hair right there. There's another shot of our amazing volunteers getting after it. But hey, let's go back to that log. So obviously, Rogue provided these fantastic pieces. They are very well balanced. We have one of those in our gym back there in Georgia, Body Evolution. So I know you probably have one up there in West Virginia, Paul. What are some of the things that you like about that log, or that you see consistently in logs pressing all the way across the sport?
You know, log is an iconic event in strongman, whether it's in a ladder, whether it's for reps, whether it's a max. And these Rogue logs, they're very durable, very high quality pieces of equipment. And there's a lot technically that goes on with a log press, particularly with the clean, because it's so different than a barbell clean. Anyone who comes from a history of a barbell clean, I almost don't even like to use the word clean when we're talking about taking the log from the ground to the shoulders, because that gives a certain connotation of what the technique should be to get it there. It's completely different. And you know, you'll see a few different styles, but first things first, you got to get the log into your lap. And what's important to do that is, remember, this is a 12-inch piece of equipment, so it's way out in front of your legs. So don't try to squat it up, because if you're trying to squat it up, you're pushing your knees forward. Now that thing's even further out in front of you. You're pretty much going to stiff leg it up to your lap. Yeah. Stiff leg it up, stand up tall. I like to encourage people to stand up tall with it, because when you stand up tall, even shrug it up a little bit, then when you sit down, it's nice and close to the body. You don't want the log all the way out on your kneecaps, or it's away from the body. And when you try to initiate that hip and leg drive to stand up, you're going to stand up several inches before that log catches against your body and starts to go up, and you just wasted movement. So if you have that thing nice and close to the body, I call it the next move, I call it the chicken wing. You're going to have those elbows out nice and wide. And then as you start to initiate that stand-up, you're going to engage the upper back, pull with the lats, lock that thing against the upper abs, drive up through the legs and the hips, and then push those elbows up to get that to that rack position on the shoulder. Just like with the dumbbell mat, that rack position is all important. If your elbows are too low when you have the log up to the shoulders, one, that's going to affect your ability to create leg drive. Your knees are going to want to go forward. That's going to make your hips want to go forward. If the knees and hips are going forward, one, you're not going to be able to produce the same amount of force into the log. It's also risky for the knees, because the knees are traveling forward in a sort of a ballistic sissy squat. Yeah. That doesn't sound very fun, right?
No, it does not.
So if you have those elbows up, you have the head back. I heard the phrase "replace your face," and I really like that.
Oh, I like that too.
You want to put that log on your neck like it's your head. But that's a weird thing to say and a weird thing to think about. But what that does is that lets you dip while keeping almost like you're sliding your back up and down a wall, so the hips don't shoot forward, the knees don't go too far forward. They're kind of going out. And then you put that leg drive directly into the log with vertical force. And whether you jerk, whether you push press, that part's the same.
Correct. Absolutely. No, I think that was a beautiful breakdown of everything you said. I absolutely love that analogy, replace your face. So many athletes throw it forward, and we saw that obviously a few times out there on the Medley. So we'll see how they do moving forward for sure. The other thing I like to think about, and one cue that's worked for a lot of the athletes that I've had, is that almost sewing needle, right? Just straight up and down every single time. So as you dip and jerk, everything just looks like this. No forward, no backward translation. Everything's just right here.
She has given this dumbbell a heck of a fight, but she's going to live to fight another day. She's going to head to the back there.
Just get ready for that next event.
Hey, listen, no shame in it. Every athlete here earned their way to be here. They qualified the hard way. Nobody gets a free pass. They all had to qualify to be here.
Yeah, the level of competition here is definitely something that, if you haven't been here or followed the sport, probably doesn't really make sense, just how good these athletes truly are. And being able to get here is a huge compliment to them and their successes for sure.
And you know, everybody at some point has zeroed an event.
Yep.
It happens. That doesn't mean you don't deserve to be there.
Correct.
If this stuff was easy, everybody would do it.
Beautiful example right there of the dip and jerk. Love that. Nice and vertical, elbows high. Same thing in lane number 1 right there. Lane number 2, making quick work. Great clean to the shoulder. Excellent rack position. Excellent elbow position. We'll see what she does with it. Oh, good jump, good effort.
Close. And
oh, almost had a bent press with a little mix of a jerk going in there in lane 1.
that Alexei Novikov style technique there to launch that dumbbell up, and it's a similar concept to what we typically think of as the jerk.
Oh,
beautiful!
Great comeback. Well done.
But it's sort of a lateral jerk on the dumbbell to launch it up and get under it by going sort of to the laterally and back a little bit.
Woo!
And look at that. Snappy split jerk on that final log.
That was fantastic right there. Lane 1 did a fantastic job right there.
Lamarck, I believe, is the last name.
I like that. That was a fantastic jerk. Watch this one more time right here. Perfect sewing needle, nothing going forward, nothing going backwards. Excellent position, brings your feet together, gets a down call. Moving on. So far, our leader right there for that weight class for sure, and doing a great job.
You see those frames ominously sitting in the background. We have frame carries coming up later.
Absolutely. What's going through your head right there if you're lane 1 or lane 2 as you're walking up to this medley? What are you thinking about, Paul?
I am the type of, 100 years ago when I was competing, the type of athlete that liked to be laser focused on what was going on, be in the moment, and not be overexcited or over aroused. We talked about this with Panda a bit earlier. A lot of athletes, they like to hit the ammonia. Maybe they get angry. Maybe they slap the back, slap their face, headbutt a wall, whatever.
Absolutely.
As an athlete, you have to find out what works for you.
Yeah.
What's that level of arousal you need, and at what point do you cross a threshold where you can no longer stay focused on what you're doing?
Yeah, that's definitely a hard balance to find, and the really, really good athletes do that in training. They know their heavier days on whatever event they're doing. They figure out, hey, I need to hit my salt at this time. I need to hit my back at this time. I need to have my training partner there for this or that. And it's definitely a hard balance to find for sure. As we see Amanda and Jessica getting after it here. Beautiful work by Jessica. Amanda right behind.
Jessica, a decorated veteran of the sport.
For sure.
She has been competing at a high level for a number of years and looks phenomenal thus far on this overhead event.
Correct.
Amanda struggling a bit with the log there.
Jessica's got that treetop that we were talking about earlier with that vertical rack. Good elbow position. Woo! Even with that elbow dropping just slightly as she dipped, she was able to overcome it because of those strong triceps, which she's obviously put some time into.
On to the final log for Jessica Kite-Puricelli.
Here we go. Great job leaning back. Let's see if she replaces her face. Big legs. She says, no thank you. Big wave and move on. Amanda doing the same thing. We'll see who comes out next for the women's 64 class, doing a great job here in the press medley. We got Chelsea and Katie coming up next. We got Mr. Ortmeyer over here at the desk saying hello to everybody. Always a good time to have some of the bigger names in the sport stop by and just say hello real quick for sure.
What time are you done?
Probably like 1:30. Probably about 2. It's 2 work for you? Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I got a couple opens, so whatever, I'll take off to go help them around 2, get warmed up. We're supposed
Here
to
we
start
go,
at 3, so
both ladies with the first dumbbell to the shoulder. Lane 1 moving forward. Lane 2, she wasn't quite comfortable. Was close there, but the dumbbell rotated.
Correct. Katie with a great job in that first log, second implement. Oh, got a little too far in front of her, trying to lean back too hard. Probably lost a little bit of air right there. She's going to take another attempt at it though. Chelsea doing a great job finding that position. Oh! Just by skin her teeth missed that one. Excellent job fighting to come back to that one. Katie going after her log one more time. Keeping those elbows up, good front rack. Just missing the lock out there. Excellent shin save on the log.
We did see with Katie that the hips translated forward a bit there. I think that cost her leg drive. We have the names on screen now, so this is very nice.
This is a huge help for us for sure.
So Chelsea Frazier, frustrated with that dumbbell.
She is. That's a tough spot right there for sure. But good news is Chelsea's a professional. She's going to go backstage, get her mindset, and come back out and be ready to crush that frame.
Now, something we saw with Chelsea that I didn't get to touch on there was that the dumbbell rotated a lot as she shot that thing to lockout. Well, the Novikov technique we talked about earlier, you could use that to your advantage to help meet that rotation. And so what I mean by that is, if you know that that you tend to rotate with that dumbbell, you can turn your body to meet that lockout to help reduce how much it's actually spinning in your hand.
Absolutely. And knowing that you do that is such an important part of being the athlete, knowing that implement very, very well and get some time on it for sure. Let's see what Melanie does here. Oh,
very close.
Across. So Paul, I guess that's another comment we haven't really talked about. Where to push it off your shoulder, right? Whether it's going to rotate a little bit, we'll do the Novikov, or if we're going to throw it across to that opposite shoulder, just like Melanie did a beautiful job of there. All right, come on, Melanie, let's go.
Melanie Taylor there in lane number 2, Shay O'Brien in lane number 1, 64 kilo women's division. Having trouble getting steady. Now she's steady. So hard to recover when the log knocks you around like that, and you have to take a few steps and fight to center that thing. Getting that rack position is very taxing. You have a giant 12-inch diameter chunk of steel sitting on the top of your chest. And while it's sitting there, the rest of your body is working to stabilize yourself. It really burns more energy probably than it even looks like.
No question about it. Plus all that weight being pressed down, compressing your rib cage, obviously trying to brace, keep everything tight. Very hard to breathe in that position unless you're one of these high-level athletes who's done it for a long time for sure. It takes a long time to get used to.
Rochelle Horanzi in lane 1, Christina Arthur in lane number 2. Christina made that dumbbell look easy.
She did. Let's see how her log technique looks. Excellent elbows high, good clean, beautiful front rack, almost a strict press there. Very slight push on that one. Nice job. Look at Rochelle being tough though, coming back. Finishes the dumbbell, moving on to the log.
Christina on to that second dumbbell.
Oh. Good save, ready to go though.
She needs a little more pop out of those legs to launch that thing to the ceiling.
Rochelle is definitely one of the, Christina. Oh, Rochelle, great job.
And Rochelle with the sunglasses, what do you think about that?
You know what, having competed here a couple times and lucky enough to make it to the finals at the Arnold is a absolutely different world in here. Wow, great job, Christina.
There was that lateral move to get that lockout.
No, you absolutely nailed it. That's a fantastic example for sure. I will say the sunglasses can absolutely play a big factor if it helps you block everything else out. Nothing wrong with that whatsoever. Every time you look up doing a sandbag throw or a pressing medley or anything like that, where you have things going on, fantastic. Look at Christina, they're great job. Great job.
So that position that Christina locked out in, I have athletes practice that position. Get to a standing lockout and then just practice shifting into the side into that position before I actually have them learn how to jerk into that position.
No, it's actually really smart to set that base and get that done. Another thing you can do is have them hold a band with the dumbbell and actually work on that as well, so you have that extra tension coming down, so you have to fight against that as well, for sure, for a little stability action. But I love that drill for sure. Fantastic.
The bands are an instrument of truth because they will find the truth.
We got Sarah and Jen going right here. Let's see how they look in that dumbbell. Beautiful technique. Got a quick down call on that one. Love it. Moving on. Sarah, ready to go.
Success from both athletes on implement number 1 onto the log. Good explosive log press.
You can tell the lane 2 has been under a log many a time. That was fast and beautiful. Here we go. Third implement, second dumbbell. Big dip. Oh, it was there too. She just got nervous about it.
She had a nice dip, a lot of leg drive.
Good toughness in lane 1, getting that log back up to that front right by Sarah.
Now she's in a good clean position with that log.
She is.
Elbows up.
Oh man, good job.
Jen almost ate a left hook from that dumbbell.
She was very athletic there, getting out of the way. That's important too. Obviously teaching the athlete how to dump the implement the right way and be safe. Sarah, almost got the bent press.
Great effort from all of these athletes. Again, they have all earned their spot here at the Arnold Sports Festival. What an honor to be here. You've been on this stage. It's a very special thing. You're competing against the best athletes from around the world. So many countries represented. Most of these athletes, you don't even get to see them the rest of the year.
Absolutely. No, it's a fantastic fantastic event, excuse me. Meg Lotto over here is making quick work of that in lane 1. Lane 2 moving fast as well. This is going to be a foot race right here. But you're absolutely right. There's something special about this place, the convention center, being able to get after it, being able to see these amazing athletes around you and talk shop with them backstage is always a fun time as well.
So we've got some of the men going as well here.
Like that. Got all 4 lanes moving now. Good shot of our judges getting a down call. Meg's going to move fast. Great job by Megan Lotto Davis right there. Fantastic athlete out of Alabama. Did a great job, World's Strongest Woman this year. Did a great job at PSL events. She is just a heck of an athlete. So love having her here for sure. Love seeing her compete.
Yeah, had tremendous success at America's Strongest Woman as well.
Yes, sir. Lane 2 still fighting hard.
That dumbbell is not over her center of mass.
She's having a hard time finding that rack for sure.
So what she is lacking there, I call it the sassy hip. If you push that hip out to the side, what that does is it lets the dumbbell get over, or at least closer to your center line, whereas she was pretty much straight up and down there.
No, I agree with that. Being able to change that center of mass and have that dumbbell almost come directly down between your legs, through your groin, through your crotch, and being able to keep that weight directly down the middle is so important. It's such a hard time to find for sure.
Circus dumbbell, arguably the most technical event in strongman. Would you agree or disagree?
100% agree. I would say it's even a stupid human trick more so than a strength event by far. I think that the better you can get at that technique and teaching yourself how to be in the right spot is so important. And then it just comes down to a little bit of power and a little bit of lockout. Carly, there we go, moving quick. Colleen moving well in second lane.
Nico Griggs in lane number 3, Aaron Rosenblum in lane number 4, 90 kilo men, that's about 198 pounds body weight, 64 kilo women, about 140 pounds body weight.
Absolutely.
And
Colleen making quick work all the way through lane 2. Excellent job right there. Beautiful pressing.
Oliveira uncharacteristically struggling. Overhead events have traditionally been, pretty bread and butter for her. She was a record holder on the axle for the 140 women for some time.
Absolutely. Here goes Nico, chance to finish out the medley here, get big points to start off with the 90Ks. Having a hard time with that log clean. Looks like it might be a little sweaty, might throw some more chalk on there for the next competitor. But you're absolutely right. Carly is a fantastic presser. Had some amazing overhead lockouts with the axle, like you mentioned before. I've seen her go through so many medleys before, so definitely not a usual performance for her, for sure.
I greatly enjoy this style of event. Different implements, this medley or ladder style, alternating dumbbells and logs. It really helps find who is not just strong, but well-rounded, because the log and the dumbbell are so different. Like you talked about, you used the term stupid human trick, right? Well, the getting a big dumbbell overhead is, you could have 10 athletes and the best log presser may not even be close to the best dumbbell presser, and vice versa. So by mixing this up, you're finding, okay, who's our best overhead athlete?
No,
because
you're one of the athletes over here, making sure we know he's got a little shout out for him for sure as he comes up. Could not agree more though. The ability to go from a log to a dumbbell is such a specific action, such a specific discipline to learn, and it absolutely shows you who the best overhead athlete is for sure. One of the things they did a couple of years ago is they had 5 different implements. It was a keg, a log, an axle, a circus dumbbell, and a sandbag, and you had to press all 5 of them and moving up in this similar ladder fashion. And again, same exact thing there, where they were able to learn who the best pressers were in every discipline, not just one, which obviously changes everything for across the athletes.
And if I recall, in that particular version of the event, one of the bars or axles had chains dangling off of it to add some instability to it. It was really a wild event.
Absolutely. That was the regular barbell. And yeah, thankfully it was a little bit lighter than some of the other implements, but it definitely proved a significant challenge to a lot of the athletes for sure. Not a fun time. Oh, it was a fun time, but also very challenging at the same time.
Well, one of the most beautiful things about strongman is that variety, the variety of challenges. We're going to test the body in different ways pretty much every time you come out. You might go to 10 different competitions and none of them are exactly the same.
Correct. And that's what makes this sport so much fun to watch, right? Sometimes maddeningly frustrating, depending upon how it's run, but also so much fun. Brings in so many different people and so many different athletes of all body types and all sizes and shapes, so it brings a lot of fun to it for sure.
I like to think about it as painting a total picture of strength.
That's actually a really good way to put that. I like that analogy.
Here we go. The next heat is off and running. Leslie Salinas Perez, Emma Whitewilt, William Murray, and Jeremy Patfield. Our 4 incredible athletes here in this heat.
Love Emma's quick work of the first 2 implements right there. Looks like William's doing a good job there, getting to the second implement quickly. Having a hard time with that log now, but Emma's still moving quickly. Leg number 2. There it is. Moving on to the last implement. See if she can finish this thing quickly. Get some big points here.
Emma looks phenomenal here. Well ahead of the pack.
Yes, absolutely. She's doing a great job of using her hips, keeping everything tight. Her cleans have been on point. Oh, just barely missing that lockout out front. That goes back to that 12-inch diameter you were talking about. When that metal starts pulling you forward, as soon as you leave your rack position, you are in a bad spot if you can't figure out how to get yourself underneath it quickly.
You know, and particularly for the the smaller bodied people like we see in the 64 kilo women's division, you know, these are not large human beings in stature. They're very large in strength, but they're in stature, they're very small human beings. And when you have an object that big and they're trying to get it in that perfect position, there's not a lot of acreage there like you might see with our heavyweight pro men like Trey Mitchell. You know, you could set a log on his shoulders, he could take his hands off of it and it would fall.
Yeah, absolutely. Finding that front rack position across the different weight classes is really fun to watch because you see the different techniques, the different approaches, and how they attack it for sure. But that's absolutely a fantastic point. That's something you need to keep your eyes on. It's something we can definitely see as we go through the different weight classes today.
Holly McRae, Katie Loy, Charlie Doer, and James Garton up next.
So I'm expecting a good press out of Charlie, and I know Holly's a very good presser. Katie moving fast, her husband Justin and her coming on up, doing a good job. Great Viper right there. We haven't even talked about the Viper yet. We got a whole nother conversation to have.
Yep, Viper press, one motion from lap to overhead, using the momentum from the clean to carry that into the press. It's a good, viable technique on this type of event because it's very fast.
Katie using the Viper on both logs. She was fast. That's going to be a great time. Big points. Great job by Katie. Holly McRae right behind, another fantastic 64. And the gentlemen are getting to the third implement here. Yep, there's Charlie doing a great job, one of the Heinz Strong athletes. And then James fighting that dumbbell, finding that rack position. As a longer body gentleman, he might have a little harder time finding that spot.
You know, you mentioned Heinz Strong. Shout out to Nick Hine. I know he's been going through it lately. Had some struggles.
For sure.
Can't wait to see that guy back at full strength doing what he does best.
Absolutely. One of my favorite humans in the sport for sure. He and his wife and his dad are all great people. Love seeing him at the different spots for sure. And obviously after that next surgery, we're just wishing him all the best and hoping, like you said, he gets back as soon as possible. Let's see who we got coming up here next. So, hey, do you want to talk about that Viper a little bit? I love the fact that you mentioned it quickly, the ability to go from the floor to the lap and then one motion from lap straight to overhead. What do you think is the most important part of making that transition from the lap to overhead?
Well, let's talk about why you would do such a thing. See, the Viper, it may not be the strongest technique, so you have to be strong enough to do it in order for it to be effective, but it's effective because it's fast. So in a reps event or a ladder event, where you can save time by doing it, that's where it comes into play. You're typically not going to see a Viper technique in a max log event because it's probably not the absolute strongest way to get a weight overhead.
Correct.
As far as how to execute that, you need to be patient. The most common mistake that I see on a Viper press
Great job running through the medley.
She straddles the mat and gets the lockout.
Oh, man. I love that's a first for me, Paul. I have never seen that. That's a first for me.
I think that's a first for me as well. I'm almost speechless here. She straddled the mat and got the lockout.
Just the athleticism for her to be conscious of, hey, I have an ab mat here that comes, about 10 to 12 inches off the ground. I need to be able to step over that in one motion and still lock out a log overhead.
Okay, whoever's doing the Strongman Corp media, please make sure that clip makes the social media. That needs to be on the Strongman Corp Instagram.
Yeah, anybody listening definitely needs to take care of that for sure. Holy crap, that was impressive for sure. Great athleticism, great toughness. That was impressive. But you're absolutely right. The Viper absolutely needs to be done at the right time in the right place. You know, unless you're Nick Canby, who's Vipering 400 plus, you know, it's a great time to have that for sure.
Big shout out to the Italian stallion, the dude himself, Nick Canby.
Absolutely. One of the better humans in the sport, always takes care of the other people. Great guy for sure.
But patience on that Viper press is a virtue, because if you initiate the press too early, then you're not going to be in the position that you need to be in order to launch it overhead.
Correct.
So you have to ride that momentum until it's close to that front rack position before you actually start initiating the press portion.
Absolutely. Being able to lean back and get that thoracic extension and push the log in the correct path is so important too. So many people try to press it out front like a press out or a bent press and end up in a bad spot. Great job by Wade there. Good toughness. Way to stick with it, sir. Brian, one of the Warrior Army fitness teams from the U.S. Army right there. Brian doing a great job. Let's see if he can finish out this medley or at least get this third implement and then get a chance at the log.
Here he goes. He pulls it up to the shoulder. Keeps both hands on it wisely.
Yes.
Keeping both hands on the dumbbell helps you get that position.
Just losing a little bit off the rack position like we talked about, losing that power. Kind of just leaking out a little bit there, but hopefully we'll get him next time for sure. Or taking one more shot. Look at that. Wade did a great job cleaning that log over there, but just couldn't quite get the press out.
Just a bit much for that young man, but he's going to be back stronger than ever next year, I'm sure. And we'll see him take a similar dumbbell and probably make easy work of it.
No question about it. He's actually been talking about moving up to the 105s as well, so we'll probably see a bigger, stronger package for Brian next year for sure, and I'm excited to see it. That Army Warrior fitness team has had such a long line of great 105s and 90s in the past, so it'll be a lot of fun to see another one come through. All the Vince Wilkinsons and Furmans and all that fun stuff. So
Absolutely.
Justin Loy as well. His wife just went, Katie Loy, so another good example there.
And here we go. Both gentlemen,
Woo!
Corbina Drakes and Tim Lum. Lum successful on the dumbbell. Drakes readjusting his belt.
Figuring out where he wants to be. I'll tell you what, Lum has got some power behind these presses. I'm wondering if he's going to be able to finish this medley.
He looked very good on that log.
Let's see if Drakes can't figure this out. That rack position was kind of giving him a hard time that first clean. Lum looking strong. Excellent leg drive.
And he gets the signal, moves on to the fourth and final implement. This log at 295 pounds, this final log. That's almost 300 pounds.
That is a big press for a 90K in the middle of a medley for sure, which is why the Arnold is such a great time to get after and see some of these fantastic athletes for sure. A little heavy for him today, but Lum got through those first three very quickly. Should be really good points for him for sitting there in the 90 kilo class for sure.
A fast 3 is a solid score in pretty much any division on this event.
No question about it. I'm excited for those open men later. They have a 375 log to finish out. That'll be a lot of fun to watch for sure. See how many guys can finish that out after hitting 3 heavy implements beforehand.
Beard versus no beard. Dylan versus Austin. Here we go.
I mean, I think we're both rooting for the beard, right? We've both had it for a long time. I don't know if we can vote the other way.
You know, I'm gonna root for the clean shaven here. I'm actually jealous of Dylan's beard because mine is, you know, my white trash genetics here. It just doesn't grow very well, you know.
We got to pull Joe Dirt out from that one right there. See how many grows in like that? Good job by Austin. Good job by Dylan moving quickly. Oh wow, beautiful press by Dylan right there. Very snappy, showing some great leg drive, great rack position.
And Austin didn't like that rack position he had initially, but he had the wherewithal to make sure he adjusted it before he attempted it. If you don't have that dumbbell exactly where you want it, don't even try it.
Oh man, Dylan just finding a hard time there to get that full head through lockout.
Did he get it?
Looks like a yes.
I think he got credit for that.
All right, there we go. That's one of the harder things too as a judge, having him locked out, elbows are clearly extended.
Yep.
And then just waiting for that final rack position and final lockout.
Watch the layback. He drives up and lays back,
yep.
Stays back and stays patient before he stands up.
For sure.
We often hear the cue about the head through,
Absolutely.
and people often look at like split jerks and that sort of technique. When you're using the push press style, you don't want to rush to try to jam your head forward because you're going to affect your stability. You're going to take you're going to take your shoulders and your pecs kind of out of it before you're locked out.
Yeah, absolutely, no question about it. Finding that rhythm and that timing is so important as you go through that event. I expect quick work here from all 4 implements. I'm expecting Andrew to move quickly through all of them, and Tatum's a pretty dang good presser as well, so I expect him to get a fast 3. 2 of the better competitors in the 90 kilo class this year for sure. Oh, Andrew having a hard time with that first lockout. I may have jinxed him, I'm sorry. This guy hasn't missed a free throw in 100 free. Oh, nope, there it goes.
And Andrew uncharacteristically struggling here. Tatum was very close on that attempt.
He was, for sure. Already got the frame set up in lane 1 and lane 2.
This is a 174-pound dumbbell. globe style, which is almost universally considered harder than the cylindrical style, the monster dumbbells.
Oh! Did we get it? We got it. Oh. Yeah, move on. There we go. Oh, there it goes.
So both men able to get credit for that third implement. Pepia really had to work for that. That was probably his third or fourth attempt.
At least, for sure.
Before he got that lockout.
And he's right at the buzzer, too. Looks like we just barely got it inside the 60 seconds as well.
Buzzer beater effort. Let's watch it in slow-mo here. Boom, look at that.
Nice job. Good strength, good toughness. Mentally aware, mentally alert, looking for the judge, trying to get the down call as quickly as possible, and then move on and get your points. Should be the top of the class coming up here in the next couple of heats for sure.
Heitor Alves, Jose Gregorio, being informed this may be our top 2 in the division after the deadlift.
There we go. Obviously static monsters right here, both of them moving very quickly. Good job by Gregorio getting through it. Obviously a taller 90-kilo athlete, so those long limbs are going to play a role here in how he presses. Good clean. Alves moving quickly. Good lockout. Beautiful technique on that one.
Alves made that dumbbell look easy, and very few people have done that thus far.
Good job by Gregorio sticking with it. Let's see if we can finish this log. Huge points. I think we've only had 2 or 3 athletes finish the entire medley. Wow. Great job. Lane 3, Alves looking very strong on that. 2 great events to start out his competition. He's going to be sitting really pretty in the standings after that. Oh, Gregorio says, I'm just going to do a log clean and walk away, gentlemen.
Sometimes you know when enough is enough. You know when to walk away, when the effort's not worth it. These athletes have several more events this weekend, 2 more events today, and potentially, if they make the final, 3 more events tomorrow.
Correct.
So you've got to be able to say, hey, enough is enough.
Absolutely. That's a great point for sure. Oh, here we go. These guys are all sitting near the top right now. Let's see how they can finish it out for the day. For the first 2 events of the day.
And look at this rack position, vertical and behind the head almost entirely.
Man, that is a...
literally centered on the back of his neck.
That is a unique setup for sure, and he's having a hard time with that implement. So obviously he played with that a lot during his train-up, trying to figure it out where he wants to be. Must have very strong triceps. His coach or himself must have felt very good about that spot. That was a beautiful snap right there on that dumbbell. Well done. Let's see what he does with this log. A quick push press or quick push jerk here is going to be huge points.
Another great thing about Strongman is how many different techniques you do see. Oh, that was clear. He just needs to stabilize that.
Absolutely. Obviously the strength is there. That's not going to be the issue. The power is clearly there. Just got a little out in front of him. Wasn't quite able to lock out and hold. Burned through too much time and energy. Going to shut it down.
Well, you saw he was going for the push jerk style technique. We've seen the push press. We've seen split jerks. We've seen vipers. So many different techniques that you can use. And part of the game is figuring out, 1, what's the best technique for you, and that may change over time.
Absolutely.
2, what's the best technique for the situation, because that could be different. You have outliers, like we saw with the one gentleman last there. You have an outlier technique, which may work for him, but it's not necessarily something that I would teach to someone.
Yeah, absolutely. How many times in your gym have you had people come up to you and say, I want to press like this athlete, and you say, you're not really built for that, or that's not really going to be a good setup for you specifically, right? I know I've had that conversation many times, and sometimes it can be difficult, but once you explain why, typically they're pretty understanding of the reason behind it for sure.
Yes, one example I think of here on dumbbell, the late great Paul O'Dwyer was known. He had an extremely narrow stance, his heels almost touching each other, and he got the dumbbell wedged. His fist was almost behind his head entirely. Yeah. And a lot of people, 1, just aren't going to be able to get into that position, and 2, that's not going to be the position that probably the majority of athletes are going to be able to produce the most power, have the most stability, et cetera, et cetera.
For sure.
And he made it work. It was a very good event for him.
Absolutely.
Paul was strong on dumbbell. Yeah. But again, that's not I would consider that, again, an outlier type of technique, not something I would immediately go to or try to teach someone and have them use as a primary technique.
No question about it. I mean, there's so many good examples of that too, especially like you said in this sport where you have to pick the right tool for the right job, right? We're going through a quick ladder like that. I want to push jerk that log or viper that log as fast as I possibly can if I have the strength in that position, just so I'm moving. But hard, slow push press, that hard, slow strict press, it's just going to slow you down and cost you a bunch of points for sure.
All right, we are going to take a short break here. Big thank you to our sponsors here for the Arnold Sports Festival and the Strongman Corporation World Championships and Pro-Am. Big thank you to Metrics. All of their tremendous products, their Big 100 bars are delicious, by the way. The Storm Guys. Make sure to visit the Storm Guys online. Give them a like, give them a follow, and show them some love. Let them know you appreciate their support for all things Strongman. Rogue, of course, providing so much equipment and support for Strongman Corporation over the years. Thank you so much to the folks at Rogue. We greatly appreciate you. Cerberus Strength. What can we say about Cerberus? They are such a staple in the world of Strongman.
For sure.
They have such a big presence in the world of Strongman, always supporting athletes' competitions like the one we are at right now.
No question.
And CME Federal Credit Union. You know what? I don't know anything about CME Federal Credit Union, but what I do know is I appreciate the fact that they stepped up to help out the Arnold Strongman here through Strongman Corporation. So CME Federal Credit Union, y'all rock. I appreciate you.
Absolutely, no question about it. And also just want to thank our volunteers, thank our judges, thank all these amazing people out here to support Strongman. And I think it's time for that first ad break. What you think?
You know what? I think so. I think we're going to head to a break here shortly. We will be back with our frame carry event shortly. Thank you so much for joining us here, and we will be back shortly.
Relentless and resilient. We don't just make clothing. We forge armor for the bold and brave, worn by those who define their own path. You are not just another body in the gym. You are a force, a movement, a legacy in the making. Pride V-Pack, where greatness lies within. Are you a lion or a wolf? Do you stand alone, leading and protecting, like the king of your jungle? Or do you move in a pack, thriving with others, relentless and resilient? We don't just make clothing. We forge armor for the bold and brave, worn by those who define their own path. You are not just another body in the gym. You are a force, a movement, a legacy in the making. Pride V-Pack, where greatness lies within.
Ladies and jelly spoons, I believe we are back live. We are indeed.
Looks like we're getting set up for the next group of athletes right here, the 105s and 64s already gone, so that means those 73s and 82s should be coming out here soon, which should be a lot of fun. Some amazing, strong female athletes for sure. It looks like the frame's already getting rolling over here for the 64s as well.
So we have multiple things going on at once here. We have the frames about to take off here on our frame carry event, up and back across the course. We have the max axle deadlift at 13 inches about to start for some of our heavier weight class, our middleweight, I guess you would say, women and men coming up shortly.
Absolutely.
While the lighter weight classes are getting ready to start the frame.
So we got some pretty good frame weights going on right here, Paul. So we got the 57 women going at 375 pounds. The 64 women are going to be doing 395. And then the men come out, and the 80 kilos going 565, and the men 90 kilo going 605. So some pretty heavy frame carries for sure.
Yeah, 600 plus for 90 kilo men. It's a pretty serious carry.
Yeah, definitely something that's going to challenge these athletes. Obviously 80 feet, the repick is going to play a factor in here too. How fast can you turn around inside that frame, get your hands set, not have any drops? Who's going to minimize the mistakes and make it go fast?
And speaking of fast, that is the name of the game. Whoever completes the course in the fastest time wins. If you do not complete the course, you will be credited with the distance achieved. But believe me, they are going to want to finish that course if they want any hope of getting a good, solid score on this event.
Great job in lane one, moving quick, short, choppy steps. Nice job with their posture, keeping everything lined up, everything directly up, just like picking up a trap bar or some sort of vertical squat, and then moving on. Lane two, fighting hard as well.
The grip plays such an important factor here in the frame carry event. The hands have to be able to hold on. If you can carry it with your hips and your back, that's all good, great, and wonderful. However, you gotta have those mitts to be able to grab on and hold on to those handles for the duration.
No question about it. As somebody who's actually asked to be in the Burger King commercial for What If I Hold It For You, one of those tiny burgers where they had their hands up, I mean, I can relate to that for sure. I do love the fact that they're using the pallet jack. That is such a smart job. Going to make this thing so much easier for the volunteers. Those guys work hard all day, putting in so many hours, picking up so many pounds. I would love to see the total tonnage they move over one day as a volunteer compared to the total tonnage from an athlete. Just an amazing job by them, moving quickly and trying to be as efficient as possible. Oh, we got our first deadlift coming up here too, Paul.
Here we go. This being our men's 105 kilo division and 120 kilo divisions.
Strapping in smooth, getting ready to go.
Should be in lanes 3 and 4, and in lanes 1 and 2 should be the ladies. Lanes 1 and 2 should be the 73 kilo women and 82 kilo women.
Absolutely. I would say that the 73 and 82 are a lot of fun to watch. They're such a good mix of like strength and speed and size, and they start to put on a little more height as well, obviously, in that class, just because they're able to maintain such a bigger frame going into that weight class. So they're a lot of fun to watch for sure. Some great athletes in that class.
And speaking of fun to watch, we have a heck of a race on our hands.
Moving quick.
This is pretty tight.
Lane 1, great job right there. Great transition. Lane 2, nothing to be sad about. Fantastic run there as well. That's going to be huge points for her. Good pull in lane number 2 over there. Looks like the men are finishing up getting lane 3 and lane 4 set up. So we've got a gentleman in there with some fantastic socks and Crocs. Paul, are you a bright colors kind of guy? Is that what you compete in? Or are you more of a black, dark colors, etc.?
You know, I do love me some vibrant colors. It's typically not what I choose to wear in a competition environment. I want as few distractions as possible. So if I'm distracting myself with the neon green or something, then it may not be the best scenario.
So you got one of those lucky things where you're a handsome gentleman. I have to do whatever I can to like get stuff away from my face, you know what I mean? So the beard helps, wearing up bright colors, whatever I can do, you know?
Well, I appreciate the compliment, but we got to keep it honest around here. Remember, they can see us on camera eventually. So you're telling the people I'm handsome here, and they're going to find out the truth, okay?
Good pull in lane 4 right there. Good, lane 3 moving quickly as well. Excellent job on the deadlift over there. I will say the setup this year, as far as having 2 implements and 2 events running at the same time, should really break down the time, should move on schedule. I'm excited for it for sure. Definitely thinking things in the right direction.
Makes things a little bit interesting to try to follow here on the live stream, but it is going to help with the time. We want to make sure that we have everything done in a timely fashion so that we are on schedule and ready to rock and roll.
Great pull, lane number 2. Good job sitting back on it. Did you and Panda go over the difference between the axle deadlift versus the regular bar and kind of what to expect from these athletes as they kind of strap in?
Well, Matt, you know what? It's a great time to go over that again because we probably have a lot of folks joining us as these new weight classes are starting to come in here. So when we're talking about the difference between a deadlift bar and an axle, we're talking about a pretty big difference. Do you want to touch on that?
Yeah, I would love to, absolutely. So obviously with the axle being thicker, going from, 1 inch or 1 1/4 inches, 1 3/4 inches, depending upon what kind of bar you have, deadlift bar versus standard bar, you're able to go to a 2-inch axle. And what that does is that drives everything forward. So it feels like the athlete's being pulled forward in their deadlift. So the ability to sit back, be patient, get it past the knees, and be able to bring the hips in to really finish that extension is so important. And being absolutely patient from whatever starting position, whether it's the 13-inch with these 26ers, excellently made by Rogue, or if it's coming from the floor, but just knowing, hey, I need to sit here and allow this bar to go, and not having that whip as it breaks the ground like you would on a deadlift bar or a power bar is so different as well.
Yeah, that's a completely different feeling when you're pulling heavy on a deadlift bar and you can feel the flex in that bar. You can feel yourself pull the slack out of that bar, get the slack out of your body, and you almost feel like in a split second that you're sort of building momentum into the pull. Whereas on that axle, you're grinding against that and you have to reach a maximal level of recruitment and force before it even breaks the floor. So sometimes you have a moment of doubt like, oh my God, is this going to move?
Yeah, absolutely, no question about that. being patient, sticking with it, using that big leg drive off the ground, and then obviously bringing the glutes into it. Once you get to that sticking point, or that hinge point, is going to be so important for sure. And then not getting frustrated when you have to lock out and kind of grind through everything for sure.
The 13-inch height, that is also a game changer. Just because someone is the best puller from the floor doesn't necessarily mean they're the best puller from 13 inches. You might have 5 guys that are, pretty close to each other, and the best guy from a standard height out of that group might not be the best guy from 13.
Yeah,
they're all going to be close. They're going to be in the ballpark, but that could switch around a bit.
No question about it. Being able to be strong in the different positions, especially in this sport, so important. You might have a 13-inch pull to Arnold, and you go to your next big comment, and you're able to go to 18-inch pull or a silver dollar pull or a deficit pull. Excuse me. Or a deficit pull even, and be able to do the different lifts and be able to get after it for sure. So being strong in every position and not having a real weak spot in your deadlift is so important as you go through your yearly training and your decision on what events you're going to do for sure.
Now be careful talking about those deficit pulls, because it was a handful of years ago at the Arnold when we had a 4-inch deficit axle deadlift for reps that I believe left everyone mentally traumatized to this day who did that event.
So I remember being there for that. That was actually my first Arnold I competed in. Magnus from Magnuson kind of looked at me after I pulled one at 600 pounds and said, "No more?" And I said, yes sir, no more. I am done.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, me and Magnus had a moment, as I like to say.
What a year to debut when we decided to break out that event.
I was a little upset and flustered. That's back before the 90 kilo had his own class too, which I had qualified in the 90 kilo class and had to move up to the 105. So there's a lot of learning and growing for sure. Many calories were had.
What is your favorite pull? If you could pick the height, if you could pick the bar, reps, max, ladder, what is your event if you're have your pick of deadlift event?
That is a great question. I love a regular deadlift bar for reps, somewhere in the mid 6s, low 7s, where the 105s are going to be getting somewhere between 3 to 8 reps on usual. That's kind of my favorite pull. I think that's just so much fun. Becomes just down to who wants it more, who's going to get it, and it's just a lot of fun for sure.
Now, are you would you prefer a touch and go or up, down, and up signals? Because
I'm such a slow puller off the ground, I definitely love the reset. That definitely helps me out against the other ones for sure.
There you go.
Absolutely.
There you go.
Got to play the favorites there for sure. We've had some quick frames over here, Paul. I've been very impressed by the females so far. The athletes over there in the 57 class have done a fantastic job of holding on to it. I'm expecting Hannah right here to have a good run as well, so we'll see what she does.
And you can really tell with the smaller bodied athletes like our 57 kilo women how wide the grips are on that frame, and that makes a difference. It actually makes it harder to hold on to. It taxes the back a little bit differently the wider that grip gets. Now as the athletes get bigger, it's not going to have quite the same effect. Somebody who's 6'2", it's not going to be that wide of a thing for them, but with these 57 kilo women that might be 5'2", that's a very wide grip for them. It's very hard.
No question about it. And as you go through and you look at it, you see how they are almost in that snatch grip position for some of the shorter ones for sure, which definitely puts them at a disadvantage with this equipment. But good news is they're all using the same stuff. They do a great job of figuring out what weights work best and what's challenging but still doable, which they've done a great job of it. Obviously, James Deffenbaugh, the owner of Strongman Corp, does a fantastic job of using the data to figure out what kind of weights they should use and figure out what's reasonable but not crazy.
Yeah, beautiful thing about strongman sport, it's the same for everybody. Yes. So when one person has an implement that is just brutally difficult, guess what? The next person in the class got the same thing.
Correct. That stone stays the same no matter what, for sure.
We are all in this together. But yeah, you shouted out James there, and you know what? I don't think James gets enough shout-outs for the hard work that he does. And one thing that he has been very good at for a number of years, you touched on it right there, is using data, collecting data, looking at evidence from multiple competitions to help figure out the appropriate level of challenge for different competitions. Because the level of challenge required here at the Arnold World Championships is much higher than it would be at a local level competition. Yeah. You wouldn't see these weights at a local level competition because nobody's going to move them.
Correct. That's absolutely something that needs to be stated for sure. James did a fantastic job of that. And obviously Dion before him just did a great job of figuring out where these weights should be and then leaning on the people within the weight classes. Great pull by Hannah there in lane number 2 for the deadlift. Just doing a great job of figuring out what athletes they can use to test things out and see what's reasonable and also use the data. Hey, we went up 3% across the board on our carry events. This is the weight we're going to do this year. This is the weight we're going to do next year. And kind of having a long-term plan, which was something this sport 10, 15 years ago when you and I were both young and, you know, strong, didn't really have a whole lot of, for sure. It seemed pretty random back then. So it's done a good job of that.
You assumed there was a time I was strong.
Oh, man. Let's see how this lane goes for the frame. Oh, there we go. Quick start right there. I thought Jill got a little early. Man, Andrew making quick work over there in lane number 4.
Nicholson is flying with this. Look at that foot speed.
Good God.
Andrew Nicholson did his homework on the frame carry event.
And that was a great entire heat right there, too. All of them look like they're going to finish. So Andrew Nicholson truly showing some elite level grip and speed right there. Sarah Johnson pulling great in lane number 2 after Hannah finished up. I saw Caleb Vaughn over there. He had a good pull.
It's
Great
not enough in this sport to be able to pick up heavy stuff. You have to be able to pick it up, you have to be able to move it, and you have to be able to move it faster than the next guy.
Correct. That foot speed is something that doesn't get talked about as well. Talked about strength, talked about this, power, explosiveness, but that speed, man, it's going to kill. It's going to be the reason why amazing athletes move on to higher levels for sure.
So for an athlete listening to this now who is struggling to get speed on their moving events, what would be your first go-to to help them increase that foot speed on something like a frame carry?
Yeah, the very first thing I would have them do is take a look at how they're stepping. So many athletes try to take those long, big strides. Short, choppy steps are going to win with a heavier weight, just so there's not as much time in the flight phase. And then teaching them to fight against the band is another great one. Wow, great run right there by Jenna, in lane number 2. And then Gina finishing strong as well in lane number 1. But the biggest thing is having them fight against the band as well, where somebody's behind them, pulling them back with the band and teaching them to turn those feet over, be quick with it, and being able to move those feet as quickly as possible for sure. Would be a couple of easy starting points for sure.
Great advice there. I hope anybody's listening to this. You know, a lot of athletes, especially that are young in the sport, they fall in love with the static events. They fall in love with the pressing. They fall in love with the deadlifting. And they find that they're losing points on things like the carries, you know, the yokes, the frames, etc. Or maybe they're losing points on throwing events and things of that nature. So it's very important to be that analytical and, you know, reach out to a coach, figure out a way, how can I get better at X, Y, and Z? Because log pressing and deadlifting is only going to take you so far.
Correct, absolutely. And then, you know what, at a local level, you can get away with that for sure, because all of the athletes are pretty much the same talent-wise. But once you get to this level where 0.01 seconds determines first place and third place, you know, it becomes so difficult. Great run right there by Chelsea in lane 2. Brianne close behind. The gentleman finishes strong in the 90 kilo class. Good job by Alan, Seth. Come on, Seth. Need these points, buddy. Every step matters.
Seth having some trouble with his hands there. You see him shake his hands out after he sat it down there.
Yep, good pick. Couple extra feet. That's going to matter. That's the crazy thing about this, Paul. I know you've seen it before in these frame carries and other grip events where every freaking step is going to lead to another couple points for sure.
Absolutely. Every inch matters on this. That could be the difference between, you know, another point, another 2 points, another 3 points.
Yes, sir. Especially when trying to make it to the finals for day 2. It's such a big show like this one.
And his hands are about toast. I hope his calluses are still on at this point, which is a very real danger on an event like this. You know, if you tear your calluses off, no matter how tough you are, no matter what your pain tolerance is, if your hands are bleeding, if you open up, that blood is like oil on the metal. For sure, no question about that. You can wipe them off in your pants real quick, but it never seems to be enough to get them out of the way. So no question about it. Having the torn callus is definitely a big problem. And then moving into the rope, arm over arm coming up after this too, that's going to play an impact for the rest of his day 1 for sure, if that's what happened. Great pull in lane number 4 right there. That looked very easy. Looked like a 5 rep weight or more.
Lane 2 strapping in, ready to go. So the only problem I had with that pull, she's obviously strong. That was a great pull. The way you were talking earlier about taking the slack out and being a little more patient, that might come back to haunt her. She's not a little more patient taking that slack out in the future.
Getting the next few lined up for the frame carry event. Lanes 3 and 4 running. Looks like we got the ladies done in that frame carry. So we're finishing our gentlemen here.
Wow, lane number 4 off to a fast start.
Very good foot speed, good transition, picks it right back up, takes off. The grip is holding, the feet are moving quickly.
Great job, that's massive points right there, well done. Lane number 3.
Big points, you are correct.
Lane number 3 fighting hard too, by no means something to scoff at. He's having a great run as well, Justin right there. But I'll tell you what, Mads, he had a great freaking run right there. I'm assuming he's one of our international athletes. I'm gonna guess somewhere in the Norway, Sweden area. Just a guess.
Scandinavian name for sure there. Looks like we're at 645 pounds in lane number 3. Referee Brian Gilbo making an explanation there, maybe showing him the weight chart. Now on this deadlift event, they have preset increments that they can choose from. The weight goes up in 20 or 30 pound jumps. It just alternates 20, 30, 20, 30 as they go. So right now you see lane 4 at 715, and that was a beautiful pull, a little bit slightly off center, but it didn't matter. So the next weight would be 20 to 30 pounds higher that they can choose from. He can't choose, oh, okay, give me 716.
Correct. That's going to play a big role too. Being able to know exactly where your jumps are, knowing where to jump in, knowing when to go for your second attempt. Fantastic run there by Alec. Holy cow. Oh, Brad, just a quick drop right there. Great re-job. Oh, man, great re-pick and get after it. Good job by Brad, minimizing his mistake right there.
Yep.
But going back to the deadlift, you're absolutely right. The weird thing about having the powerlifting style but still having the weight jumps is knowing exactly where your pulls are and being honest with yourself, honest with your athlete or your coach, and knowing, hey, these are my 3 attempts. This is the best way to get myself points or minimize a mistake and make sure that we maximize whatever we can if we're a good puller for sure. Excellent pull right there, lane number 2. RP air right there, as the kids say, Paul.
I do like this style where we do it is set up somewhat powerlifting style with the round system. Everybody goes round 1, everybody goes round 2, everybody goes round 3. But with the preset increments, that helps prevent errors, right? Because we're running 4 lanes. It helps prevent loading errors when you have preset increments.
Absolutely.
And it also tends to make the attempt selection go a lot smoother and quicker when you have so many athletes that you're dealing with. You don't have somebody trying to decide whether they should go with 721 or 726.
Correct.
Right?
Absolutely.
You don't have that option.
No.
It's bigger jumps, and it really helps you settle in. You're probably really only deciding between 1 or 2 increments at any given time.
Yeah, no question about it. I think you're absolutely right on that. Caleb Vaughn walking up here in lane number 3 at 675 or 615, I can't read.
645 in lane number 3.
Perfect. There's Vaughn pulling. Great pull. Gentleman out of Mississippi, good pull right there.
Good smooth work. Didn't even have to hitch it.
But I think you're absolutely right. I think having the jumps preset, obviously for our judges and for our loaders and spotters, it makes life a lot easier, but it also keeps things moving quickly. But it still gives the athletes just enough, say over their attempts that they can have, an implement and be able to play a little bit of that game. Like, hey, this athlete's going here, I need to go 1 up.
Look at this
down.
race in the frame carry. Abel pulling ahead.
Great job. That's going to be, woo!
And Nathan flies over the frame.
Nathan sliding into home for the big win right there. I like that.
That was a heck of a race. Great display of strength by both gentlemen there. Of course, William Cody Abel, defending champion in this division from last year.
Yeah, long-time 90-kilo stud for sure. Been a great athlete, done a great job.
I was on the stage with him when he realized he won during the keg load event, and he dropped down to his knees on the stage with tears in his eyes when he realized he had finally won the Arnold. He had been working so hard for so long to do it. It was a pretty incredible moment to just see that genuine emotion come out.
For sure. That's one of those moments you're going to remember the rest of his life for sure. No question about that. And it means so much to these athletes and all the time and hours and blood, sweat, and tears they put into the sport for sure. Nick and Dorian off to a quick start, especially Dorian in lane number 3 right there.
Yes, he is. Moving incredibly well.
Well done. Good first part. Halfway done. See if we can turn. Well done, sir. Very nice run. Nick's got a chance to make up some points right here and get after it. Good job, Nick. Just got to finish.
Another advantage of being quick is that's less time that your grip has to hold on to the implement. That's less time your body has to support the implement. So not only, thinking about the next event, we go into an arm over arm pull. If your back and your hands are more gassed out than another guy's from this event, you're going into the next event with a disadvantage.
No question about it. You want to minimize the amount of effort you have to put in to get through the events for sure. And that'll leave you on that second day 2 and be able to get after it for those final events, hopefully, that you made for sure. And that's something we talk about all the time too, is what are you doing to fuel backstage? How does that look? Are you hydrating? Are you taking care of all the little things to make sure you can be in the right spot for each one of these events?
And what sort of little things, if you have an athlete here, or if you as an athlete, you've already done the deadlift, You move on. You've already done this overhead press. You do this frame carry. What are you doing backstage before the final event, before you go into that arm over arm pull, to make sure that you can perform?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think the hydration is definitely one of the most important things that a lot of these athletes forget about, right? If you think about it from a very macro standpoint, we're really only working for about 5 minutes on competition day, which is kind of funny when you think about it that way. But if you think about all the little things that go into it, the warm-ups, the stress, the travel, everything else you've done, if you weight cut for these weight class athletes, that can play such a role. So the hydration comes into it, the fueling comes into it with the food, what's going to sit well, and then making sure you take care of yourself from any sort of recovery standpoint, whether that's quick cupping session, stretching session, whatever you need. And you also need to be able to bring your central nervous system down and be able to recover like mentally from each event as well, and kind of put it behind you and move on.
Speaking of hydration and recovery, if you need an element pack, I have some in my bag.
I definitely will need one of those after this for sure, and I appreciate it. Dean making quick work, lane 3, great run. Peter right behind him right there, well done.
And Calavoda went down. Hopefully he didn't eat the crossbar on that.
Yeah, that crossbar is taking a few chins and some teeth probably with it as well. We had those America's Strongest Man 105 this year. Those are well-built frames, very good handles on them, very good for the athletes. They'll definitely enjoy using those this weekend for sure. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Big shout out to Element right there. Appreciate y'all. Oh, great pull, lane number 2 right there. Looking strong for sure. She's got lots more to go.
You know, that pull looked so strong, I would venture to say it may have been fueled by our sponsor, Metrics, and their amazing nutrition products. Make sure to check out everything Metrics has to offer. A long time ago, Metrics was the title sponsor of World's Strongest Man.
Yes, sir.
We remember those iconic Bill Kazmaier commercials, right?
No question about it. Him talking about it over and over again. I mean, those are the Marius years. Those are a lot of fun to watch, for me at least. Oof, great pull, lane number 4, second attempt right there, looking very strong. But yeah, absolutely, Metrics is a fantastic company, and obviously coming back into the strongman sport, we appreciate them for sure.
The Storm guys, another one of our sponsors for the weekend. And there is a storm brewing here in this competition as these athletes are fighting for every point possible to make the finals tomorrow. 4 events today, 3 events tomorrow. So our top athletes are going to have to go through 7 events in order to determine a champion.
Yeah, it's absolutely grueling. As you all know, Paul, those 2-day events are no joke, and they definitely test every bit of you for sure. By the time you leave here after day 1, typically it's really hard to sleep knowing you're going to the finals. Mind's racing, you got to calm everything down, get you some rest, get you some sleep, make sure you're ready to go for sure.
And along with the theme of what we've been talking about here, I'm giving away a lot of my secrets here, Matt. I hope you know.
I'm writing them down.
I have 2 rules for my athletes. Both kind of pertain to what we've been talking about. One is we don't lose points because we didn't train our grip. And the second one is we don't lose points because we're out of shape. And when we're talking about recovery between events, recovery between training sessions, or just recovery in general, your general condition, your level of physical preparedness has such a big impact on that. The better just what a normal person would think of as just being in shape, the better shape that you're in, you know, the more you've actually applied yourself to your cardio, your conditioning, et cetera, the more you're going to be able to actually recover between events and express the strength that you have. Because it's a darn shame when somebody is incredibly strong, but they're 3 or 4 events into a competition and they can no longer show what they've got.
Yeah, no question about it. That GPP work, or whatever word you want to use there, that ability, that general physical preparedness, being able to do a little bit of work, having that cardio be there for you, helps your recovery, helps your overall strength. The way they used to describe it back in the Russian conjugate system would be building the pyramid only works if you have a massive base underneath it, then you can only go so high. So I couldn't agree more, and it's definitely something we preach to our guys as well, for sure. I think that's Portia Birdsley down there looking to be ready in lane 1 or lane 2. Ready to strap in and pull once they finish loading up the bar for her, our amazing volunteers and helpers here.
Yeah, the legendary Travis Ortmeyer floating around there in the background. That man is still an absolute unit.
He absolutely is, for sure. I think we saw him at ASM at Olympia. He still had his arm in the sling, so it's good to see him rehabbing and getting back after a little bit. Looks like lane 2 is getting ready to go. Frames are all set up. This 105 class is very deep this year too. I'll be excited to see who comes out on top to make the finals, and then how they do tomorrow as well.
You know, 105 is just it's an absolute dogfight. You know, you go to nationals, and you know your biggest men's classes are your open heavies and your 105 pretty much every year. It's such a competitive, just across the board competitive division where you have 20 guys that could realistically, you know, hit podium.
Yeah, no question about it. And one mistake, one misstep, one whatever, one bomb, all of a sudden it changes everything in the entire opponent. Great pull right here, lane 4. Come on.
Look at this effort. He is grinding through this. Can he hitch it up?
Oh, he is fighting hard.
Starting to lose it.
Oh, great effort right there. Good job by the spotter being right behind him to catch him just in case as well. Portia Birdsley was good down there in lane 1. Lane 3 coming up with our socks again here, Paul. I'm excited for it. Excellent color choice here. I like where we're going.
The bright pink socks of power. Yeah, Evanoff really fought for that. It didn't pan out for him. If that was about 5 pounds lighter, he'd have made that lift.
No question about it. He was right on the verge right there. Here comes Christine in lane number 2. Lane number 1 looking strong down there. Great pull. Christine always has her hair looking fantastic, no question about it. I heard they actually based the girl from K-Pop Demon Hunters, Yumi, after her. So, you know, pretty big shout out right there. My kids, Mac and G, would be excited to see that for sure.
And speaking of, look at that. I don't know if she's a demon hunter, but she's a deadlift hunter.
Well played, sir. Well played. Big pull right here in lane number 4. Looks like we're up to 7:15. Sorry, lane 3, my apologies.
Wasn't quite there, just a bit much for Schwartz.
Excellent effort right there. This is where it starts to separate here, especially in the 105s. I think that mid-7s to low 8s is really going to be what we see. And then obviously our open men are going to push that even higher to the mid-8s, low 9s. So it's going to be a lot of fun to watch for sure. Talking to most of the 105s backstage, some of the better pullers like Shane Darrow and Jeff Laney and guys like that, Stephen Bradley. I think they're really going to push that low to mid-8s would be a really good pull.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy to think that's what it's going to take. But that's what it's going to take in order to come out on top in that division.
100%. Great pull down there in lane 1. Lane 3 lighting up, one of our 105s. Good pull right there. Excellent job. For those of you guys watching at home, it is so difficult to call these max effort events just because it's hard to get the name stages up there and figure out who's going when. So stick with us here. We'll keep doing the best we can.
485 pounds in lane number 2. I could tell she was a little bit off center as she initiated that pull. I saw one side of the bar start to break the floor, but not the other. You know, it can be a little difficult to get lined up on these axles properly. There's not much in the way of markings on the bar, so it's very important to practice getting set up as evenly as possible every time when you're practicing on these bars.
No question about it. As you go through your warm-ups, you should know exactly, hey, this is where I'm going to be. I don't care where the chalk is. I don't care where the guy behind me, or sorry, in front of me went. I'm going to set up my way every time, just like this gentleman did. Got his footwork perfect, strapped in, got his hands exactly where he wanted him, uses his thumbs to measure. Now he's going to have a big pull here, hopefully.
735. It is moving.
Well done.
That was just a picture-perfect deadlift. This 13-inch axle.
Lane 3 getting ready. Little upper back rounding. I like it. Got into a position that felt comfortable for him. Took the slack out of the bar. Nice and slow and controlled. Good pull.
Lane 2, she broke it off the floor. It floated for a second.
See if she can't stick with it. Come back. There we go.
Look at this in lane 1.
There we go. Nice.
And she gets the lift. Happy about that one, and deservedly so.
Absolutely. Figuring out how much time she's got left in lane 2, deciding whether she wants to take one more shot at it. Doyle up in lane number 4 right here for the 105 class. Straps in.
Hey, another strength legend, Alan Colley, poking out from behind the curtain there.
The Florida man himself.
Yep.
Doyle,
look at
successful.
this.
Nice pull. Well done, sir.
Fantastic.
He's probably going up to whatever the next jump is, 765, 770, or sorry, 755. Either a 30-pound jump or 20-pound jump like you touched on earlier.
665 here, over 300 kilos, and made short work of it.
Very nice pull. Looks like we got some third attempts coming up in lane 1 and lane 2 down there. Be excited to see what they get up to. Some of these ladies in the 73 class should be well into the 4s by the time we get there.
So 73 kilos in the neighborhood of 160 pounds body weight, 82 kilogram class in the neighborhood of 180 pounds body weight. It's our classically referred to as our middleweight women's divisions.
Yep, Tyler Davis over here jumping up to the 105s because he didn't want to cut weight. pulling 735 easy. He and his wife Megan have done a good job. Yep, got to give your weight, Tyler, before you go to the backstage.
Easy to forget in the heat of the moment, especially when you just hauled up 735 pounds.
For sure. Oh, good
and
pull,
over
man,
500 down there in lane number 2.
Well done.
As she is all pumped about it.
Anytime you can break that number 5 for sure in that weight class is a heck of a pull. Well done.
Tree trunk legs on that gentleman.
Yeah, Pierce is definitely one of the bigger guys as far as lower body strength goes. He was ready to go, but looks like he's got to wait one more man to go. Good pull down there in lane 1. She's excited about it. I love when the athletes get after it. Hannah, lane number 2, getting ready.
Here we go. Lanes 2 and 4.
505 and 735, 2 big pulls for each one of these weight classes. Short work, well done. Good lockout. Hannah, good
Hannah's
position.
got it above the knees. Can she hitch it to lockout?
Yes, she can.
And gets the job done.
Good job. Good pull.
Competing now in the 160, she calls herself Big Han.
I like that. Got to have a good nickname to go behind it for sure. Oh, good fight in lane 1. Just couldn't quite get it past the knee to get the hitch. Good job in lane 3. Finish up in the mid-6s. 735 coming over here, Pierce. Pierce decided that it wasn't enough his name's on the back. He's got to wear his lanyard too to make sure the judges know who he is.
Maybe he's going to use the pendulum effect of the lanyard to swing that into position and counterbalance the weight.
I like it. See, that's that high-level science stuff I never got before, Paul. I appreciate that. Sarah Johnson making quick work, our ASW reigning champ. I believe she also won OSG this year, so a couple great accolades behind her. Amazing athlete.
It's incredible how many just decorated athletes that we have here competing all together. But there are athletes who may not have that many accolades that are going to be right there pushing them, that are making a name for themselves for the first time this weekend.
I mean, you said it perfectly, right? When you go to Nationals or the Arnold or any of the major Strongman Corporation shows, the number of people who can push the top podium usually somewhere ends up in the, for the smaller weight classes, maybe 5 to 10 people. For the bigger weight classes, though, like you said, there are 15 to 20 people who very easily could make finals and very easily could make the podium. And it just comes down to that weekend who's most prepared and who minimizes mistakes the most, which is a crazy thought.
And events matter as well, you know. They change from competition to competition.
Correct.
And, you know, we have 4 events today to determine who goes to the finals. If you have a weakness in one of those 4 events, you know, that's tough to overcome because it's only 4 events.
Yeah. So I'm willing to bet if we had taken those 3 events from tomorrow for the finals, and put them in day 1, we'd have an entirely different looking set of competitors in the finals tomorrow, which is again, just wild to think about how much it changes from one to the next. Oh, good job in lane number 1. Fight, finish it. Not quite there. Go pull lane number 3. The 4 lanes and having the 2 different options, the light and the heavy bar, has been really, really smart to make these athletes move through faster and really keep them moving for sure. I like that a lot. Looks like we got our frame back up and running as well.
And here we go. We're going to kick off the frame. Looks like are we on our 200 class men there? I'm
guessing we're finishing up the 90s, right?
We should be starting the
log press medley. Log and dumbbell should be coming next for the 105. So this has got to be our 90 kilo men. We'll get that sorted out. We'll figure that out.
Yeah.
Here comes EJ Harrelson, lane number 3, strapping in for the deadlift.
So our 64 kilo women and our 90 kilo men, I believe, on the frames.
EJ making quick work right there. Mid-6s, little shake, shimmy. Good pull, EJ. Nice job. Got some good hair coming out, lane number 4 right here. I like it. A little different, standing out. Oh, the Jordan's added to it, though. I'm not going to lie to you. That's a good look right there. I like that. 755, we made our 20-pound jump. We're ready to go.
755. That is an absurd amount of weight.
Martin moving fast in lane number 1 right here for the frame.
Yes, she is.
Well.
And if you recall, Martin is the one who straddled the pad earlier on that final log press.
She is showing athleticism on everything right now. I like it. Moving very nicely.
Yep, she had great success on that frame carry, finished it ahead of Frazier. So some of these athletes, they dye their hair. Some of them even put on some war paint. Maybe they come in with the bright pink socks or whatever. Was there anything that you did or anything that you do that was sort of like a good luck charm for you, or something that helped you get in the right mindset that might seem a little silly?
So I actually wear a pair of socks that have my kids' faces on them, and that's just kind of a reminder to me. And every single time there's a live stream, like for example, this last time at ASM, I'd walk over to the camera afterwards, tell them I love them, and just do that, because you always feel bad as a dad being away from them. Obviously they understand and they love watching me compete, but you still hate to be away from them for a couple of days, no matter what the reason is. Great job by Porsche right there, lane 1. Great pull.
That's my favorite answer I've ever had to that question.
I appreciate that for sure.
Hey, from one dad to another,
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm hoping Mac and Grady are watching right now. If not, they're in between soccer games, so hopefully we can say hello to them and they'll enjoy it for sure.
I am 100% certain my kids are not watching this right now, but one day they might.
How old are your kids right now, Paul? 13 and about to be 14. Man. You know what I mean? I'm getting up there in the years. And then I've got a 7-year-old who just turned 7 as well. So. Well, I need some dad advice here. I'll get off here, off camera, of course, but definitely have some questions. My daughter just turned 9, so I've definitely got some big questions coming up. Oh my. Great job there in lane number 1. They're all fun ages. They're just different, you know? That's a great answer right there. Soren making quick work. Lane number 1, good frame run right there. Lane number 2 moving quickly as well. Catching up to her. Good job. Yeah, toe back finishes. Well done. Lane 1 and lane 2, big points right there, finishing up. Jeff Laney in lane number 4. Successful. They're in lane 3. Yeah. And 7:55 up for Laney. Yep, well done right there. Good pull by Jeff. Should be moving up to 7:75 or 7:85 on that lane 4 would be my guess. And then I think 8:05 is the next jump after that, which will be a lot of fun for sure. And you called it. Low 8s is what it's going to take. For sure. I don't even think some of the bigger pullers, I don't think I've seen Shane come out yet. He should be pulling, we were talking just a few minutes ago before the live stream, and he's hoping to pull 7:85 and then 8:05, and then maybe go a little higher if he needs to for his next jump. And then Stephen Bradley should be coming out here soon as well for his first or second attempt, which will be a lot of fun to watch. 2 great pullers for sure. Guys I really enjoy competing with. Well, as we know, it's not about being the best at any one event. It's about having a complete strength throughout your entire body and a level of ability you can apply to all of these different challenges. And sometimes being great at one event, I don't want to say it backfires, but we tend to get seduced a little. If for example, if I happen to be a great deadlifter, which I am not saying I am, maybe I just even subconsciously, maybe I focus on that more because I like it, because it's fun, because I'm good at it, and I get that feeling of being successful at something, right? Yeah, for sure. And then maybe on the things that we're not quite as competitive on, maybe those things get pushed to the back, and you've got to really have kind of the opposite mindset and say, hey, look, I know I'm top 3 in the deadlift. Yeah. Okay, maybe I need to back off of that so I can really apply some of my training towards another event that maybe I'm not so great. Maybe that circus dumbbell or something like that, right? Oh, fantastic point for sure. The younger athletes definitely do that. I think the older, more mature, and more successful athletes definitely understand and have a real needs analysis for where they have to work, and that's where their off-season work typically goes toward for sure. Whether it's body composition, whether it's conditioning, whether that's a specific event, whatever that looks like. Lane 3, moving fast. William Murray looking great. Nico, lane 4, caught him though. That's going to be a photo finish right there. I'm not sure who got that one. Nico was ahead on the first lap. When they made the transition, William was faster and got ahead, but Nico caught up right there at the end. I have no idea who crossed the line first. It's going to be a close finish right there for sure. It's going to be an excellent run. Well done by both gentlemen. Either way, big points. And Sarah just sparkling her way across the line here, getting close. The sparkly belt of power is going to see her through. Good job, Sarah. Good job, Sarah. Well done. Good to finish. Shay O'Brien had a good run on that as well, too. She did a good job. Good pull right there, lane number 3. 7:15, just went over the 700 mark in lane 3. Good job.
7:15 in the books. Still at 7:55 in lane number 4.
Doing a good job getting himself centered, strapping in, just like we talked about last time with the same gentleman. Just going to be ready to go. Woo, Rochelle got off to a start right there.
He is right there. He's got to finish it.
Oh, just barely lost that.
And that,
oh,
did he get credit?
I am not sure.
That was a borderline rep. I'm not 100% sure if he got credit for that one. I mean, he was right there at the lockout and then went down, but I don't know if he went down because they gave him a signal or he just lost it.
I thought he took a step backwards while he still wasn't completely locked out and stabilized, but I might have miscounted that, and I'm certainly not one to question the judges. So whatever they determine, I agree with.
Absolutely. It's very difficult to sit here and judge all of those things, especially in the moment. And the judge is looking straight on. The judge doesn't have a side view of that either, so they've got a slightly different view than what we've got via the live stream here.
And that's a great point that some people forget about, right? They have instant replay even at the NFL level, so sometimes things get missed or look a little different, but either way, our judges have done a great job so far. Kristen and Jessica off to a foot race.
Look at this.
And then Drake's is freaking moving. He's going. Let's go.
Yep, Drake's looking good.
That was a great
Jessica
right
slightly
there.
ahead.
Ooh.
And again, photo finish between Kristen and Jessica.
Love that.
We are seeing some tight races here.
And good job by Mark finishing out. That's going to be big points for him as well. Great heat all the way around on that one.
We're going to call this man the Rooster because of that red on top of his head.
I like it. I like it.
Rocking the jorts, and here we go.
All day. Oh, man, great job getting off the floor.
Bottom of the knees. Now, what's your thought process here? If that's you and you pulled that bar to the knees and stalled out below the knees, are you trying to tug it again, or are you saying, hey, I'm going to walk away and live to fight another day?
Yeah, so my general rule of thumb is if I can't get it after a second attempt, I pretty much shut it down. I think that anytime you go into the third, fourth, fifth attempt, you're just wasting energy and really not going to be very likely to get it. But that second attempt for sure, you might have just been trapped in a little different. You might have been a little twisting. You know, something bad might have happened there. I think the biggest thing there was he just did not do a good job of staying out over the bar, which sounds silly, but he was just being impatient about when he wanted to bring his hips, and it kind of messed with his timing a little bit.
Melanie Taylor, Carly Oliveira, Tim Lum, Dylan Thompson. And Dylan absolutely smoking this.
Well done, Dylan.
And Carly edges out Melanie. But that was a good race.
She needs those points after that overhead press for sure. And obviously a long time, very high level competitor. She knows that. She did a great job executing and getting some points made up.
Tim having some trouble with his hands there. He went to stand up with it. You saw him, he let loose. It's that left hand. You see as he's starting to pull and try to stand up, that left hand's opening up on him.
Yeah, he kept looking at it too. As soon as he took his hands off, first thing he did was look down at that left hand. That can be maddening as an athlete to have a bad run like that, but hopefully he'll bounce back and do well in the arm over arm for sure.
You know, strongman can be a cruel sport. You know, sometimes we have injuries or things that might affect certain body parts, and you know, it could be a case like a Trey Mitchell case where he had nerve damage from a car wreck, and so on a frame event, his one hand doesn't cooperate, and there he is. You know,
no question
so
about
it can be a very cruel scenario sometimes with these events.
And that definitely goes back to what we were talking about earlier, like having the events be different can really shape the entire finals and shape the podium so much differently just based on one event, two events, three events. It's kind of crazy actually if you think about it.
Absolutely. Christina Arthur, Jen Saley, James Garton, and Charlie Dower.
Charlie's got some pretty good grip, usually pretty quick on moving events to see how he does here. And then Jen did a fantastic job on the press medley. We'll see if she can't finish up strong on the frame.
Here we go. They are off and running. All four look solid here in the early going.
That's a good heat so far.
Yes, it is. Good transitions. Garton probably the fastest transition.
Woo! Him and Charlie 1-2. Hopefully Jen she got through on the line before she dropped. Good job. Same thing with Christina. Excellent heat all the way around right there. That's what you hope for as a promoter and also as a volunteer, because this way it's reset, ready to go for the next event.
Yeah, the volunteers definitely appreciate when the athletes finish the frame, let me tell you.
They start just applauding right there. Thanks, guys.
Here we go, 755.
Like nothing. Good pull.
Tremendous power. The glutes, the hamstrings, the low back, all doing an incredible amount of work to haul up that kind of weight.
My guess is he might skip the next jump and just go straight to that 805 or 815. Because that looked pretty dang good. I don't know about you, Paul, but I would skip the next one and probably make a bigger jump. But we'll see what this gentleman decides to do.
Certainly looks good for a lot more.
Lane 3, Caleb's back up. See what he does right here. Should be in about 735 or 755 right now. We'll get that number for you. Great job by Ferris. Leslie making quick work.
Ferris smokes the course.
Nice job. Andrew.
Pepio takes the heat.
Come on, Caleb. Finish. Finish. Yes. Good job. And he is excited. Great toughness. Great pull. Go backstage, take off your briefs, get ready to go for the next event. I like it. Great pull.
The weights keep climbing on this 13-inch max axle deadlift. Most weight wins. If there is a tie, then there's just a tie. There's no consideration for how many attempts were taken prior, who opened higher, etc., etc. It's only based on the most weight pulled.
Absolutely, which is the way it should be too. Like, having the split points is a better way to do it than having small little intricacies be the reason why points are split up like that. So I'm 100% behind that. I support that.
It is a fine way to do the event. Megan Muskian, Megan Davis, Austin Lambert, Alfredo Tatum, our next four here in the frame carry event at the Arnold Strongman World Championships and Pro-Am, brought to you by Strongman Corporation. You see our past champions up on the wall in the background on those graphics.
A lot of them competing here today again as well. Starting to get some repeats for sure.
Yeah, just so you can see on screen right now, Carly Oliveira, you can see Cody Abel.
Great
Here we
run.
go.
Great run by the Megans right here, having a battle. Alfredo down there also making some really fast progress. Well done. No drops here. It's going to be a really fast run. Wow.
And Megan
Great
Davis
job.
gets the job done, slightly ahead of Muskian.
Yeah. And the crazy thing is, Austin's had one drop, but he's done a fantastic job. This is still going to be huge points if he can go without one more drop. Yep, there it is. Great job, Austin. Again, sometimes it makes it look really bad in your heat because you get against some freaking studs and all of a sudden you look slow, but you go back and look at the scores, that's probably going to still be in the top 10 and top 8 right there. Got a little dancing going on by the cameraman. He's looking pretty good.
Yeah, but it's all about accumulating points over the course of the event. Hey, if you get 10th place, that's still solid points.
Very good points for sure, especially in the bigger weight classes where you got 20, 30 athletes for sure.
Colleen, Emma, Heitor, and Jose.
Another great heat. Look at this. Fast transitions. Colleen's got a chance to outshot Emma. It's going to be a battle right there. Wow.
I think Colleen got the job done.
I think so. Fantastic run by Jose and Heitor as well. Great job down there by those gentlemen, lane 3 and 4, moving very quickly.
7:35 going for a ride here in lane number 3, our 105 kilo men's division.
Collie likes it a lot, getting after him. I like the overalls. That's a good look for him for sure, you know. Alan's always been around a long time, heck of a strongman athlete himself. Tyler Davis coming up, lane 4, 775. Big pull for a gentleman who usually competes in the 90 kilo class. See how he does.
775 pounds, 13-inch axle.
No problem. Good pull.
And Davis does it. 775 official.
McCrae looking great in lane 1. Katie Lloyd right behind. Chance for some big points right here. She can turn around. Great job in transition. Good pick. Good run. Good job by both ladies right there. Jeremy coming in fast. Carlos making quick work over there in lane 4. Well done, sir.
I need to ask Holly if I can borrow her triceps when I head to the beach.
I mean, I think my press would go up 30 pounds just off of that for sure. No question about it.
I'm just thinking they look a lot better than mine.
Little column A, little column B, you know, winning all the way around. No, fantastic work by her, looking very strong in the competition so far. I believe this is Pierce coming back up in lane 4. Should be 775 still. Still got his lanyard on, wants to make sure everybody knows who he is. I respect it. This is going to be a fight right here. just a little too back. So that's one of the things I'll see consistently, Paul, is a lot of guys when they pull from that 13-inch, or guys or gals, they get stuck at that knee and they don't know what to do. They're not sure where to handle it or where to go. As opposed to finishing the pull all the way to the knee and then bringing the glutes and bringing the hips, they try to drive everything up, and it leaves them either too far back or too far forward. It's such a minute difference where you need to be and figuring out that leverage to get back, but still be able to bring the butt and hamstring through to finish the lift for the walkout.
Some people call it no man's land, that 12 to 13-inch pull height, for that very reason.
Yes, sir. And that's such an important reason why this lift is so big for strongmen in general to work in during their yearly training cycle and figure out, where that weak point is, whether they stink at the lockout or stink off the floor. But either way, they got to figure out what that weak point is for them and then fix the heck out of it with hard, heavy work and accessories for sure.
Yeah, whether you have this.
Good pull.
Oh, my word.
Shane Darrow.
Smoked it.
This is the gentleman I was talking about. That should be his first attempt, if I'm not mistaken. He should be going 8:05, and then, like I said, he'll make another jump probably to the mid-8s if needed to get the points. It'll be interesting to see who comes up. Is that Jessica down there?
Jessica Mitchell.
I believe so.
Approaching the bar. Someone else with a heck of a resume.
For sure. Long-time, fantastic, top-level athlete for sure in this sport.
And here she goes.
A little slow for her opener, but fantastic finish. Obviously knows what she's doing. I won't question it. She looks good. Great pull.
On the board with 465 pounds. Yeah, these elevated height pulls, they are excellent training tools, even if you don't have this coming up in a contest. To pull from that 12 to 13-inch height, it's very valuable. It can teach you a lot. It takes away your leg drive out of the bottom, forces you to use the glutes and the lock in the brace on the low back.
Absolutely.
I particularly like elevated pulls for big heavyweights, because if you have a big belly, you have big legs, you're going to get so much out of that bottom position. You have a rebound effect off your own body, right? And sometimes that can affect your ability to develop a brace when you don't have that as well. So if we elevate that bar and suddenly your thighs aren't pressing into your midsection anymore, you have to learn to brace more in order to break that bar off the floor.
So perfect example, I have one of my heavyweights competing today. He's a 6'4" gentleman, and he has that exact problem. When he's down in there, he has a slightly larger midsection. He's able to kind of brace and wedge, is what most of us would call that, and get in there and really get tight. But as soon as I put him at 13 inches, we started his train up, it was rough. And we made massive strides through that just because of that exact reason, teach him how to brace in that position. Stephen Bradley coming out, this is his first attempt, opening at 8:05. Making quick work. Fantastic puller in the 105 division for sure.
Opening at 8:05. That sounds silly to even say.
Yeah, Stephen's got a heck of a pull. He's definitely a mid-8s puller in a regular bar from 9-inch height, so that makes total sense. So that means him and Shane Darrow are going to be going back and forth definitely for this. My guess is the next jump is going to be 825, or no, it might be the 30-pound jump. Nope, should be the 20-pound jump. Should be 825 coming up next. And there looks like he's discussing with David McCann right now what weight they want to take. I believe that's Ashley Harold coming up in lane number 2. Strapped in, ready to go. Big brace, big wedge. Good pull. Nice job in lane number 2 right there. You see those briefs on right there, Paul. What's your feelings on the briefs? I know it's been you and I have been around the sport for a long time, so we've seen a lot of come and go, from deadlift suits being very common to very uncommon very quickly. How do you feel about the fact that they've allowed and consistently allowed the softer kind of single ply briefs to most of the strongman corp events?
Well, I'm not the biggest fan of equipment. I feel like sorry, we're getting some entertainment here from the crowd. So
love that.
So little distraction.
Yeah.
Okay. But concerning the brief, so there are limitations on what they can wear with that. They can't wear the extremely rigid briefs. It has to be the what we call the stretchier style of that, which in all reality isn't adding much to the lift. And what I feel like when we get to a point where the equipment is adding so much to the lift that it's almost not competitive if you're not using it, then that's where we're starting to cross a line.
Sure.
In my opinion,
yeah.
Where we're starting to go from, okay, are we finding out who the strongest person is, or are we finding out who spent the most money on equipment?
Yeah. And knows how to use it the best.
Right, and all that kind of thing. So when you get into deadlift suits and things of that nature, it's almost hard to eat if you train by yourself. It's incredibly difficult to even manage that.
Correct. Just getting in and out of it.
Once you have that suit on, even loading your plates is a chore.
Yeah.
So it's a whole, there's a whole discussion there, I guess. But Cerberus makes great equipment, and that's what we're seeing a lot of these athletes wear. They're wearing those the Cerberus hot pants. It was, many years ago was Ray-Ban was the company, that
everybody had a pair. The
blue Ray-Ban shorts, yeah. But Cerberus does a great job with their sleeves and the warm pants, and it's become a mainstay in the sport. And of course I have no issue with that at all.
Yeah, absolutely. I was curious where you stood on that, because obviously when you and I first came in, it was very, very hotly debated topic, and something that was like really fought after. And James has done a really good job of setting exact standards, and now we kind of know where everything stands with the Strongman Corporation, and where they feel that you're comfortable wearing your different equipment, which is nice, because that way it's pretty consistent for the promoters, it's consistent for the athletes, consistent for everyone.
And speaking of consistent, we are consistently seeing the best athletes in the world here at the Arnold Strongman Pro-Am and World Championships, brought to you by Strongman Corporation. And we're seeing it right here with some tremendous pulls. Now, what does the back of her shirt say? Does that say Muscle Mama?
It does say Muscle Mama. She's one of the athletes from Mississippi, and she had a good pull right there.
Well, the Mississippi Muscle Mama with a massive pull.
I like that. We're adding to the nicknames. We're getting new nicknames. We're just crushing it today, Paul. I feel good about this.
I feel like we're doing pretty good. I got to be honest here.
Shane Darrow's trying to figure out where the next jump's going to go. Looks like they're having some discussion here about what they want to jump. I think what happened there was Habenzu accidentally pulled the wrong weight. I think we made a jump, and now Shane Darrow and Stephen Bradley, who both opened at 775 and then 805, are figuring out where they're going next. Should be an 825-pound jump coming up. These gentlemen should put on another 20 pounds and be ready to go for their second attempt, which again is absolutely wild.
At this point, I think we could just park a Cadillac on the bar and Darrow would probably still pull it.
He is a heck of a puller. He's also a local guy. He's actually from Columbus, Ohio, so for him, I think he got to sleep in his own bed last night, which is a huge advantage, as you well know, and he's going to get after it. I expect this to go pretty dang well, actually. Looks like they're making a pull 805. That's actually correct. He only pulled 775 open, so this is his second attempt right here. Shane's going to take his time. It's very deliberate, a very slow, methodical setup. Just a good sign of a veteran lifter who's done this for a long time. Down there in lane number 2, we're getting all set up as well. See who pulls it better.
And so he's got the arms straight down from the shoulders to maximize that arm length.
Yeah, Shane's going to make no problem with that one. Well done, sir.
Fantastic
Great
lift.
pull in lane number 2 as well. Look at that.
Heels,
tough lockout.
He had a heels under hip stance.
Yes, sir.
He had the arms straight down from the shoulders. He got the slack out of his body and the bar. We talk about getting the slack out of the bar. We often don't talk about getting the slack out of his body. He had that tension before he really initiated the pull. Came right up. You're seeing just a mastery of deadlifting here out of these athletes.
Correct. And one of the things we can talk about for the people at home that maybe not huge in the strongman world is that upper back rounding and finding that position that works for them, right? Shane has that slight upper back round like Eddie Hall did, and other really, really good pullers, obviously with a 500 kilo plus deadlift. And being able to do that is safe if you can set everything up the correct way. And it looks like Summer's getting ready to pull right there in lane number 2. I'm expecting some really big numbers from her. She has proven consistently to be a heck of a deadlifter in her weight class in the 82s for sure.
Yes, Summer's static strength is just off the charts. And, she's an athlete that has taken time away from the sport, come back, taken time away from the sport, kind of come back over the years. And you always wonder, okay, is she going to be as good as she was?
Yeah, and somehow she always is. Stephen Bradley making 825 look light for sure. I know him and Shane are left. I am not sure if any other 105s will be making the jump up to 825. It'll be interesting to see Summer making quick work down there. I believe that was her opener. I haven't seen her yet, so I think that was her probably opener, maybe second attempt.
I believe you are correct. Long time pro with Strongman Corp.
Yeah, somebody who's definitely proven consistently across multiple weight classes just how strong she is and how good she is at each discipline and kind of how technically gifted she is as well.
1:56 Eastern Time currently here in beautiful Columbus, Ohio. A mecca of strength. Columbus, there are, it goes back to the West Side Barbell Club, Louis Simmons. You mentioned Conjugate earlier in some of the Russian manuals and things. And the strength scene here has just been tremendous for so many decades now. And it's great that we have this here. It's great that this is where the Arnold is every year, year after year. It's such a special location in the world of strength. No question about it. And then seeing major companies come in like Rogue, one of our amazing sponsors here today, seeing other places open up around this area, recognizing how important it is and how really cool it is to be in this area has been a lot of fun for sure. So definitely a place that's kind of a hallowed ground for the strength athletes. Even Elite FTS right down the street in London, Ohio. So a lot of amazing lifters all the way around. And most importantly, it's only a 3-hour drive for yours truly. Good reason to come back every year, no question about it. Yes. Although I will say Columbus, Georgia, which is where I'm hailing from right now, is another fantastic Columbus. So anybody wants to come on down, come visit us for sure. Hey, I look for any excuse I can get to head down south. I'm a southern boy at heart. Nothing wrong with that. I like good barbecue, Yeah, exactly. Good barbecue, good weather. We try to have it all. Nice pull right there in lane number 2. She was actually a really good example of somebody who stayed over the bar, just long across her knees, and then did a fantastic job of hinging once across that knee path and be able to get through on that big extension right there. Excellent pull in lane number 2. Lane number 1 coming out, big smile on her face, ready to pull something heavy. 3:55 in lane 1. Getting strapped into the bar. Several different types of straps we see used here. Atta girl, nice job. Way to bounce it up. Good job. Finished in lane 1. We see the figure 8 straps used pretty prominently here. We have the old school wraparound style straps. Some of them call them a figure 6. I've seen some folks come out with the Versa grips or the Cobra style grips. Yep. So yeah, I think we're going to see the 105 class move some good way here, and it'll be interesting to see how it goes. But yeah, the straps are going to play a major role. Like Paul was saying, the figure 8s versus the figure 6s versus the Cobras, they play such a big factor in how you're able to get everything going and be able to strap into that bar. A lot of that comes just down to the number of reps you got on them and the number of competitions you do, and also the different reasons why you would use certain ones. The biggest factor there is going to be the speed. So if we're doing like a deadlift ladder where they're going to be moving from one bar to another and working their way up in weight, it really can help them to be able to use the quick hooks or the figure 8s where they strap in quickly, as opposed to a more static max event like this one where they're able to take their time, strap in, even on their own time. They still have 30 to 45 seconds just to get strapped in, have the chalk ready, get the bar exactly where they want it. So there's no rush. They're going to use whatever strap feels most comfortable for them and also where they feel strongest. So they're able to move the maximum amount of weight possible. Lane number 1 strapping in, got a little shimmy, get yourself down in position. Great pull, lane number 1, big smiles all the way around, really enjoying that. Lane number 3, adding in some more weight right there, getting them all set. Dave McCann, the Kentucky State chair right there in our picture with a fantastic bald head right there. Good looking man. Jessica up in lane number 2. She's going to strap in. Again, I'm expecting her to be one of the top finishers in the deadlift right here. Typically a really good puller and somebody who's been extremely successful in the sport for a long period of time for sure. Straps in, gets her set up. She's got her hand a little bit too wide right there, looks like. Brought it back in. She's going to find her position. Just not there today, unfortunately. Looks like with that little towel in the back, she's trying to eat up some space back there, may have like a small low back issue or bracing issue. She's trying to fill that belt as much as possible, create the best brace possible, and create as much tension around her low back to protect herself. So she might be battling through something right now that we're unaware of. Looks like we're getting our math right over here in lane number 4. Sorry, lane number 3.
Lane number 2, lane number 1, both strapping in. Both ladies looking ready to go for their second and third attempts. Excellent pull. Lane number 1, fantastic position, great bar path. Lane number 2, figuring out where she wants to be. Excellent job taking the slack out. Great job, good stand up, excellent lockout, quick down call. Well done right there by that lady. Miss Woods, fantastic pull. 485 right there for her, 395 down there in lane number 1. Definitely moving some good weight for these 73s and 82s. Everybody's getting some snacks right there. These judges and hard-working volunteers definitely deserve it, no question about that. Hey, just tell them to start phone rolling. I'll be there in just a minute.
I've only seen Trotter.
Here we go in lane number 1 right here, still 395 pounds. Strapped in, ready to go. Set yourself up, excellent position. Great job staying back on the bar. Good job with the slack, good strong lockout. I'm impressed she was able to do that in her running shoes. I'm definitely a barefoot person myself, or socks. Sometimes those squishier shoes can throw you forward a little bit or just make you feel like you're not connected to the ground. But again, fantastic pull right there in lane number 1, 395 pounds. Lane 2 is trying to figure out why the wheels roll. That's a good look right there. Smile. All right, now she's ready to go. It's settled in. Sometimes you gotta wait for the weights to settle for a second. She's coming on over. She's getting herself strapped in. It's time to go to work. This angle is gonna give us a really good shot of how she's able to set up and where she looks too far forward. Just a little too heavy today. Oh, nope, she said I'm going one more time. Let's take a look. There it is, straps in, rolls it back in, tries to get an active start out of it. Just too heavy on the day, no worries. That's one of the things to consider as well as you go through your attempts. You know you have 6 more events after this if you make it to the finals, or at least 3 more events on the day. So how many times do you want to attempt? You got to go in with a good game plan between you and your coach, or if you coach yourself, just knowing exactly how you want to attack things. And that's definitely a big part that goes into this. And being a higher level athlete like all these ones are here at the Strongman Corporation Arnold Pro-Am right now. Good pull, lane number 3, 575. Excellent job. Good job right there. We're kind of milling through a little bit. The 105s are getting a little extra time on that lane number 4 because they're waiting to find out who's pulling the 825, and down to only a couple athletes down there, so expecting some big fireworks out of them. This is definitely going to be a big pull, no question about it. Big shout out to our sponsors. Want to make sure we thank Metrex, the Storm guys, Rogue, Cerberus, CME, Financial, Stanowitz, of course, making those amazing dumbbells we're going to see here in just a minute as we get over set up for our pressing event. These guys will be heading over to there pretty soon. Still got the arm over arm set up. Excellent pull right there in lane number 1, 415. Angelique from France coming in here, lane number 2, 555. Another high level competitor, did very well at OSG this year, did very well at PSL. Expecting big pull out of her. Yep, no question about it. 555, moving like a joke. Great job right there. A little hair flip. Smile, tell the judges you want one more, and then move it on up. Good pull in lane number 3. Looks like we got our first heat going right now for our arm over arm drag. The athletes will be sitting in those wooden contraptions with the kegs in front of them to make sure they don't move, and they'll be rowing or pulling that rope all the way to them, approximately 45 to 50 feet, all the way across the finish line. So that's what we're looking for. Looks like we're also using our Thomas Inch replica dumbbells from Stanowitz, who did an amazing job from Sticks and Stones Company, putting all that together for sure. Stanowitz Strength Equipment, being able to pull that arm over arm and use it in multiple positions right here. Lane number 3 has one of the best 120s around. Gentleman's come in top 3 in nationals multiple times. Mike Smith, big pull. Georgia boy makes it look easy, looking big and strong, ready to go for a good day today. Excellent pull right there. Moving on up. Arm over arm getting reset. Should have our next heat coming up in just a second. .415 going to lane number 1. Excellent pull right there. Very strong, very fast. Excellent pull right there. Arm over arm, getting set back up, getting ready to go. Over there on the right-hand side of our screen as we're looking at the arm over arm sled pull. Still finishing up our 13-inch max deadlift for the 105 kilo class, about 231 pounds. And then we're gonna be looking at our U120s, about 265 pounds. And they'll be coming out here just like Mike Smith just did right there in lane number 3. All right, here we go, arm over arm. We got Jesse doing really well right there. Got Leanne, Vincent, and Alexander all moving quick. That's actually a really good heat right here. You'll notice different techniques. You'll see some of them will really get in close, squat themselves away from the bottom wood frame right there. And you'll see some of them stay a little more upright, arm over arm, and just get moving like that. Good job in lane number 3 right there, finishing up. Lane number 4, making quick work. Lane number 2, and then lane number 1 is gonna finish again. You could be in some of those heats sometimes where everybody else around you is just so fast. It looks like you didn't do well, but that's probably gonna be still a really good score, really good points right there. Here we go, lane number 3, good pull by U20 right there, nice job. Making it look light. Lane number 1, 445, strap it in. Nice pull right there, good job. Arm over arm drag, getting set up again. Got Tessa, Gina, Daniel, and Hunter all getting ready to go. Great job by the volunteers, getting everything set up. We've also got one good sled drag. The other volunteers getting the rope set up, especially over there in lane number 2 where we don't have a pallet jack. Lane number 2 with the deadlift, getting set up, ready to go.
Find traps at Ortmeyer, tell him he's up. Should be floating around right over here. Thank you.
Lane number 2, 555. Good pull, finish. Good job. Come on, come on, come on. See if she's able to get back on it. It's gonna be a heck of a hit. She's gotta get her chest up. Hips through. Oh, great effort right there in lane number 2. Excellent job. Heck of a fight right there. Lane number 3, our U120 class is getting after it. Summer coming back up, lane number 2. Should be moving some really good weight right here. Obviously one of the stronger static competitors for sure, improving it multiple times over and over again. Volunteers doing an amazing job getting everything set up for us. Nice pull, lane number 3 right there in the max axle deadlift, 13-inch. Big shout out to Iron Vision, by the way, doing a great job, making this super easy to look at, commentate on, be able to go through. Fantastic camera work, doing a great job as always. One of the craziest things about being here at the Arnold that I think some of you at home might not understand is just seeing the level of athlete walking around even. Arnold just walked by a few minutes ago. We have Andrea Thompson, one of the top level female strong women of all time. Just random people, half Thors walking around. So definitely a lot of fun to see all those different people and get after it. Oh, lane number 4, 715, looking smooth. Our 120s are starting to take over lane number 3 and number 4. Looks like the 105s decided they were going to shut it down at 825 and move on. Shane and Steven probably had a good fight right there and then decided to let it go.
Yeah, absolutely. Good. Just make sure they start warming up. Tell them I'll be right there and then get the hell out of here. Thank you.
Great job in the arm over arm right there. Making quick work of it down there in lane number 1, Anna. Lane number 2, Laura. Lane number 3, Rome. And lane number 4, Cecil.
Matt. The other way. Matt.
Big shout out to Vince Wilkinson bringing me a coffee. The guy's amazing. Love him right now. Love him all the time if I'm being honest with you. One of my favorite 105s. Having all the fun. Getting amazing strongman competitors, strongman promoters like David Waters hanging out with me right here, right now. Great pull, lane number 3, 645. Summer strapping in 575. Strong. Gonna have a good pull right here. Excited for it. And there we go. Nice. Once it gets to her knees, there's no question about it. A little slow on the floor, but fantastic pull from there. My guess is she's going to jump to 605, which should be coming next. Or 595, one or the other. It'll be a 20-pound jump or a 30-pound jump, just like all these other ones. I got athletes starting to warm up. Another good arm over arm drag right there. Good pull, lane number 4. Excellent job right there by that U20 athlete. Well done. Here we go, Mike Smith pulling there. Lane number 4. No, it says not today. Arm over arms, moving quick. We got Jill in lane 1, moving very well. Aaron in lane 2, making up on her. Mads over there in lane 3, and then Seth down there in lane 4. Lane 4 might get the win on this, the heat win. Nice pull right there. Great job finishing right there. Number 2, Aaron Anderson, lane number 2. Jill finishes strong. Great heat right there all the way across all 4 lanes. Show's been running very smooth so far. Hopefully we can keep it going like this. They've been doing a great job of timing. Got lane number 2 getting set up over here for a big pull. She's strapped in, ready to go. 485. She said, no thank you, not today. Just not on the day. You want to come on in, let's go. Let's do it. So I've got another announcer coming in with me I'm super excited about. Should be a good time. Paula had to take a quick break. We've also got some other amazing commentators and talent for you here soon. So I'm definitely excited to have her on. Hang on one second, everybody.
What's your name? Sam. Nice to meet you. Sam, where are you from? Michigan. Michigan, cool. Open women?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I've got Sam coming in all the way from Michigan, one of our open women competitors. Definitely somebody I'm excited to have on with me. And obviously I've got some other way cooler people than me, like Travis Ortmeyer and Paul Mauser coming over in just a second. But I'm gonna let her take over for just a second to say hello.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then take over and say what's up, because I got a couple athletes in the open class I gotta go check on.
Absolutely.
But I will come back and check on you too. So thank you so much for taking over. Are you good?
Absolutely, let's get it in.
The people at home have been doing a great job. So I'll set you up real quick with the arm over arm drag going over here on the right. We just want and then our max axle 13-inch pull right here on the left. But these are our sponsors. We got Metrex, we have the Storm guys, we have Rogue, we have Cerberus, CME Financial, and Stanowitz made those amazing Tom and Cinch replicas.
Oh yeah, they're beautiful.
I'm pretty jealous of, I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah, I can't lie either. You know, seeing all the implements that Rogue and our sponsors have brought out today really make it so that the show is as clean as it can possibly be, and our athletes are as safe as they can possibly be as well.
Exactly what we want. Our sponsors, our volunteers, all of our coaches in the back, and everybody else has been fantastic. We got a picture of Sam and me together on the live stream. Always got to be fun with the crowd around you. Got Paul Mauser coming back on the microphone as well. So I leave you guys in great hands. Sam and Paul, if you guys met each other, if not, this is the perfect time to do it.
All right.
Okay, sorry about that. This is Sam Paul.
Nice to meet you.
Hey, thank you.
Well, folks, we have had a non-stop day of action here at the Arnold Strongman World Championships. We've had lots of athletes compete today, and right now you're seeing the culmination of a lot of action with our arm-over-arm sled pull on the right side of your screen and the 13-inch max axle deadlift on the left side of your screen. It looks like we just had a 505 deadlift go up and right back down, exactly how we want it.
So we are underway with the arm-over-arm sled pull. Gina Cravetti, Jenna Coughlin, Corey Eddy, and Brad Jansen, I believe is the heat that just went. We are moving on to another heat here. Keys on this event are to drive through the legs, lean back, have a quick transition to get a bite on that rope, reach way forward so you can have as long of a stroke as you can on each pull, but you don't want to make that stroke too long and lay all the way back because it'll affect the speed with which you can transition to the next pull. Grip strength of the utmost importance here. If the hands don't hold up, you'll see athletes have to resort to wrapping the rope around the arm, which is a much slower technique to use.
Right, and when it comes to, you know, time and energy being a really important factor, you want to make sure that you use those as efficiently as possible so you can get through the movements as quickly as possible.
So Brianne, Chelsea, Nick, and Andrew in our next heat here. They are getting set and ready, feet braced. 575 on this deadlift.
Oh yeah.
And it is good. And I believe that was the Mississippi Muscle Mama.
Looks that way.
So women's 82 kilogram class, men's 120 kilo class. It's about 264 pounds body weight for the men, about 180 pounds body weight for the women. They had to weigh in at that or under in order to be in that class.
You know, being an open class women's athlete, I don't necessarily have to worry about the weigh-ins. But, you know, weighing in, fueling up, refueling, and getting ready for the show is just as important as the actual show day itself.
Yeah, weight class athletes have another consideration that our open heavyweights do not, and that is the battle against the scale, because they need to make sure that they make weight for their division, and then if they depleted themselves in order to do so, in order to rehydrate, carb up, etc., and do so properly and intelligently so that they can perform when it's time to do so.
It's a nice solid deadlift.
For anyone just tuning in, I'm Paul Mauser back here with you. Took a very long restroom break because it takes a very long time to get to the restroom here when there are 30 million people at the Arnold, just so you know. I actually shaved before I went in and had a full beard when I came out, so yeah. It takes a while. Men's 80 kilogram class on the arm-over-arm sled pull. Alec Patrone, Zachary Bonschels. And these guys are going at it. Pretty close race here. You see the leg drive that they're using, sliding their butts across here, getting way up, reaching way forward, all the way up to their toes to get a grab on that rope before they drive back again. 595 is good. I believe that was Summer Johnson. 465 pounds in lane 1. Had it to the kneecaps. If she can get it over the knees far enough to sit down, reposition, and hitch that thing up, but it looks like she's gonna pass on that opportunity. Sometimes as an athlete, Sam, you got to know when enough is enough.
Absolutely. And really, when it comes to pushing and pulling those axle deadlifts and knowing that you have a few more events coming up today, you really need to check in with yourself at the very onset to make sure that you have what it takes to finish the competition.
Yeah, because this is not about one event. This is about potentially 7 events. 4 challenges today, 3 challenges for our finalists tomorrow. And it's not about being great at just one event. It is a total picture of strength and accumulation of points over the course of all of these different challenges. That's what matters. That's what determines our champions. And that's what determines who moves on to tomorrow's final events. Dorian Dipevan with William Cody Abel.
Cody's looking to capitalize off last year's success in the U80 weight class. Let's see if he can bring it on home this weekend.
Yep. 80 kilos, about 176 pounds body weight. 485 did not go in lane number 1 there on the deadlift. And Abel got the job done. Tremendous performance, won the heat there, showing why he is the champion that he is. And here we go with a big pull. Didn't get the best view on that one, but that's okay. We'll forgive our helpers. They're busting their butt.
Honestly, volunteers make the day go around. And so do our judges.
They really do. Big thank you to our staff once again. This would not happen without them. Everyone here giving their time in order for these competitors to have the best experience possible at their Arnold World Championships and Pro-Am, brought to you by Strongman Corporation. Such a prestigious event, Sam. Athletes from all over the world, they all worked so hard to qualify to be here. This is a very prestigious competition. This isn't just something you can sign up for.
Right.
You have to go through the ringer, through competitions in order to get to this level. And that's why the best of the best are here and why we are seeing these spectacular lifts and performances that we are.
Precisely. You know, we have high caliber athletes that have come on top in high quality, high caliber shows to prove that they have what it takes to be in the biggest strongman show, one of the heaviest strongman shows of the year.
And speaking of heavy, 665 pounds is loaded on the bar in lane number 3. And look at that, makes short work of 665. That's over 300 kilos. Nathan Mercisa and Jonathan Corcoran coming up next here, our men's 80 kilo division in the arm over arm sled pull. I am a fan of this event. I know this one is a little divisive. I know some people love it, some people hate it, usually on one side of the fence or the other. Sam, what do you think of a good heavy arm over arm pull?
I love it. There's something about really giving all that you can until the time stops or until the rope stops. And there's something that really just taxes your whole body. But honestly, I'm a strongman athlete. I love the torture. I love it, love it, love it.
Well, and speaking of the torture, you've got to be able to embrace the discomfort in order to excel at this sport. Your pain tolerance, your ability to be comfortable being uncomfortable is so important in this. We see it on events like the frame carry, the arm over arm pull, etc. When your heart's pounding, the skin on your hands is on fire from pulling on that rope, your back is on fire. It's not a, most people would say it's not a fun place to be, but for those of us that are just a little bit warped in the head, sometimes that's exactly where we want to be.
Yeah. I was telling a friend of mine, sometimes you have to be a little bit off to do what we do, and that's what makes it all the more fun.
Absolutely. 755 pounds for Elijah Yoder. Yoder, very decorated athlete in this 265-pound, 120-kilo men's division. God bless whoever invented pallet jacks, because our volunteers are certainly very thankful for those right now.
Absolutely. Honestly, I think the people that may work harder than our athletes are our volunteers and our staff.
100%. They are moving an amount of weight over the course of the weekend that is incredible. Now, Sam, how do you prefer to start on this? We see a lot of athletes with that standing start. They're falling back to get that moving before they reach up and get that second pull. Is that how you would do this?
Me personally, probably not. I love the idea of having that extra leverage to get back and to pull that rope, but I'm not very tall. So in my view, I want to start on the ground as compact as possible and explode back so I can sort of get that rope moving and keep that tension going. But then again, folks have different techniques for everything.
And that's one of the great things about Strongman is we will see different people use different techniques, both to great success. We talked about that quite a bit on the overhead event on the press medley, which we'll see in action again here a bit later. You see so many different methods. You see jerks, you see push presses, you might see a layback type of press. So many different ways to get these things overhead.
And if it's up and it's stuck, that's what we're looking for.
Yep. So it is up to the athlete and or their coach to figure out what is going to work best for the situation, and to train it and be good at it and ready to utilize it on competition day.
Absolutely.
Strap it into 755, no problem.
Wasted no
no
time.
problem for the Silver Fox there. That's what the back of his shirt actually says.
Brilliantly done. Love when athletes get to have a little bit of fun with their merch.
Yes, there are quite a few interesting nicknames on the shirts out there. Feta Cheese always stands out to me.
Brilliant.
Yes.
Can't wait to see that.
Next gentlemen both look calm and focused. Different approaches that we also see from different athletes. Some, they like to headbutt a wall and get absolutely as fired up as possible heading into a lift. Some athletes, like these two gentlemen, approach with a little more of a calm, laser type of focus. Sam, what sort of athlete are you if you're approaching a max deadlift?
Cool, calm, and collected. I know that I am one for positive self-talk. So I go up to the bar, I'll tell myself what I need to tell myself, strap in, and pull.
Very nice.
I'm also used to being a powerlifting competitor, so we have 60 seconds to do what we need to do and get the lift done. So we know not to waste too much time.
Here we go, and now we have the opposite. Somebody digging into the smelling salts here, getting ready to hit the ammonia. So this is a gentleman that really wants to hit that peak state of arousal. Because that ammonia, you see the reaction, that ammonia is like a cold slap in the face.
That'll wake you up all right.
You can see, again, the heavy breathing after that. He's getting a little more hyped up. Wedging into position, rolls the bar back against the shins, locks the lats in, initiates the pull. And we have a good lift at 755 pounds. And he's happy about that one. Believe me, I would be too.
Absolutely, I would be too. That is a monster deadlift. And folks, for your reference, a lot of times, depending on what deadlift you do and what height you start at can really affect the pull. A stereotypical, your standard deadlift is about 9 inches off the ground. We're seeing a 13-inch today, so that's 4 inches of ROM that's not necessarily there, 4 inches of a leg drive that you might not be able to utilize in the same way, and you have to make do. So seeing these folks pulling these massive numbers, seeming at a little bit of a deficit given the setup, is really, really impressive.
Very impressive indeed, and that axle bar makes it even more difficult. Ty successful there, Ty McFarland, taller athlete. Getting set for the next heat here on our arm over arm pull. Looks like we may be down to that single lane there in the, just down to lane 4.
It does look like it.
So 4 challenges today, as you're seeing right now. 2 of those challenges are the max axle deadlift from 13 inches. The arm over arm pull. We also have the overhead press medley brought to you by Stanowitz Strength Equipment. And then we have the frame carry event as well. See those frames kind of ominously sitting back by the backdrops so the athletes walk into the arm over arm area. And we're using those Stanowitz dumbbells to help weigh down these sleds. Great performances by our athletes. The strength of the back and the grip, very important in this arm over arm pull. Low back, glutes, hamstrings, so important in that max axle deadlift.
There's something about these events progressions today that are really just mind-boggling to me, because you start the day with the deadlift, which is, you know, typically what's going to sap your energy the most. Going right into some overhead pressing and some sled dragging, you're just toast for day 2.
Yeah, there's no way around it. You are going to be fatigued, you're going to be beat up, and that's part of the beauty of the sport.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Now, as we might compare this to powerlifting,
sure,
the deadlift is always the last lift of the day. And a lot of people consider that the Hail Mary lift.
Yeah.
Right, to go out and just, okay, what do I need to get that next placing? What do I need to win, or et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? What do I need to get that qualifying total, or whatever it might be? And sometimes it's, you know, 3-5% higher than what you might have actually planned on, and you throw that Hail Mary. Sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't.
Right.
With the deadlift being the first event at this particular competition, and all, you know, so often is in strongman, how would that change your strategy on that?
I think that's a really good question. You know, when you think about the events on the day, the deadlift is a really great place to set yourself up to do well for the rest of the day, especially because, you know, depending on where you are in deadlift can determine your order as you compete in the next events. So you get to watch, you get to see what other competitors are doing to really get a feel for the implements at hand. So really, the deadlift, in my view, granted, it could be unpopular, and in my view, is really a strategy move. It's a setup, it's a game plan. I know for me, I want to know what are my competitors doing and how can I get myself to a solid spot and stay there for the rest of the competition.
I understand that strategy, because if you take too many gambles and you absolutely grind yourself to death, let's say on a miss, that is hard to recover from.
Absolutely.
And there's not a lot of turnaround time from event to event here either, for your nervous system to reset, for your low back to reset, for that fatigue to kind of calm down, and to go straight from that into, okay, we're going to go into our overhead press. Great, now my low back is toast, and I gotta be able to stabilize a 300-pound log over my head.
Right, and that's where the mental game comes into play. You know, strongman play the mental sport all day long, but when it comes to that grind and that miss, and now you have to reevaluate how the rest of your show's gonna go, that mental toughness and that resilience is gonna come a long way as well.
Next heat getting set, Sarah Wyckoff, Shay O'Brien, Brian Van Beveren, and Quabina Drakes coming up here. Women's 64 kilo division, men's 90 kilo division. 775 is moving, it's above the knees, and it is good. 775 pounds in the books. Davidson's got to be happy about that one. Looks like Drake's took the heat over Van Beveren, and looks like Sarah, I believe, edged out Shea O'Brien.
Yeah, just by a hair there at the end, it looked like. I love heat events like this. You know, there's something nerve-wracking about seeing your competition right next to you, but there's also something that pushes you. And I know for me, if I see my competition next to me, that makes me want to be so much better.
Yes, when you are neck and neck with someone on an event like this, you might be able to find a gear that you didn't know you had. That desperation fight or flight to be able to get that 0.01 second faster that you need. And from a spectator point of view, it's very thrilling.
Yeah.
It's very thrilling to see
yeah.
that head-to-head race. Rochelle and Miranda in our women's 64 division. Jeremy and Tim coming up in our men's 90 kilo division. And we have a heck of a fight with a 775 deadlift. Had it above the knees, wasn't able to get it high enough to really sink in to get that hitch. It's going to give it another go. Once you've fought with it above the knees like that for that hard, it's almost impossible to just reset and make that pull.
Yeah, it's really, really tough, because sometimes, you know, our brain and our spine will just say, I've had enough of this today. You've struggled with it, the hamstrings are dancing, and it just might not be in the tank. The strength could very well be there, it's just not gonna go up.
And speaking of strength, he made 775 float. Felt something he didn't like, set it down, he's gonna give it another go. And that is stapled to the floor, unfortunately, for more. Big thank you to our sponsors here today, Metrics Nutrition. Check out all of the wonderful products that Metrics has to offer. The Storm Guys. Hey, they predicted severe storms today here in Columbus. We might be calling the Storm Guys to come help us out here. Rogue, of course, Rogue providing a lot of the beautiful equipment that you see here, these calibrated plates that are being used, the logs, those 26er wagon wheel style bumper plates. Cerberus, they have provided so much. They are just a staple in the world of strongman, and we want to thank all of these sponsors for helping us out. CME Federal Credit Union. First time I remember a credit union sponsoring us here at the Arnold, so thank you very much to CME, breaking new ground there, and of course, Stanowicz Strength Equipment, who brought the inch replica dumbbells that we're using in the overhead press medley. Those beautiful inch-style dumbbells, solid cast iron globes, based on the historical Thomas inch dumbbell. And here we go, a new heat. Leslie and Melanie neck and neck. Dylan and Andrew neck and neck. Andrew pulling ahead slightly, perhaps. I think it's hard for me to tell.
Yeah.
I think Dylan might have gotten him.
I think so too, and especially when you're going pull for pull like that, and the front of the sled has to be over that line, it really can be anybody's game in these heats.
Such a treat to see so many evenly matched high-level athletes here in one place at one time. Speaking of evenly matched and high level, Jessica Kite Puricelli, Carly Oliveira, dare I say legends in the women's 64 kilo division.
You may dare.
William Murray, Nico Griggs coming up in our men's 90 kilogram division. Jessica spent some time in the 160 division, has come back to the 140s. She can compete here now under the new rules that changed as of last year for the Arnold as a 140 class pro. Previously, prior to last year, she would not have been able to compete in that 140-pound class here at the Arnold. She would have had to move up to the higher classes, which is what she often did. Once the rule changed that it became a Pro-Am and type world championship, now she can go back to competing in that 64 kilo division, even though she has a pro card in that class.
Yeah.
Obviously, Carly Oliveira, also Strongman Corporation Pro, former America's Strongest Woman in that division.
There's something so special about, you know, like you said, legends in their own right, coming forward and year after year giving us the show that we've wanted to see and really putting a name for strong woman out into the world.
And you can tell it is not these athletes' first rodeo. Look at Jessica and Carly, so efficient, getting that big leg drive, reaching way up past their feet, pulling back. Looks like Jessica got her on that one.
Yep. With a flex to boot. That's what I like to see.
Hey, look, if I had guns like that, I'd be flexing them too, okay?
Oh, absolutely. We do have tickets to this gun show.
Well done. 805 is loaded. Anytime you're seeing 800 plus pounds on a deadlift, you're seeing something special. Getting a hit of that ammonia, those smelling salts, that'll wake you up in the morning. And here we go. Getting those figure 8 straps set in, sets the grip. He's going to roll the bar in against the shins, and no problem. Sam, I got to tell you, I don't think he needed the ammonia for that.
Honestly, I don't either.
I think he could have rolled out of bed this morning and pulled that weight.
Oh, easily. Sometimes all you need is a little boost.
Well, I am interested to see what that gentleman ends up pulling here today, because 805 looked way easier than 805 should.
Absolutely. Looked like an empty axle.
For me to lift 805, I would need to rent a forklift from the local equipment company.
I'd absolutely need another one of me to be able to do that. That's just brilliant.
So we'll start exploring cloning technology. Christina Arthur, Kristen Hutchins, Mark LaChance, and Mando Villarreal coming up in the next heat in our arm-over-arm pull. The upper back, the lats, very important in that arm-over-arm pull.
Our camera friend zoomed in on deadlift, so I think we might need to take a look at that. 825 loaded up on the axle.
Ooh, we are now at 8 1/4. Here we go. There you see the smelling salts once again. And takes them on the forehead. The smelling salts weren't enough by themselves. Had to headbutt the bottle a little bit. Approaches the bar, sets the feet, heels under hip stance, toes largely forward. Gets the arms straight down from the shoulders to maximize arm length. Tremendous pull. The low back held up, the glutes did their job, the hamstrings did their thing. No problem at all at 825 pounds.
Yeah, that's as smooth as a pull as you're ever going to want to get.
And we are off and running with Emma Whitewild, Holly McRae, Austin Lambert, and Charlie Dower. And Charlie is flying.
Absolutely smoked.
What did Charlie eat? Because he smoked this course.
And still has enough to cheer on his competitor in the next lane over. That's what I love to see.
That was phenomenal by Charlie Dower. Jen Saley, Ferris, Sandbo, James Garton, and Heitor Alves. all coming up next. And we have a little conference going on here with our officials about the next deadlift weight. I'm not sure if we're done with the 120 men's division and just getting set up for the next classes, or if we have more pulls to go here. I assume we have a few more to go because those last few pulls, those guys smoked them.
Absolutely.
I don't think those were third attempts. So Sam, what is your favorite pull? If you had your choice in contest, you get deadlift event, you get to pick it. You get reps, max, it can be a ladder, elevated, you can even go to a deficit.
You know, I'm gonna say, because I did just do it, my favorite event is the 18-inch axle deadlift. I love it, I love it. There's something about the axle that is so unforgiving. If you have it, you have it. If you don't, you don't. And it's another thing too that really, really tests your grit. And I love events that really test what you're made of. And to see, you're here. Let the audience, let the crowd see why you're here. In my view, I was born to deadlift, so that's one of my favorite things. Pressing, we'll get there eventually, but I love me an axle deadlift.
Well, that is great. That everyone I've asked so far has had a different answer for that one. The 18-inch axle deadlift, a very high start position, but that axle, like you said, makes it incredibly unforgiving. And the man they call the Wolverine giving a go at 665. Wide stance. Didn't quite pan out for him. Megan Muskian, Megan Davis, Alfredo Tatum, Jose Gregorio, all coming up in the next heat in our arm over arm pull. We have two events that are in contrast in some ways. The deadlift event, very much what people think of when they think of lifting weights. The arm over arm pull feels almost more like manual labor or farm work. And I've always said that there's a difference between gym strength and farm strength. And
absolutely.
And if you got them both, everybody's in trouble. So we're going to find out here at the Arnold World Championships who's got their farm strength and gym strength both in order. These guys and gals are a-flying, and Jose is in the lead. Megan Davis ahead of Megan Muskian. Davis gets the job done. Muskian still fighting to finish.
Yeah, that last 10 feet or so have got to be the hardest part. The finish line is there. The bell's getting closer to you. The sled's getting closer to you. And you just have to dig and fight with everything that you have to make that sled cross the line. And fighting she is.
You could tell the hands were starting to go at the end for Muskian. She's looking at her hands now. That sled was just, she was tugging on it. It just wasn't moving. She had to wrap the rope around the arm in order to finish that. It is a terrible feeling when the hands get exhausted.
Yeah.
Because no matter how much you drive through your legs, if the hands can't hold that rope, it is not going to move. Looks like we're taking a break from the deadlifts for a little while. So the 120 kilo men finished up. So the next time we chime in on the deadlifts, it'll be with the open heavyweight divisions for men and women.
I'm really looking forward to seeing what deadlifts are going to fall with our open category today.
I'm not sure absurd is a strong enough word for what we're going to see when the big girls and big boys come out.
Oh, yeah.
There's pound for pound strength, and then there's Godzilla, King Kong, absolute strength. And that's what the heavyweights bring to the table.
Oh, yeah, that freak of nature. Just something that, you know, when you think of strongman, you think of the heavyweights. You think of the larger athletes pulling up monster numbers. But we also need to give our props to our lightweight athletes, too, because without them, there is no us.
Absolutely. Katie and Colleen in a heck of a race here. Colleen is ahead. Katie finishes, but Colleen took the victory in that head-to-head. I could really go for some caffeine about now, but I am afraid to drink any caffeine because I do not want to go on another bathroom trip that will take me 45 minutes.
That is so real.
So I'm just going to be a little sleepy now, and that's okay.
Yeah, of course. Have a nice little lull in the competition. We'll pick it back up here real soon.
So folks, we're getting set for the next heat here in our arm over arm pull. 4 athletes at a time, pulling these sleds across the course. Fantastic event here that taxes the hands, the back, the legs, the arms, and of course the efficiency of the competitors to be able to reach back up as quickly as possible, get a hold of that rope, and drive back. Overhead press medley, frame carry. Those are our other 2 events that we haven't seen for a little bit yet, if you just tuned in. 4 events total. So those are in addition to the deadlift that we just saw in this arm over arm pull. The top 6 in each division is going to move on to tomorrow to the finals, with the exception of the heavyweight, open heavyweight classes. The top 8 will move on to tomorrow's finals. They'll have 3 more events to do tomorrow. Tomorrow's events include the axle clean and press for reps, the loading medley, and the power stairs. So we're taking a short hiatus here. To get ready for another heat. I believe we're okay. We are clearing the ropes out of the way. So we may be setting up for the overhead press or the frame carry. All right. Looks like we may have a short break on our hands then. I may take a short break myself here, folks. All right, we are going to head to a short break here. Big thank you to our sponsors, Metrics, of course, the Storm guys, Rogue, Cerberus, CME Credit Union, Federal Credit Union, and of course Stanowich Strength Equipment. Yeah, we're going to take a little break here.
Are you a lion or a wolf? Do you stand alone, leading and protecting, like the king of your jungle? Or do you move in a pack, thriving with others, relentless and resilient? We don't just make clothing. We forge armor for the bold and brave, worn by those who define their own path. You are not just another body in the gym. You are a force, a movement, a legacy in the making. Pride V-Pack, where greatness lies within. Are you a lion or a wolf? Do you stand alone, leading and protecting, like the king of your jungle? Or do you move in a pack, thriving with others, relentless and resilient? We don't just make clothing. We forge armor for the bold and brave, worn by those who define their own path. You are not just another body in the gym. You are a force, a movement, a legacy in the making. Pride V-Pack, where greatness lies within. Are you a lion or a wolf? Do you stand alone, leading and protecting, like the king of your jungle? Or do you move in a pack, thriving with others, relentless and resilient? We don't just make clothing. We forge armor for the bold and brave, worn by those who define their own path. You are not just another body in the gym. You are a force, a movement, a legacy in the making. Pride V-Pack, where greatness lies within. Are you a lion or a wolf? Do you stand alone, leading and protecting, like the king of your jungle? Or do you move in a pack, thriving with others, relentless and resilient? We don't just make clothing. We forge armor for the bold and brave, worn by those who define their own path. You are not just another body in the gym. You are a force, a movement, a legacy in the making. Pride V-Pack, where greatness lies within. Are you a lion or a wolf? Do you stand alone, leading and protecting, like the king of your jungle? Or do you move in a pack, thriving with others, relentless and resilient? We don't just make clothing. We forge armor for the bold and brave, worn by those who define their own path. You are not just another body in the gym. You are a force, a movement, a legacy in the making. Pride V-Pack, where greatness lies within. Are you a lion or a wolf? Do you stand alone, leading and protecting, like the king of your jungle? Or do you move in a pack, thriving with others, relentless and resilient? We don't just make clothing. We forge armor for the bold and brave, worn by those who define their own path. You are not just another body in the gym. You are a force, a movement, a legacy in the making. Pride V-Pack, where greatness lies within.
Everybody, welcome back to the Arnold Strongman World Championships Pro-Am. My name is Sam Martin. I'm here with Zach Stanowitz. He is one of our equipment sponsors today, bringing to us our beautiful 1-inch replica of the Thomas dumbbell. So, Zach, tell us about you. Tell us about your company. How did you get to the Arnold today?
Good question. So, one of your competitors, Ty, first timer here. I haven't done this before. What do I do with my hands? One of your competitors, Ty, was I was competing with him this past fall, and I was making the inch bells at the time. I said, hey, I want to get into strongman. Usually, I built them for grip stuff, like arm lifting, grip sport. That's my intro. And he said, you need to talk to James. And I said, all right. So I reached out to James, and he responded right away. And he says, this is very interesting. I have a lot of committees I got to go through, and I just can't throw it in there. Let's stay in touch. So then just stayed in touch with James, and after a couple months, he got to go ahead about a month or so ago.
Okay.
It was a little late, but I'm very grateful for this opportunity. And that was how we got here.
Yeah, absolutely. And you have really brought an exquisite implement to the Arnold stage. It's solid cast iron, beautiful implement, nice and shiny for those of you who like things that are shiny, and really provide a challenge for our athletes today.
Yeah. But that was the thing. So, it's just me. Well, I wouldn't say it's just me. I'm not a self-made man. No one's a self-made man.
Of course.
I have a team behind me, my wife, my friends and stuff. So the whole idea behind stand-up strength equipment is with the dumbbells is it's just not available, right? So Thomason started it back in the early 1900s. Before TV, people went to the theater to watch people do performances, and he was the guy who had the 172. He would one hand clean it and press it. So that's the historical side of it. And no one makes them, and I wanted them because I wanted to lift the 172, and no one makes other sizes. Like, so I have a 78, a 100, a 110, a 120, a 138, a 153, 160, 169, 170. I got a bunch of them.
Oh, wow.
I got a whole array. You can check out. It's pretty easy. Stand with Strength Equipment. I'm everywhere. And I wanted the equipment. No one made it. So what did I do? Fortunately, we have the internet here. We got YouTube, and fortunately, I work with a lot of engineers, a lot of smart engineers in the aerospace industry. So between YouTube and talking to them and just bugging people, I got to the grassroots of things, and I borrowed my buddy's lathe, the wood lathe. Not a lot of people know, but what it does is it spins the wood, and then you take like a chisel, and you form into a shape. So
Sure.
the first three I made, the 110, 120, 138, I turned to my buddy's lathe out of wood, and to make a pattern, to make a mold, a negative thing. And then they pour molten metal and they fill up. So I got started with my buddy. He was gracious to lend me his lathe. I had a good reception, so I ended up investing in my own lathe, bought a bunch of lumber, went to the lumber yard, bought some oak, and figured out all the calculations, and then I started making more sizes and just slowly added to the inventory. And this is a passion project. This isn't, I'm not made, I'm not a big corporation. It's just me, my wife, and my friends. And I do this after hours,
Yeah, it seems like, standing with Strength Equipment really is what Strongman is all about, You find a gap, you fill it, you create implements that athletes love to use.
Yeah.
They're at the biggest stage on earth, and I'm sure we'll be calling you for years to come.
That's the plan. I mean, the way I look at it, it's like a marathon. It's like I'm 40 right now, and I'll be 40 next week. And when I'm 65, I hope I'm still making phone calls to the foundry to send these implements out to the competitors. And that's the way I'm looking at it. Life happens and stuff. I understand that, but my perspective, I would like to do this for a while. And I'm having a blast. Everyone's great here, and getting a lot of good feedback from the competitors and some of the things they like, dislike, and and also different sizes. Like, I know across the way they got some seared dumbbells, like 280. So you might see some more sizes. I need to know what they want. And,
Absolutely.
And if you're here at the Arnold's, or just look me up and be like, hey man, I'd love to see this, and then through enough repetition, we'll make sure it's worth it and invest in some more sizes and make the sport better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you heard it here first, folks. Zach will give the people what they want.
Yeah.
So visit Standing with Strength Equipment anywhere you can visit them on the internet. We love that. And make sure, I'm sure after today with your equipment, we'll be seeing a lot more of you.
Awesome. I look forward to it. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Well, thank
Appreciate
you,
it.
Zach.
Thank
you have a great rest of your expo. Whoa,
Yeah,
I'm so sorry.
Very good.
Well, folks, we'll get started here with the open heavyweight pro-am for the men and women here very, very soon. So stick with us. We'll be right back. Yep.
Are you a lion or a wolf? Do you stand alone, leading and protecting, like the king of your jungle? Or do you move in a pack, thriving with others, relentless and resilient? We don't just make clothing. We forge armor for the bold and brave, worn by those who define their own path. You are not just another body in the gym. You are a force, a movement, a legacy in the making. Pride V-Pack, where greatness lies within.
Alrighty, folks, welcome back to the Arnold Strongman World Championship Pro-Am. You're seeing on your screens that we are starting our press medley. So you'll see that in order to start this, we have our first circus dumbbell that athletes will attempt to lift over their head. They'll need to get that down command. Then they have a log. After they successfully complete the log, they will go to a heavier Thomas Inch replica dumbbell that we just talked to Kyle Stanowitz from Stanowitz Strength Equipment. And then they have a heaviest log after that. So you'll see these athletes moving through these 4 implements as quickly and efficiently as possible. And it's a ladder. So of course, as the rungs increase, the weight increases too. So we'll see a lot of different things from these athletes. Hopefully, we'll get solid lockouts all around. But we're gonna get the action underway here very, very soon. Athletes were out touching the implements, feeling them, making sure that they know what it'll feel like when they pick it up, so that they can move through this circuit and this ladder as smoothly as possible. Folks, my name is Sam Martin, coming to you live from the Open Strongman stage. My partner will be back here momentarily, but until then, it's just me holding it down. We're already off to a very smooth start here on our ladder. All of our competitors seem to be here on the log. You'll see in the lane closest to you that beautiful Stanowitz Thomas Inch replica dumbbell going up. Uh-oh. She's gonna take a moment and reset here. There is a time cap for this event. So if you get to the last implement and you run out of time, the rest will blow a whistle and you will be finished. We'll be starting with our 13-inch axle deadlift coming up here soon for our heavyweight men and women. But right now on your screens, you are seeing the dumbbell and log press ladder.
Sam, thank you so much for holding down the fort. I am back. My name is Paul Mauser, and we are here live at the Arnold Strongman World Championships in Pro-Am, brought to you by Strongman Corporation. We want to thank our sponsors for all of their hard work and all of their contributions to make this possible. Metrics, check out Metrics Nutrition and all of the wonderful products that they have. The Storm guys, and there is a storm brewing right now on this overhead press medley. Rogue, of course, you see these beautiful Rogue logs and the calibrated plates that they have sent us to use here. Cerberus Strength, check out everything that Cerberus has to offer. If you're in the US, that is Cerberus Strength USA. CME Federal Credit Union, and of course, Stanowitz Strength Equipment. Sam, we're on this overhead press medley, a dumbbell, a log, another dumbbell, another log. Fastest time to finish all 4 implements wins. If they do not finish, they are credited with the number of implements they did finish and the time in which they did so. We are taking split times on this event. Sam, okay, if this was you, what would your thoughts be going into this event?
Well, so, like I shared before, pressing is one of my weaker events. So I know that I want to get through these as quickly and as efficiently as possible. So especially if I know that getting this first circus dumbbell is going to go up and these log weights are going to go up, maybe take a little bit more time on the implement that I need the most assistance with, getting solid technical positioning with that circus dumbbell to make sure that I can get that up and move on to the log.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned the technical precision required for this dumbbell. The circus dumbbell, monster dumbbell, whatever you want to call it, the seer dumbbell, inch dumbbell, it's the most technical, in my opinion, event in strongman, or at least commonly contested event. Getting that proper rack position and positioning your body so that dumbbell is over your center line and you can apply that leg drive into the dumbbell. If you do not have the proper rack position, it's not going to go, just plain and simple.
Right, because even if that elbow is a little bit out, you're not going to be able to get the bell solid on your shoulder, and that positioning is key.
See these athletes onto the log. The athlete nearest us, Mr. Josh Harrelson, already onto the second dumbbell. Does very well there, on to the fourth and final implement. You're not going to see a ton of athletes that finish this entire course because it is so difficult. These are incredibly heavy implements. As a matter of fact, our men's 105 kilo division, which you're seeing here with Mr. Benjamin Cohn and Josh Harrelson, they have a 160 dumbbell, a 275 log, a 190 dumbbell, and a 315 log at the end. And for our international friends, that's 73 kilo dumbbell, 124.7 kilo log, 86 kilo dumbbell, and 142.9 kilo log to finish. Those are massive weights for gentlemen that weighed in at 105 kilos yesterday.
Huge, huge weights to be moving, and to be moving quickly. Like I think I mentioned before, they have 60 seconds to get through 4 lifts. If we're moving conservatively, that's about 15 seconds per lift, which when you really think about it is not a lot of time at all.
Especially when you consider how precise you have to be. We talked about that just moments ago. Portia Birdsley, Laura O'Connor coming up in our women's 73 kilo division, 160 pounds roughly. And in that division, the weights are 78 pounds on the first dumbbell, 165-pound log, 110 pounds on the second dumbbell, and 190 pounds on the fourth and final implement, that second log. That is 35 kilos, 74.8 kilos, 50 kilos, and 86.2 kilograms. Rob Schwartz still in the game. Caleb Vaughn about to make another go at that dumbbell. Portia Birdsley on that fourth and final implement, that log. Goes for the split jerk, didn't quite pan out. Was a little bit in front of center and lost it forward.
That's another thing too. Folks don't necessarily think that log is a technical lift as well, and you need to have solid technique, making sure that log is over that center line to be able to press it. If it's just a little bit in front of you, it's not going to go.
Yes, the size of the log matters. It wants to roll down your chest if you don't have it in a proper rack position. Additionally, we see many different styles of how to get that log from the shoulders to the overhead position. If you're someone that uses a jerk style, that precision and technique is even more imperative.
Absolutely.
You can grind a push press, it's hard to grind a jerk. And we see a Viper press there from Mike Schimmel.
Unreal.
That Viper press is a viable technique, particularly in this type of event where it pays to get through each implement as quickly as possible. The benefit of using that Viper technique, which is going from the lap in one motion to the overhead position, is that it's faster. If you have a weight you can actually pull that off with, it's worth doing it in this type of event.
Absolutely, especially when time and speed are of the essence. You got to get the things done.
We're seeing the ladies fight with those dumbbells. Jenny Draper, Christine Galvin. And we are starting some deadlifts as well. And here come the big boys.
Yeah, we see Ahmed opening with an easy 775 deadlift opener. Let's see what comes next.
The sentence 775 deadlift opener just sounds so absurd to me.
Doesn't it? Unbelievable. Out here deadlifting people's whole totals to start.
Deadlifting my total for sure.
Mine as well.
Here we go. Dumbbells up. Amanda Gates Allen, Taylor Peck, Scott Denter, Ray Kuna. Taylor already on to the second log. She dips, she drives, grinds out that push press. Scott Denter used that Viper technique. I'm not sure it paid off for him though, because it wasn't very quick. He had to grind through that. So any advantage he got trying to use that technique to go faster, I don't think panned out for him there.
Yes, sometimes it's best to just stop, take the breath, clean and press. You might not necessarily need to rush through it all, but also understanding that we don't know what's going on behind his eyes today.
100%. Ray was pretty close on that last attempt at that dumbbell. I think that arm is just gassed out.
Yeah, that's another thing. When you are basically doing a one-handed tricep extension with half of your body weight, you're gonna burn out real fast.
Here comes one of my athletes, Mr. Tyler Thompson, there in lane number 4. I'm gonna air our dirty laundry here for the world to hear. Tyler, he was podium last year. He took 3rd place right here at the Arnold World Championships, just two spots away from qualifying for the Arnold Strongman Classic. And unfortunately, we had what was starting off as a great prep, and Tyler woke up one day inexplicably and is dealing with a nerve issue in his shoulder.
Oh man!
That is going down and shutting off his arm. It shouldn't affect him on the deadlift. He was getting some pain through his arm and his elbow, sometimes on those pulling movements, but that has subsided. So the deadlift, I'm pretty confident he'll be able to show what he's got here. Some of the other events, unfortunately, it's how much function have we gotten back in that arm?
Right.
So I was just heartbroken for him.
Yeah.
For him to be as good as he is, in as good a shape as he is, and then just have that happen. Just woke up kind of inexplicably one day on the weekend, was like, I have an issue.
Yeah.
And when you have a nerve issue like that, it's not something that just magically goes away.
Right. Right now we're watching Gift Habinzu taking that log, fighting that log, really. Just didn't have it in him at the end of the day.
Definitely gave it a valiant effort. Looks like we do not have an athlete in lane number 3 here on our overhead press medic. There she is.
Aha! Welcome, Hannah.
And boom, they are off. I love the urgency that you see when they hear that go command. Looks like they're launched out of a cannon.
Yeah, Jeff quite literally launched himself over that log to get to that next dumbbell.
Well, Jeff Blaney's here to win. He's not here to he's not here for anything but first place. He wants that trophy. He wants that world title. And with that kind of performance, he's going to be in contention for it.
Yeah, I'm saying he's looking real good. Really good right now.
And Hannah Cold Iron White dominated the 140 division. And now she's on to the 73 kilo division. There's a 160 class. When she competes here, she calls herself Big Hand.
Big Hand, not the little one.
That's right.
Can't get that confused.
She's not skipping any meals to make that 140 anymore. And there she goes. And she is proving that she can hang with this class.
Oh, yeah.
At the highest level.
Let's go. Big hand, big grind. We love to see that. Come on, we love a little instant replay. Going to the split jerk, really pressing hard overhead. That's how you know if it's up, it's stuck, and she gets the down command.
Big thank you to Iron Vision Media for these replays. Beautiful stuff. And that was Amanda Wackett there on the deadlift. Sarah Johnson, Nicola Ann Bennett, John Doyle, Ruben Armando Oliveira coming up on this overhead press medley presented by Stanowicz Strength Equipment. And we are just watching dumbbells fly. Each athlete onto the log. Johnson, first one to complete the log. Bennett follows suit. But Johnson has a significant lead here. Can she get that fourth and final implement, that second log? And she does it. Sarah Johnson annihilates this overhead press medley.
Absolutely solid performance from Sarah right now. And you know, sometimes when you're going in a heat like that, you know, it doesn't always feel like a race, but it is. You know, you have folks on either side of you doing the same implements as you, trying to get same under this 60-second cap time. But really at the end of the day, you're going against the person next to you, but you're really going against yourself as well.
Yeah, that head-to-head format, it can help drive you further. But sometimes you just need to focus on yourself, not worry about what anyone else is doing. Charles Pierce, Tyler Davis coming up next in our men's 105 kilo division. Tyler Davis up from the 90 kilo division. I believe that's Ahmed.
Yeah, looks like Ahmed just took, if I'm looking correctly, 8:05 as his second attempt. Folks, what you see on your screen is also what we see on our screen. So we're trying to do the best that we can to bring you the most accurate information.
Both men have the log up. And Pierce is going to get the nod. Davis hesitated in the rack position on the shoulders. Pierce took advantage of that, immediately went into the press. Watch this. Davis is actually the first one to clean it. But Pierce got ahead of him and got that lockout in before Davis did.
Sometimes the difference between winning or losing is a setting breath.
It certainly is. Easy lift from Calvin Sexton. He loves these deadlift events. So Shane, Darrow, Steven, Bradley. Bradley struggles with the first dumbbell. Darrow not quite in the groove with that log. There, he gets it. Each guy that comes out here in lane number 4 on the deadlift bigger than the last. When you're lifting a bar with those 26-inch wagon wheel plates on it, and they look like they're normal plates, you know you're a big human being.
Absolutely. What do you mean a 13-inch deadlift is like a 9-inch deadlift for everybody else? Just brilliant. Just the wide range of athletes that we're able to see compete.
It really is. All the way from the 57 kilo women to the open heavyweight men, all body types.
Oh, what a fight here.
Didn't quite get that lockout. And here we go. I believe that says 4:15.
Looks like it, yep.
Down there in lane number 1 for the ladies.
I don't know. I think they should put some more weight on that bar. The ladies have gotten through that with relative ease, I might say.
And no problem.
825 on that axle.
825 and making it look pretty simple.
Absolutely. Folks, if you're not familiar with using the axle, an axle bar is about 2 inches in diameter, which generally speaking, you're not going to be able to wrap your hand all the way around it. So different factors like wrapping a strap around will help with your grip, because of course, you can't necessarily deadlift 800 pounds if you can't wrap yourself around it, right? So we'll see our athletes using our figure 8 straps from Cerberus to be able to help them wrap all the way around the bar and really keep it secure in their hands. Another thing about the axle that you will notice is that there is no give, no flex that you would typically see on a deadlift bar or even the mammoth bar that we saw from our Arnold Strongman Classic today. There is no give. So if it moves, it moves. If it doesn't, oh well, folks.
Another consideration about the diameter of that axle is it moves the center of mass out further from your body versus what it would on a smaller diameter bar. And that may not sound that significant, well, until you try to pull 800 pounds on it.
Right.
.825 looking good. Look at this. Davey McCann, our one of our head officials there, he is a big man, but standing next to these open heavyweights, he looks like a normal guy.
Just goes to show the sheer size and strength of the athletes that have worked to get here today.
Beautiful pull. Success at 825. Smooth from top to bottom.
And this little conversation that we're seeing between our head judge and our athletes is what next attempt of weight that they're going to take, right? So once they take this attempt, they're going to tell the judge immediately what they would like to go up to. That way that the bar can already be set and loaded for them when they come out for their next attempt. Up to 465.
No problem. Did you see the speed of that lockout?
Absolutely. Do not blink or you're going to miss that.
Did an excellent job engaging the hips, snapping that into place. Big Joe, as the shirt says. Well, here comes Big Joe.
Okay, Big Joe.
Living up to the moniker.
I want to see a big show out of Big Joe. Let's see what he's got today.
Agreed. Next gentleman waiting for the referee's signal. Still at 825, I do believe. I believe we're still at 465, maybe in the in lane number 1 for the ladies. 715, I think I'm seeing for lane number 3.
Yeah, that's what it looks like to me. Big pulls all around.
Another good lockout we see in the background over Davey's big old shoulders. That's them Kentucky shoulders right there.
Oh, yeah.
Gustafson, I believe, here. we go. Tyler Gustafson, Pennsylvania boy, hauls it right up, looking good. That gentleman has made tremendous improvements over the last year. Really a whole new version of himself.
That's always what you love to see, you know, as folks who, you know, we're behind the scenes and we get to see these athletes really grow and develop over the course of their careers. There's always something a little special just being able to look back and say, like, I remember when you might not have been able to hit that, and here you are crushing the game.
And then unfortunately at some point you get to my age and you start seeing athletes that you saw start their career finishing their career. And then you feel kind of old. Here we go, my boy Tyler TNT Thompson at 825.
Oh yeah, blow it up.
Nails it, successful at 825.
And it looks like Emily Elmore on the far end just smoked a 485 opener on that deadlift. Coming out of South Carolina, I have big things that I want to see from Emily Elmore this show. That's all I'll say. Fantastic athlete.
Very convincing pull at 825.
You see Ahmed coming out for his third attempt. I wonder what it is.
735, successful.
So we've got 825 for Mr. Ibrahim.
Oh, felt something he didn't like there. He's going to bow out, live to fight another day.
That's a great call. That's a great call.
Yep, he felt something he didn't like, whether he just knew the lift wasn't going to go or whether he felt felt a twinge or something of that nature, said, you know what, ain't worth it. Sat it down, walked away. He knows he's got plenty more events to do. And that was a smooth pull at 735. Beautiful work. Interestingly, I find that the really big boys oftentimes tend to be like you and I talked about, a little more of the, hey, let me get laser focused, let me be calm, cool, and collected walking in. Whereas some of the lighter weight classed men, I think it's a little more common to see the smash the ammonia bottle off your head, get angry, get furious before you head into the lift.
Yeah, I mean, really it is to each their own, but also it's extra energy that you spend. And when it comes to, granted, I'm going to speak as a super heavyweight athlete, every ounce of energy I can get is one that I will spare, especially when you're pulling weights like these.
You know what, there's definitely something to be said for that. The energy, the nervous system fatigue. I would also assume that when some of these guys, they are aware that they are giants.
Of course.
They are aware that they have an intimidating presence. And what I have found with a lot of these guys is they don't want to come across come across as intimidating or aggressive or whatever, because they're aware of the impact that has in their daily life.
Absolutely.
There's a difference between a normal human being getting a little angry or something, and when you see someone the size of Godzilla
Absolutely.
get a little angry, you know, it tends to make the villagers want to flee, you know?
Just a little bit. You know, strength athletes carry themselves differently, noticeable out in public, and then when we get here, everybody's big, everybody's strong. What sets you apart?
And when you're an athlete at this level, you know you have that confidence.
Absolutely.
You know you're one of the strongest people in the world. You don't have to walk around puffing your chest trying to show it.
Exactly. the silent assassins of the strength world.
And look at that.
Beautiful deadlift. Beautiful deadlift.
Just hauled it right up. Epic mustache on this gentleman. Bryce waiting for the go command here.
I had a feeling that was Bryce. Bryce is a dominant strongman out of Ohio. I had the pleasure of sharing a show stage with him at Blue Tip Strongest 2 last year, and he is an incredible athlete. So it's only fitting to see him on the Arnold stage today. I just got to tell you.
Side note, also hilarious. Funny guy to talk to.
Oh, yeah. One of the best.
And here he goes. Come on. There it is, Bryce. Good work. Had a little bit of trouble getting that lockout, but nice pull. Blue Tip Strongest, our buddy Kevin Worth put that on. Yes.
Big up to Kevin and Grizzly Strength over in Ohio.
Kevin, where are you at, man? If you're here at the expo, you got to come holler at me. One of the biggest men in the building, and that is saying something. McGuire, I believe Dan McGuire. Big Mr. McGuire is what I'm going to call him. No problem at all. Now, are we still on 825 or did they go up?
I can find out probably.
If we pan out a little bit, we'll be able to see that little number sign. Can't quite, it's just off screen in front of Davey. I just want to see the number sign. Oh, there we go. 845. Okay.
Thank you, friend. And it seems though our ladies are over the 500-pound mark. Looks to be 535 loaded up on the bar.
And this is what I was hoping Tyler would do when we laid out the attempts here. If that 825 felt tough, we just go to the 845.
Come on.
Walk away, buddy. There you go. Yep. Walk away.
He heard you, coach. He heard you.
He'll have another chance at that. Actually, no, he won't. That was his third attempt. But regardless, his best events are yet to come, particularly if we've gotten enough function back in that arm.
That's incredibly exciting to even think about.
Good pull at 845. And we have this overhead medley running again. You know, we see a lot of these athletes, some of them right before competition, they'll dye their hair, or they'll put on a war paint to come out.
Oh, yeah.
Or they'll wear a special article of clothing or brightly colored socks that maybe they don't normally do that. Do you have any traditions or rituals or anything of that nature that you do as an athlete that just gives you some sort of edge or some sort of comfort?
I get a haircut.
Oh, yeah?
A fresh fade will always get me right and get me into the good head shape, because like my late dad used to say, if you look good, you feel good. If you feel good, you play good. And if you play good, they pay good.
Now that makes some sense.
He usually did.
Isn't it interesting that as we grow up and we realize how many of the things that our parents said actually made a lot of sense? And when we were younger, we were like, oh, they're so stupid. Yeah.
Yeah. And now we're here.
Now here we are. 865 on the bar. Holy moly.
Easy money.
No problem at all. Sanchez knew that was going as soon as he tugged on it.
So this athlete on the end, Casey Croy, fun fact, the only woman I've ever lost to. We competed together at in Oregon at the Oregon State Championships for the USPA. She's the only woman I've ever taken second to, and it's an honor because she's a brilliant athlete, fantastic athlete. It's about time she got to the Arnold, so it's awesome to see her here.
Well, you know, we talked about that fresh haircut a minute ago. This gentleman has taken that to a whole nother level with an interesting choice of do.
We call that the skullet.
Yes, rocking the skullet and rocking it well.
A skull mullet. Big pull. Huge.
Accelerated through that pull so well. She's been training with some bands and chains, let me tell you.
Oh, yeah. Gotta be.
Little accommodating resistance. That's how you get that kind of acceleration.
She turned gravity off before she pulled that.
Here we go, 7:55, I believe, there in lane 3, and it is good. Look at that lockout, no question there. 8:65, good as well. So Worley successful, and we have 3 lanes running here in the overhead press medley. Not 100% sure why we're not running a 4th lane there.
Yeah, that's a great question. It looks like it's actually set up for the frame carry.
Look at this effort in lane number 1 on this pole.
Yes, yes.
Oh, what a heartbreak. He was 3/4 of the way done with that. Bubba Simpson, dumbbell on shoulder, good rack position, launches it, not quite there. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, you are watching the Arnold Strongman World Championship and Pro-Am here in Columbus, Ohio, presented to you by Strongman Corporation. All of these athletes worked so hard to qualify to be here. 8:65, a miss for that gigantic gentleman.
And it looks like we are up to 575 on the 13-inch max axle deadlift for the women.
And it's so heavy we lost the signal for a moment. My Lord. Local scientists became concerned when they started getting readings on the Richter scale, but it was just the action here at the Arnold World Championships.
Small little mini quakes all over Columbus being felt today.
Yes, those are not aftershocks, folks. Those are just deadlift bars hitting the floor. Here we go. Look at that.
Oh, yeah.
Did you say 575?
Yes, sir, I did.
Incredible. Tyson Thompson didn't quite have it. Elbow dropped a little bit on the drive. I think Gustafson with a miss there. I blinked and 7:55, and it is good. Strongman tests the entire body. This sport, there's no way around it. We are going to find out who's got a strong back, who's got strong legs, who's strong arms, hands, etc. Who can move with weight, who can throw weight, who can drag weight.
I would also argue, one thing that we don't necessarily talk about in Strongman quite enough, who is the best problem solver on the day? One of the things that Strongman, we see a lot of, pretty straight, static Strongman implements today, but when that sear bell is sitting in a way that is not comfortable, or, it's not going up the way that you need to lock it in, what are you doing to adjust, right? So, physical toughness is there, but also being able to adjust, that mental fortitude is huge too.
Yes, the mental game so important, and that applies to more than just the implements. that also applies to scenarios like we might run into with the schedule, the timing, changes in events, a piece of equipment breaks, we're down to 3 lanes, whatever it might be. Suddenly this plan, this perfect plan that you had in your head is no longer the plan.
Right.
Maybe you're starting an hour later than you thought, et cetera, et cetera. Who's going to let that send them into a panic?
Right.
And who's going to be able to shrug that off and say, you know what, it's fine.
Right.
And be able to stay relaxed. Okay, cool. I've got another hour. All right, fine. I'm just going to get some carbs and take a drink of water. You know?
Yeah. What a grind on this 865.
A lot of guys missing at this weight. So this is a big increment right here. We've seen several guys miss at this. So anybody making this increment is getting huge points. Look at this clean, beautiful rack position there.
Oh yeah.
Split jerk. That was excellent execution by Christoph. Sean Deem, very strong in the shoulders and triceps.
It's like the camera's got to move to keep up with Christoph. He's setting a blistering pace for these athletes to follow.
He is on fire. Look at this. Look at that rack position. And you see, it was just a bit much for him there, but you see when he dips for the leg drive on that log, his hips do not move forward.
Right.
Thus, and his knees go out. They don't shoot too far forward. He has those elbows up and his head back to put that log directly over his center as much as possible. Very technically sound on that log press. That weight was just a bit much in that moment.
Yeah.
Josh Reed, Brandon Moore, Aaron Pinner coming up next here. Overhead press medley. And the caffeine is kicking in. I'm starting to feel good again.
There we go.
Speaking of feeling good, it's got to be a good feeling to get through that first implement.
Oh, absolutely.
In that press medley. Get it out of the way. The Silver Fox, Josh Reed, moving on to the third implement. Aaron still working on that first dumbbell. Brandon and Josh on to the second dumbbell. Look at that. Brandon, the first one to get it. See, Reed was faster to the second implement. Brandon pacing himself. He is on to that final log, fourth and final implement, 375 pounds.
All right.
And how about that? Brandon Moore, excuse me, I misspoke, 325 on that final implement. So our men's 120 kilo division, first dumbbell 174. The first log 285, second dumbbell 200 pounds, and that last log is 325 pounds. Now in our women's 82 kilogram division, dumbbell is 100, log 175, second dumbbell 120, and that final log 200 pounds.
That is unreal.
And again, 865 proves to be too much for another competitor. This is a real game changer right here. Anybody who nails 865 is getting massive points on this event.
Yep. And points really is the name of the game.
Our little name labels are one heat behind here.
Okay.
They didn't change from the last one. I know that's Ty McFarland there in lane number, we're in the middle lane. We're only running 3 lanes here, so I guess the one nearest us is now technically lane 3 instead of lane 4.
Yeah.
There we go, Corinna, Ty, and Zach Davidson.
And folks, you'll see our athletes calling, we're going to finish this session or finish this event at the first log or the second dumbbell. These weights are massive. And after hitting one of your max deadlifts on an axle directly before this, you're gassed. Absolutely gassed. So getting through what you get through, and like we were talking about earlier, getting some partial point credit is going to make all the difference in the world.
Absolutely. When you're lifting this heavy, it's not the same fatigue that you might think of if you're doing reps upon reps upon reps, that muscle burn type of fatigue. It's a systemic fatigue. And when your nervous system is just blasted, there's not a whole lot you can do about it.
Right. You really truly are at the mercy of your central nervous system.
So Hannah Ross, Elijah Yoder, Jan Lacina, all going here on this overhead press medley. Jan didn't like the feel of that log clean, sat it down, adjusted the belt, gets the belt under the log. Liked that a lot better. And look at that pressing power, 325. Like it was an empty bar. Elijah Yoder, second dumbbell. This is a 200-pound dumbbell. Yoder, a very successful strongman. I couldn't tell you how many times I've announced Elijah Yoder at the Arnold. It's been several times. Just year after year, a guy that consistently is in the mix.
In the mix and competing in that mix. And I think we might have to come back over here to deadlifts, because if I'm not mistaken, yep, we were at 895 and we did have a competitor successfully complete that right before.
And look at this grind.
King of the grind.
What an unbelievable effort. If there were 5 more pounds on that bar, that lift does not go.
Oh, absolutely not. And he was so hyped, he cut out our feed. We love to see it.
What do we have here on the ladies deadlift? Does it say 485?
It does.
No problem. What a great lift. Broussard, no problem. So we got Rachel Greener, Jack Turner, Johnny Alamo. Rachel successful with that first dumbbell. Our gentleman on to this final log at 325 pounds. And both gentlemen finish at Turner ahead of Alamo. Rachel Greener using that push press, going into the layback. Looks like it's just a bit much.
And another thing that I really think is interesting too is that the women are using a 12-inch log today.
And for the longest time that was not the case. It would always be the 10-inch log for the ladies divisions. More and more recently, almost across the board in strongman, we've started to get away from that.
Yeah.
And say, you know what? 12-inch log, here you go.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm here for it. I think there's a lot of things in strong women that we do, just as well as the men do. And of course, give us the implements and we'll show you.
Well, and if you would like an example of that, the Arnold Strong Woman Classic, the big money pro show, the women's division, so exciting yesterday to watch.
Oh my, yeah.
I was losing my mind. There's Jessica Mitchell. I'm going to talk about a great strong woman. Jessica Mitchell, one of the strongest in the world without question.
Oh man, easy work of that log.
You're seeing it right here. I'm hyping her up for a reason. Look at that, launches that sucker up to lockout.
Talk about a master class in this medley.
Jessica Mitchell doing what Jessica does, and that is just dominating that event. 9:15.
Woo.
How about that? And look at this. Has it above the knees and ramps it up to lockout 8:05. And here's our winner of the best hair competition. You know, they say strongman is not a beauty pageant. I disagree.
Oh, 100% disagree. Oh, and they decided to turn the lights on.
Oh, it got bright in here. We are under the bright lights officially for Taylor Woods on the overhead press medley women's 82 kilogram division. Jerk style on the dumbbell. Well, Mr. Stone, I don't think that the haircut helped. Oh, I think he blew a strap down there.
Oh, wow.
No, it didn't blow out. It just came out of it. Taylor on the second dumbbell. Gets it in position, launches it up. And you see she's using like almost a split jerk style.
Yeah.
On this dumbbell.
Yeah, folks.
And she's grabbing at that elbow. Let me tell you something. When you're struggling with a heavy dumbbell like that, your elbow takes a beating.
Absolutely.
Oh my gosh. A little trivia about your old buddy Paul. I actually kind of hate doing circus dumbbell. my old joints absolutely hate it. My elbow, shoulder.
Yeah, I'm telling you, circus dumbbell will keep you honest and keep you humble. It doesn't matter how strong you think you are, put a circus dumbbell on your shoulder and you will see.
We just had another clean lift at 915. So we have a couple of guys that have broken 900 now. I wonder what's it going to take to win this?
Yeah.
Are we going to see somebody have to go to 1,000 pounds to win this?
Honestly, I would not be upset if we did. And also, they have a whole show they have to complete still.
Chelsea Gaudet, successful on that log, moves on to the second dumbbell.
915 up and stuck.
120-pound dumbbell, 54 kilograms. Has it set, getting it wedged against the trap. And it's going for a ride. Dumbbell headed towards the audience member's ankles. Watch your toes, ladies and gentlemen. .535 on the bar. Looks like she couldn't quite get it above the knees. She's going to rest and regroup, locks in, drives up. Says, nope, Eldridge, going to pass.
That's a good call as well.
You don't want to just keep grinding against the bar.
Yeah.
If it was the last lift of the day, whatever.
Sure.
This is the first lift.
Sure.
But when we dimmed the lights again, we are changing the mood here.
Okay.
We're going to get out some candles next, I guess. Angeline Burva, tremendous athlete.
Taking a solo run here. 935.
Yeah, Rory Aranchi at 935, and he called it going. He just set a record on, I believe, the silver dollar deadlift, an 18-inch deadlift. I mean, this when you talk about deadlifting, Rory Aranchi is phenomenal, particularly on elevated heights. Angeline on to that second dumbbell. And I don't know who's playing with the light switches. And Angeline, did she get credit for that? She did.
Looks like it.
Beautiful.
All right.
She really had to fight to stabilize that. Aggressive clean to the shoulders. And how about that Burva? And she is ecstatic.
Her press technique is unlike one that I have seen, going from a sort of like, she cleans and gets into a split position.
Yeah, she has, watch this, she takes a little step, she's in a staggered stance.
and is already ready to go into that split jerk. So not a whole lot of extra movement on the lower body that could really help get that solid lockout.
9:35 here in the lane nearest us on that deadlift. Ashley Morris, 100-pound dumbbell. Saw the elbow drop there. That allowed the power to leak out. 45-kilo dumbbell here. Ashley Morris struggling with this 100-pound dumbbell.
Come on now, let's get it, Ashley. Yeah.
And there it is. She had to work for it. How much did that take out of her to have to redo that twice? Tried to grind that to lock out. She needs a little more out of the legs.
Yeah.
With her elbows low like that in the rack position, it's hard for her to get leg drive. But look, you can look at the development in the upper back, the shoulders, the triceps, and she's probably used to relying on that in order to press. It's harder to do with the log, so she needs to modify her rack position a bit, get those elbows a bit higher. That'll allow her to have a more vertical torso,
right,
and put more upward force into the log from that leg drive.
It's honestly so incredible to me how many problems can be solved in strongman if we just keep our elbows up.
You know, it's kind of a recurring theme, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, Summer Johnson. And,
okay.
My Lord. Summer Johnson could curl that dumbbell.
Okay.
Vipers the log. This is incredible.
Just strict pressing that dumbbell.
And Vipers the final log.
Unbelievable. Yeah, get your high fives. Get your high fives.
And that was the most spectacular display of strength that I have seen all day here at the Arnold.
Brilliantly done. And we get to see it again. With the leg up to boot, you just love to see it.
You could put another dumbbell and another log out there and she would have done them too.
Oh, easily. Easily. I think one of the things that I also like to see is, you know, just looking around the crowd, we have some of the strongest athletes in the world coming to see our Pro-Am competition. And it's just awesome to see that at all levels, strong men support other strong men, strong women support other strong women, being the best in the game at what we do.
Absolutely. And look at this fight towards the lockout.
Brilliant.
And she gets it. Here comes Calvin Sexton at 9:55. This is a gentleman that's going to be in contention to win this. Can he do it?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my word. Calvin Sexton, 955 pounds.
Unreal.
He knew this was going to be a strong event coming into it for him. He knows he needs the big points here.
Speaking of big points, some of these ladies are about to take 595 for a ride.
You have got to be kidding me. Hey, let's call a spade. With the chalk on the bar, we can call that 600, right?
Sure, why not?
It's about 5 pounds of chalk on there. And she smokes it.
Brilliant. I just heard somebody say, that's a strong woman. God dang.
I concur. A couple more gentlemen up. Big Roy at 955. I'm going to make a little prediction. I think Roy nails this.
Oh, I would love that. I would love that.
And how about that? He's making me look smart. 825 in the other lane. Has it on the knees. Is that high enough to get the hitch? He's fighting Fighting it. We lost signal. He's still fighting it.
And Casey Croy fighting that 595. Oh,
and how about that? You want to talk about guts and effort.
Oh, yeah.
This gentleman's going to be feeling that pull for a week.
Come on, Casey. Come on.
Casey Coy not quite there at 595 pounds. It did leave the floor.
It did. It did. And honestly, I'd have to say at this height with an axle, one of the hardest things to do is break the floor. Okay.
Right as we talk about how hard that is.
I stand corrected, folks. I stand corrected.
You see, what we did was we put helium in the plates.
Right.
825, 985 pounds for Mr. Tazon. And this is going to be absurd. Oh my Lord. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe Tazon is a gentleman that went to Giants Live for the World Deadlift Championships.
Yes, I do think that is correct.
So he has done some outrageous pulling on a standard bar, and we're seeing it transfer pretty well.
Yeah. 595, loaded up. Let's see it move.
Sits back, locks in the lats, stands up. Almost there.
Come on. Come on. There you go.
It must be the war paint.
Oh, it's got to be. It's like plus 500 aura, and you can get that bar up.
Absolutely. So, who do we even have left?
So I think I've seen, for the women, I think I've seen Nadia Stowers come out once. So if that's the case and she has 2 attempts left, I'm very interested to see what she'll pull.
Nadia can pull pretty much whatever she wants.
Yeah.
We could just have Nadia walk over to the men's bar.
Honestly, yeah.
845.
Smooth.
Joel Alexander. That is a big old barrel-chested man right there.
Big man, big deadlift. Okay, and we have broken 600 pounds for the ladies on the axle, 13-inch max axle deadlift. Looks like 625's loaded up on the bar.
And here we go. 625.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
Wow.
Trunbull, 625.
Oh, she said 645. Thank you. Immediately. The Trunchbull.
It looks like we may be finished in the open men's lane. They're putting the plates away.
Okay.
So 985 wins it. And we talked about it earlier. We thought we might see somebody push towards that 1,000 pounds mark, and we were not far from that.
Right.
You had a few guys. You had Calvin Sexton. You had Tazon. You had Roy Arancia. Those guys were pulling in those low 900 pulls and made it look simple.
Oh yeah, I have no doubt that in another life, or in if deadlift was in another area, or another event, we absolutely would have seen 1,000 pounds today.
I think if they were allowed 4th attempts, we'd see 1,000 pounds today.
You know what? I will give that to you. Absolutely, I'll give that to you. So it looks like the women might be going in a flight order.
Yes, so they're starting round 3.
Okay.
So 445. And very convincing 445.
Oh yeah. Nice and smooth. Nice and easy.
And we have what appears to be the frame carry about to start. Have the frames set and ready. We'll see shortly which divisions are coming out for that. No dice on the 445. Okay, we have been informed that the 73 kilo women, that 160 pound division, and the 105 kilo men, our 231 men, should be coming out here for the frame. One of our athletes getting ready there, standing inside of the frame, trying to stay relaxed until it's time to go. Just looking around, trying to keep the nerves down, little dance, you know.
Absolutely.
You just kind of got to do what you got to do to keep the nerves down. You don't want to spike that adrenaline early.
Right.
Because it'll come down quick.
Absolutely it will. So making sure that timing is just right, feeling the vibes, feeling the music, talking to the volunteers around can definitely keep that stress low until you need to jack it up and get the job done.
Nobody tell her that the camera is directly on her.
Right.
Okay? She does not need to hear that right now. She needs to just be able to relax, not realize that she is dead center on the camera.
Like, we are looking right at you.
So we're at 465 now. Properly strapped in. And no problem at all.
Nice and easy.
I'll tell you what, if that was a third attempt pull, she should have gone a little higher.
That's what I'm saying. You know, and sometimes you have this plan, and then when you execute on meet day, it could go significantly better or worse. So I very well think that, you know, take another attempt. You got another 20, 30 pounds in there. Come on.
Here we go, 465 above the knees, gets the hitch, ramps it up, locks it out. Something flew off there, a strap maybe?
Yeah.
Here we go, Amanda Walkett. She actually had her first strong woman competition at my gym.
Unreal.
Yeah, she came over from powerlifting, already had a, I believe, 1,200 pound raw total. Yes, an absurd total.
Y'all might have just heard me die a little inside. 1,200 pounds as a powerlifting total is unreal, folks.
And there we see it, 505.
Beautiful. Beautiful deadlift and strict. That's where you see that powerlifting background come right in.
Yeah, when you come into strongman with that level of strength, you know, she, especially at a local level,
yeah,
you can just kind of walk through the events.
Sky's the limit with you, yeah.
You know, when you get to this level, you have to be practiced. You know, you have to, at this point, okay, you need to really know what you're doing. At the local level, when you're that strong, you're just going to do whatever you want with the implements, you know?
That's fair. Come on now, pick it up.
And that one is glued to the floor, unfortunately. Here we go on some frame action. Two athletes, so one male, one female, going here. Hey, both athletes moving well with these frames.
Yeah.
Those are solid starts.
Really, really, really solid. And give the competitors something to look towards, to model, and just see how did they move with the frame and how can I move? Okay, we got 4-lane action back in this frame carry. Let's get it.
Savannah Shep, Sonia Romanowski, Rob Schwartz, and Chris Simpson coming out. And here we go. Savannah off to a tremendous start, as well as Rob Schwartz. Who's going to have the transition here? Because that little turnaround matters. Who can get turned around, grab those handles, and get back up and running? Savannah, tremendous job.
That was great.
She was quick with her feet. She was quick on the transition.
Yes. And folks, in these weight classes for our women, our 73 kilogram women, their frame is 425 pounds. And for our 105 kilogram men, their frame is 655 pounds. So if you just think, they just pulled this for a deadlift, and then they have to pick it up again and move with it. All around great show of strength. Absolutely
unbelievable. The grip strength required, back, hips, legs. You talk about a pump in the traps.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, do a few frame runs. You won't be able to hear because your traps will be covering your ears.
Absolutely right.
So it looks like Laura was going uncontested there. So maybe Ashley didn't come out or chose not to do that event. Darcy's going to live to fight another day. So that's 192.8 kilogram frame for the women and a 297.1 kilo frame for the men here. 535 on the deadlift bar. Taylor Peck, Liana Benuelos, Kyle Evanoff, and Scott Denter all on deck here in this frame carry event.
Just waiting on our volunteers to bring that frame back.
Easier said than done when it's 655 pounds.
Very true.
And look at this. She's got it on the legs.
Oh, come on.
Working towards that.
Uh-oh.
And wisely said no thanks.
Yeah.
I believe it was Kenny Rogers who said you got to know when to hold them and know when to fold them.
Clearly know when to walk away, which our athletes know very, very well.
Walk away while you can still walk.
Absolutely.
.535 rolling technique right at the kneecaps.
That's tough.
Not quite there.
With that rolling technique, you really have to get the timing for the start position just right.
Look at Liana Benuelos.
Flying.
Tremendous performance. Not to take anything away from Scott Denter, but Liana smoked this course.
Emily making solid work of that 535, and I know she feels good about that. I would too. Absolutely, I would.
I would simply be in the hospital.
I'll visit you. Bring you some teddies and a balloon or two.
I appreciate it. Christine Galvin, Jenny Draper, Ray Kuna, Stephen Gregory.
You want to talk about some cool hair? That's what I'm talking about.
Hair game definitely strong. Let's see how her frame game is. And Ray shot out like a cannonball. Look at this. He's halfway down the course before anyone else started the second lap.
Unbelievable.
Ray Kuna did his homework on the frame, and Christine Galvin finishes ahead of Jenny Draper. Ray Kuna had his Wheaties this morning. We're lucky he didn't just continue carrying that thing and take it home with him.
Seriously, he probably could have.
555. That's right, folks. We are up to 555 pounds. This is in excess of 250 kilos. Chandra Sadler, Portia Birdsley, Josh Harrelson, Benjamin Cohn. Ooh. And Chandra, oh my gosh, she ate the dirt there at the end. Kind of paid the price for that blistering performance, but looks like she's okay.
Whoa, this windmill 555. That was a grind. Woo, and I know she felt that too.
And she's going to feel it tomorrow, and the day after that, and the day after that.
The day after that.
Post-competition deload will be needed. Nicola Ann Bennett, Hannah Cold Iron White, Caleb Vaughn, Gift Habinzu. Gift off to a good start, as is Nicola.
Brilliantly done.
Yes, Bennett leading the pack. And Habinzu places ahead of Vaughn. Big hand struggling a bit here with the frame.
Come on, hand.
She can keep those hands cooperating.
Come on. Come on.
You know, she stepped up from the 140 class to the 160s, and the weights are bigger in this class. The grip may not have had time to adjust.
Yeah,
you know, to
that's very true.
To this class, but knowing Hannah Cold Iron, she will make that adjustment and she will improve that grip. So you're not going to see that again. Okay, 575 on this deadlift. Another heat started here. Sarah Johnson out in front.
Very nice.
And Frank Bonfield, or excuse me, Boniello. Frank is ahead of Jeff Laney here. We saw Laney demolish that overhead event. £595 on deck. The level of competition in the women's divisions has just exploded in the last 10 years.
It really is amazing, you know, seeing how far the women's game has come. You know, sitting at home, watching the Arnold Strongman and Strongwoman Classic, to being here, you know, training for years and years and shows to be able to have this moment. It's really, really incredible for our sport.
Well, and maybe you can help shed some light on this, you know, from my perspective. You know, I always tell people, in order to do something, you have to believe you can do something. And so as this has become more prominent and we've seen more women do incredible things, I feel like more women believe they can do it.
Yes.
And that's leading to an increase in performance.
Oh, yes. I will literally never forget, I was watching a feed very much like this, and Jerry Pritchard said, you know, there's a young woman at home watching this feed thinking, I can do that. And that was me. And that got me into the sport, you know, watching those, you know, heavy, strong women athletes just killing the game. It's like, yeah, I can do that. Let me give it a shot. And here we are.
And with that mindset, that priceless mindset, that belief to say, I know I can do what it takes to make the progress that it's going to require in order to do that.
Yes.
Oh, look at this grind. My Lord, she is working for this one. Come on, girl.
Did she get it?
I don't think. Yeah, there's some debate going here. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if she did get that one. I think maybe time may have expired. Here we go. Stephen Bradley, Tyler Davis. Both gentlemen moving extremely well with that 655 pounds. And Davis is, or excuse me, yes, Davis pulled ahead. No, Bradley pulled ahead. Here we go,
Come on, Casey.
595.
There it is.
Wow, and that's the one that she missed on the previous round.
Sure is. Oh, yeah. She has hefty hoe emblazoned on sequins on the back of her belt, and she's really bringing that energy today.
I tell you what was hefty was that 595 pounds.
Yeah. And we're still going up, so.
625 headed your way, ladies and gentlemen, here at the Arnold Strongman World Championship and Pro-Am, brought to you by Strongman Corporation. The best athletes from around the world have qualified to be here, have traveled to be here, have trained to be here, have dreamed about being here, and here they are in front of you and me and God and everybody else.
Yep. Doing their thing, too.
And we're about to see a 625-pound attempt.
Broke the floor with it and knew immediately.
Sometimes when you know, you know. Oh, no, grabbing at the adductor or hamstring there.
Oh, man. And that's something you never want to see.
You know, unfortunately, it is part of the game. It's called an extreme sport for a reason. Extreme things can happen.
Yeah.
And when you are literally pushing the limits of what the human body is capable of, you know,
it's gonna happen.
Sometimes things happen. Hopefully, fingers crossed, it's just a cramp. Maybe she can get that worked out and be okay.
Yeah.
Wow, good speed off the floor.
Come on.
Couldn't quite get it far enough above the knees to sit back and hitch it.
Looked a little off balance to me, but that was still excellent effort. Excellent effort.
Absolutely. So Worley out at 625. Our next athlete, 625 pounds. That is just a crazy looking bar.
It is. Oh.
Wow, and a crazy looking lift.
Wow.
She's ecstatic about that. And absolutely should be. Watch this. Look how close it stays to the legs.
Yep.
Stays tight against the legs. No hitch, no ramp necessary. The back held up and let the hips do their job.
I love to see that.
It's my buddy Quint Zambin, one of our officials. Former Arnold champion himself. £645. You know, if they didn't count the clamps here, we can call that 650.
Honestly, yeah. I would. I might just call it 650 anyway.
Look at this. Here she goes.
Unreal.
Inches away. And does it. Gets the job done.
Unreal.
Wow.
.645, slow and steady up to the top with a little hamstring dancing. Folks, as we get to these heavy weights, you'll see a little hammy dance. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's max effort. It definitely is for this. But when those hamstrings dance, they're being worked well and utilized properly.
Did you have an expectation coming into this that we would see this level of deadlifting out of the heavyweight women's division?
Yes and no. Yes and no. Did I think we would get to 645? Absolutely not, but look at her.
She is almost there. Inches away.
Come on. Stay steady.
And she got it.
Gets it. While I am not surprised, Destiny is her. Destiny is that one, and has just really blown up, on the strongman scene as of late. Let's just watch this grind again.
Wow. She fights and fights and fights, driving those hips forward, literally half an inch at a time, trying to get those legs straight. Boom. Got to that vertical position, gets the call from the referee. 645 pounds.
Yeah.
And here comes Trunchbull.
Good call.
Not quite there.
That was a great call, especially because, you know, with Trunchbull starting off the day on this deadlift, really, really excellent deadlift attempts. We know that some of her best events are yet to come.
This is true. And I think that wraps it up. I think 645 was the third and final attempt for everyone involved. So
onto the frames.
Here we go. Off and running. Looks like Gavin Bell didn't come out of the gate there.
Hope everything's okay with him. Oh, there he is.
Allison Kolzinski finishes ahead of Barbara Mellick. Andrew Wilson at the halfway point. Now we have gone up a division here. So we were talking about 705 pounds for the men's 120 kilo division. That's 319.8. Let's just call that 320. That's 320 kilos. For the women's 82 kilogram class, 465 pound frame. That's
wow.
211 kilos. And it's not just enough to be strong. It's not just enough to pick it up. To move with it from point A to point B and to do so faster than everyone else. Michelle Moret, Kim Scott, Justin Zahner, and Ty McFarland on deck here in this frame carry event. Folks, we really appreciate you tuning in and checking out the action here on our live stream. Big thank you to Iron Vision Media. And of course, big thank you to our staff, everyone. Hey, over 1,000 people checking this out around the world. We appreciate y'all, and we appreciate our staff busting their butts. Look at these guys moving those exorbitantly heavy frames. We have like one pallet jack out there.
Yeah, y'all saw it took 2 men to struggle to carry that frame back, and we're gonna watch Ty do it all by himself.
We are Stalled for a moment here. And here they go. You mentioned Ty earlier, and Ty is off to a good start. He is ahead of Justin. Michelle ahead of Kim. And Michelle right back into that carry. McFarland, excellent run. He's going to be happy with that. Four lanes, 4 finishes.
That's always great. When the athlete finishes well within the time cap, the spotters and our staff don't have to do too much to move the frame back. 10s across the board.
Any rational human being would be just absolutely ecstatic with the ability to even pick one of these things up and not die in the process. So,
absolutely.
So when you could just run around with it, carry it back and forth, you know what? You should be proud of yourself.
Oh yeah, all the power to you.
Catherine Porter, Aaron Pinner, Josh Howson, and Tyson Thompson. Josh lost it there before the halfway point. So Catherine and Aaron, dead heat. They both pick up at the same time. And Catherine has a drop. She was slightly ahead, but Aaron takes advantage. Aaron Pinner is going to take the head-to-head matchup against Catherine Porter. And that just did not pan out well for Josh Howson. Catherine still fighting to get that finish. She is very close. Maybe 6 feet from the line.
Just a couple more steps.
A few more steps. 10 seconds, and she says, you know what, that's it. Might be wise to walk away where you still have skin on your hands.
Absolutely. And if y'all are asking the question, why might somebody choose to call a lift right now, call an event right now? We have to remember, these athletes have 2 days of competition that they have to complete. So longevity and contest completion is the name of the game. And you have to have a solid body to be able to do those things. So a lot of the times, if an athlete is calling something, it's for preservation. It's also to make sure that they can stay safe and healthy to continue and complete the competition.
And Sam, one of those concerns on this particular event is the threat of a callus tear.
Yep.
And, you know, tearing the skin on your hand, it may not sound like it would be that detrimental. However, especially on something like this, blood is very slick.
Yep.
It's not like water, it's like oil.
Yep.
When you start getting blood on that handle, it becomes very difficult to hold on to. Even if you have the mental toughness to go through the pain, which most of these athletes do, it factually makes it harder.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So Corinna Sen, Hannah Ross, Bubba Simpson, Michael Smith comprise the next heat in our frame carry event. Oh, maybe I misspoke. I did. That was the previous heat. So Rachel Greener, Jessica Mitchell, Zach Davidson, and Josh Reed. And they are off and running. Mitchell ahead of Greener. And the Silver Fox, Josh Reed, was ahead, but he has a drop. Davidson.
Oh, man. Come on, Josh.
Heartbreak for Reed. He was slightly in the lead until that drop. Davidson took advantage. Managed to finish ahead.
And sometimes that's really all it takes. It's just a moment, a second, a drop, and somebody's blowing right by you.
So Taylor Woods, Chelsea Gaudet, Caden White, Elijah Yoder coming up. You'll notice they're digging those hands under to lock in that grip as they stand up. It sort of helps lock that in against the skin of the hand. So Woods ahead of Gaudet, Yoder slightly ahead, I believe. I believe Yoder finished ahead of White. Woods finished ahead of Gaudet.
It's nice and close. It'll make our judges' role a little bit more difficult in determining some points and standings after this event, which is what I like.
So Sue Eager, Angeline Burva, Christoph Patzek, and Sean Deem are in our next heat. And they're off. Sean Deem ahead in our men's head-to-head here. I do not see Sue on screen, so Angeline may have been competing solo there. But it was a good performance regardless. She had to put up a very good time there.
Absolutely. One of the things that I've seen from all of our athletes that I've been pretty solidly, granted, am I impressed? Of course I am. With everything they do, I am. But their pick position right into them starting to move is so smooth and so efficient. They're not losing a lot of time on the pick, which is, you know, seriously, when it comes down, you transition and that pick, you lose a lot of time if you don't do that well.
Yeah, when you're really working to master this event, getting that pick quickly and getting those feet moving as quickly as possible, you know, that's going to save you a second. And 1 second at this level could mean 2 points, 3 points, 4 points. Mississippi Muscle Mama moving down the course. And Brandon Moore still working here.
It's just, how many times can you deadlift that?
Yep, he's got I think he's got hopefully just a cramp going on there. Maybe maybe a lat. The way he's got his arm above his head like that, that's what I do when I get a lat cramp.
Absolutely.
Jack Turner, Johnny Alamo, men's 120 division, 264 pounds body weight or less. 705 pounds. Sam, I appreciate just hanging around here with me.
You know, this is my favorite way to spend a Saturday, and I appreciate you having me with you.
Well, thank you, thank you. So we are setting up some arm over arm pulls. They are breaking out the ropes. They're breaking out the sleds. Alamo flying over there. Turner no slouch himself, but Alamo really putting on a clinic.
Brilliant work done. Brilliantly done.
About as good of a frame carry as you're going to see.
Yeah. You really can't ask for much more on an event like that.
Sounds good. All right, folks, we appreciate you chiming in here with us, tuning in, I should say, to check out the Arnold World Championships and Pro-Am. We are going to take a short commercial break while we're setting up for the arm over arm pull.
Are you a lion or a wolf? Do you stand alone, leading and protecting, like the king of your jungle? Or do you move in a pack, thriving with others, relentless and resilient? We don't just make clothing. We forge armor for the bold and brave, worn by those who define their own path. You are not just another body in the gym. You are a force, a movement, a legacy in the making. Pride V-Pack, where greatness lies within. Are you a lion or a wolf? Do you stand alone, leading and protecting, like the king of your jungle? Or do you move in a pack, thriving with others, relentless and resilient? We don't just make clothing. We forge armor for the bold and brave, worn by those who define their own path. You are not just another body in the gym. You are a force, a movement, a legacy in the making. Pride V-Pack, where greatness lies within. Are you a lion or a wolf? Do you stand alone, leading and protecting, like the king of your jungle? Or do you move in a pack, thriving with others, relentless and resilient? We don't just make clothing.
Athletes ready, judges ready, go! Pulling these sleds down rubber mats. No easy task. These athletes stepping up and making it happen. Beautiful, beautiful pull in there in lane 3 from Mark Totten, finishing around the 15-second mark. Another easy day at the office for Jesse Castens in lane number 4. Finishing off in lane number 1 is Kirsten McDonald in sub 30. Looks like we're setting a very good pace in the early going here. In lane number 1, we're going to bring out Morgan McCarthy. In lane number 2, Berendina Brugern. And in lane number 3, Tyler Keating. Lane number 4 is going to be Kyle Evanoff.
closest end of your screen to the farthest end of the screen, we have Morgan McCarthy, Berendina Brugam, Tyler Keating, and Kyle Evanoff. Folks, we have an arm-over-arm sled pull, which means we have our athletes sitting on the right side of our screen, loaded up, ready to drag that sled to them as fast as they can. There is a time limit for this event. Ideally, you're pulling it 40 feet. So before time expires, at 60 seconds, you want to pull that sled 40 feet across the line. So we're still getting set up and ready to go here. But welcome back after a commercial break. My name is Sam Martin. Here holding it down in the booth by myself right now, but my partner will be back here shortly. This is the Arnold Strongman World Championships and Pro-Am put on by Strongman Corporation. Just want to take some time and give a thank you to our sponsors. You know, we have Metrics, the Storm guys, making sure we know how to make it rain over here in Columbus, making sure that we have Cloudy with a chance of dumbbells, making sure that we're ready to go. Of course, Rogue, our sponsorship, Cerberus Strength. You'll see a lot of our athletes rocking that Cerberus gear. Really, the equipment retailer of Strongman. That's what you want. CME Credit Union is a sponsor for us today, as well as Stanowitz Strength Equipment. In some of the events that you have seen today, we have this beautiful Thomas Inch dumbbell replica that is actually being pulled on our sled today, that was developed by the folks over at Stanowitz, who we did get to speak to earlier today. So you're going to see our spotters and loaders, our staff members getting our sleds in position, ready to go. Our athletes are getting in position, ready to go. And we're going to start this event momentarily. It's going to be a good one. Don't blink, you will miss it. And we are off. We see all of our athletes are pretty much neck and neck, with Tyler Keating edging out a little bit in lane 3. Tyler Keating will look to take the win in this event over Kyle Evanoff, and it looks like Berendina will take the win over Morgan McCarthy. Folks, you see our athletes just giving everything and leaving it all out here on the floor. We have 4 Strongman events today for the prelims and 3 events tomorrow for the finals. Right now we are watching the arm-over-arm sled pull. Coming up next for this next heat, we have Amanda Gates-Allen, 73 kilo class for women, Shavannah Shep. We have Jesse Campbell and Rob Schwartz. All of these athletes have put on great showings today. We've kind of been following, well, of course we've been following them all day. Of course they're on the stream. But they're looking to continue their overall success in this contest. Looks like our athletes are letting our announcer know that they're ready, judges as well. Moving again, Savannah off to a fast start. But everybody's still pretty neck and neck. It's pretty even. It's anyone's heat. See Amanda pulling, Jesse pulling, Rob, and it looks like Savannah and Rob might be the top 2 of this heat, followed very closely by Amanda and Jesse. This is what it is all about, neck and neck to the very end, with the excellent implements from Rogue, from our other sponsors, standing with Strength Equipment. This is what it's all about. This is the Arnold Strongman World Championship. This next heat coming up in lane order for y'all, we have Sonia Romanowski, Laura O'Connor, and then for our men 105 kilogram class, we have Darcy Tamblin and Scott Dinter. got another angle here. You can just see the amount of people that have joined us over by the Young LA booth in the Amateur Strongman, the Arnold Strongman World Championship Pro-Am. We have been packed all day, folks. Everyone loves to watch strong people move strong and heavy things. Everyone's moving pretty easy, but it looks like Scott is really pulling ahead of this competition here. Looks like Scott will handily beat Darcy in this one. Oh, and looks like Sonia really pulls from behind to snatch that right under Laura's nose. You'll see that this is a timed event, so the fastest that these athletes can get the sled to the 40 feet, that's what their official score will be. If they do not finish under the time cap, we'll have our staff measure how far they got that sled of the 40 feet track. Coming up next, we have Taylor Peck, Liana Banuelos, Ray Cunha, and Stephen Gregory getting ready to take their run on the sled. Full house over here, back in our booth for the Arnold Strongman World Championship Pro-Am. Is exactly how we want it to be, nice and full, lots of people everywhere, giving our athletes some love and really showing them appreciation for putting this show on this Saturday. It's a great day to be in Columbus, it's a great day to be at the Arnold, it's a great day to be a Strongman fan, what can I say? Looks like we're getting some things squared away on this sled in lane 2. Getting everything straightened out. And while we're waiting, gotta do anything to keep the mind clear. Here we go. Off to a strong start. We see Steven in the far end, edging out Ray by a little bit. Looks like that leaves a little bit bigger. Taylor's pulling strong through to the finish and will narrowly edge out Liana for this heat win. Ray Cunha pulled it out, got it done. Really great job, really great job. Oh. One of our volunteers took a little spill, but that's all right. It's all love and strongman. Coming up next, lane 1 to lane 4 respectively, we have Christine Galvin, Jenny Draper, Chris Simpson, and Mike Schimmel. Another solid set of athletes that are coming to this event today. Currently holding it down in the booth all by myself, but my partner will be back soon. So no worries if you're missing the sultry sounds of my partner. He will be back very soon. But until then, you're stuck with me. But that's not a bad thing. Saturdays with Sam sound like a good time to me. Athletes are off. Jenny and Christine really neck and neck here, where the guys seem to be pulling a little bit further ahead. Mike's making light work, easy work of that sled, and Chris is right behind him. Jenny and Christine come down to the wire. Looks like Jenny narrowly edged out Christine for that event. Solid work done all around by these athletes, by these 4. All right, in lane 1 to lane 4 coming up next, we have Chandra Sadler, Portia Bursley, Caleb Vaughn, and Ruben Armando Olvera coming up next. We are still in our 73 kilogram weight class for women and still in our 105 kilogram weight class for men. Still getting locked in and set up here. And we are off again with the sled pull. Implements rolling around on top of that sled. Looks like Portia's making light work of it. Looking to win this heat here, and she does. Chandra coming up next. And we look to finish that heat. All 4 athletes finish. That's something that we love to see. Coming up next to your screens, Nicola Ann Bennett being Hannah Cold Iron White in lane 2, John Doyle in lane 3, and Josh Harrelson in lane 4. So you'll notice that our athletes can start in either 1 or 2 ways. They can start seated, which all of our athletes are doing right now, or they can start standing, which sort of would have them start with more of a lean back, a falling back sort of motion to get this sled moving. But what you see our athletes are opting into right now is strong position from the ground, really getting packed in and tight to explode off of those footboards to pull those sleds. And we see massive success from John Doyle and Nicola Ann Bennett with using this technique. Both of those athletes edged out their competitors in these lanes, and we'll see how that helps them in the larger standings. Moving right along, Grace Ingebrigtsen, Sarah Johnson, Frank Boniello, and Benjamin Cohn. Looking to put their little mark on the competition here. I've had the pleasure of being able to see these athletes compete all day. And when I tell you, they just get more and more impressive as the events go on. Longevity, consistency, that mental toughness really is the name of the game, and these athletes are doing it beautifully, folks. Beautifully. You'll notice as these athletes are pulling, every part of their body is just screaming at them. Their legs, their grip, their forearms, their back, everything is just yelling at them, begging them to stop. But the athlete in them tells them to continue and finish. And that's what this is all about. Who are you when your hands are burning? Who are you when your grip is giving out and you don't know if you can finish this event? Coming up next, looking like a 2-man lane, 2-man heat here. We have Gift Habienzu and Charles Pierce, both in our men's 105 kilogram weight class. Both have been putting on a show for us today. Lots of wins, some losses, but they're here to leave it out all on the line. And they are off. Gift is moving. Charles is moving. They are neck and neck, just a pull apart as they're going down this 40-foot track today. Who will bring it home? It looks like, oh, Gift by a hair pulls it out over Charles Pierce, folks. By a hair on his chinny chin chin. for another 2-lane heat, we have Jeff Laney and Shane Darrow. Both of whom have had solid performances coming into this event today. You're gonna hear me say that a lot of these athletes had solid performances, and that's really well and truly because they did. All of our athletes have been really pushing the competition and making our event leaders and our event winners earn their wins. And that's what we wanna see. Looks like Shane is about to pull ahead, but still neck and neck based on distance. You see these athletes fully extending through their pulls. And Jeff pulls it out. Fantastic heat from these gentlemen. And our last 2 competitors in the 105 kilogram class are Stephen Bradley and Tyler Davis, our last 2, really looking to bring it home for our 105s today. Athletes are getting ready to take position. If you find yourself in Columbus and want to get in on all the action, come and visit us at the Convention Center. We've got Strongman all day today, all day tomorrow for our finals. You're watching the preliminary events right now, so we have our big heats and our larger field of competition that they're gonna battle it through and work through to get to the finals tomorrow. Tyler's a pull ahead, just a pull. Still anyone's event, anyone's heat. Ooh. Oh, that last big pull from Steven just wasn't enough to edge him out over Tyler. Stopped right in front of the line. He had to pull a little bit more to get that taken care of. Still getting set up here for our next folks to come out. Our next weight class, our open men and women. Just kidding. We still have 120s left to go. We still have a couple more weight classes left to go. I was just ready to get to the big boys. I'm sorry. I was ready. I mean, I am ready. But I also need every athlete to get their moment. And that's what we're here for. Looking around, we see some current and former world's strongest men coming to give our athletes some love. You know, while we're in a break, you know, my partner and I were talking a little bit about how the sport of strongman and strongwoman has grown so much over the years, and it really is because of opportunities like this. So I hope if there's any young athlete out there watching this, thinking that maybe one day they will be on this stage, please do. Pick up that dumbbell, pick up that axle. We'll see you here whenever you're ready. We'll be here for you. Strength sports and strongman is for everyone, and we would love to have you here. Oh yes, athletes are coming out to their starting positions. Have a nice introduction. So, in lanes 1 through 3 respectively, we have Catherine Porter, 82 kilogram class, Michelle Moret, and Paul Longboat, 120 kilogram class for the men. So we're in 82 kilogram weight class for women, 120 kilogram weight class for men. So when I was talking about some mixed starting positions before, we saw both Catherine and Michelle choose to opt in to the standing up start. And it seems to be working for them, but I wonder how much time they might have lost on that one. Looks like Michelle's pulling real well and will win that heat for the women. Paul going uncontested. Solid time yet still. We see world's strongest man competitor Lucas Hatton getting in on the work. 2 days of competition was not enough for Lucas Hatton. He wants to be helpful and do some sled pull accessory work. Unbelievable. Thank you, Mr. Hatton, for all of your work. Coming up next in lane order for this heat, we have Camille Graham-Dubois, Aaron Penner. In the women's 82 kilogram class, we have Andrew Wilson and Gavin Bell holding it down for the men in the 120 kilogram class. As the athletes are making their way to their starting positions, they look focused. They look ready to pull that sled. So we see a bit of a split position. Camille opting to start in the standing position. Aaron's choosing to start in the seated position. Let's see head to head which one will win out. We're off and moving. Gavin making short, light work of this sled, and Andrew's right behind. Aaron's making nice and easy work of this too. And Camille is pulling and pulling and pulling and pulling. And really that's all you can do. You pull until you can't or your time is out. And she crosses the line with a completion. So we see, you know, the standing up position may be a little slower off the start, but that doesn't mean that it can't be a successful technique. It just means that somebody might be a little bit quicker. Keeping it rolling right along, we have Corinna Sen coming up and Kim Scott for our 82 kilogram women, Ty McFarland and Josh Housen for the men, 120 kilograms. And they are off. Kim and Ty in our center 2 lanes going neck and neck here. But it looks like Josh might, yes, Josh edges him out just at the very end of time. Kim does well to have a solid finish above Corinna in this heat, and that's totally all right. You'll notice, folks, it's taking more than one person to reset these sleds back to the starting position, and our athletes are pulling them by themselves. We have some brilliantly strong athletes here today. Moving right along in lane 1 in the purple power leggings, we have Allison Kolzinski, Barbara Maluk in lane 2, Justin Zahner in lane 3, and Michael Smith in lane 4. All 4 of these athletes have done some impressive work today. So really looking forward to seeing how this continues. And we're off. Let's see how it goes. All 4 of our competitors are, well, I stand corrected. Allison really going full send on her full extension with back touching the ground. We've seen some athletes opt to stay more upright and some to fully extend. Anything to keep that tension and that power. Excellent pull from Allison. She gets across the line a split second, from my view, in front of Barbara, but we'll see what the judges have to say about that later on. Ashley Morris, Rachel Greener, Zach Davidson, and Tyson Thompson coming up next. And we are moving right along in this arm-over-arm sled pull, folks. Moving right along. Oh, Ashley's bringing a little pal to sit on top of the keg before she pulls. If y'all can see, there is a teddy bear. Well, a friend of ours just covered it up, but a teddy bear sitting on top of the keg. Power bear. As they're getting ready. It's Muscle Mama brings a muscle baby bear out for support.
Sam, thank you so much for holding down the fort while I took a much-needed lunch break.
Always.
I think my brain is ready to do this again, and these athletes are ready to pull. Look at this. Rachel Greener.
Just smoking this event. Easy money from both her and Muscle Mama. Exactly what we love to see.
For the most part, we have seen the vast majority of athletes complete this event.
Yep.
This begs the question, if the sled is quote unquote light enough, if the level of difficulty of the pull is such that everyone is finishing it, would it be faster to do it as a standing pull? Where you could literally just cycle your arms through that. And I haven't seen anyone try that yet.
Right.
Because no one practiced it that way because they assumed it would be an incredibly heavy pull.
Right. Right. You know, that is a really good point. We see Hannah, Chelsea, Josh, and Bubba getting ready to take this heat.
So yeah, a mixture here of standing starts and seated starts. So Hannah and Bubba with the seated start. Chelsea and Josh with the standing start.
And They are pulling.
Chelsea absolutely smoking this course. She is leading the pack, and first one to finish, Chelsea Gaudet, really cycled through those pulls quickly.
Yeah, this was actually really interesting. So we see kind of an inverse of what we saw before. We saw a previous athlete do a standing start, and her pull ended up being a bit slower. But just recently we see Gaudet start with a standing start, and her pull is significantly faster and a lot smoother. So folks, like I said earlier, just because you're standing doesn't mean it'll move slower. It could be all in the pulling.
It's largely going to come down to what did you practice. Taylor Woods, Jessica Mitchell, Elijah Yoder, Sean Deem. All of these experienced athletes in this heat. I have announced these names several times over the years at these extremely high-level competitions. Something going on here in lane number 1, it looks like. Oh, I was waiting for the rope man. Okay. Gotta have our rope handler. So we have a rope handler for each lane that helps keep that from piling up on top of the athlete and getting in the way of their pulls. So their job is just to keep that out of the way of the athlete. No surprise to see Jessica Mitchell doing well. Elijah Yoder as well. So much distance covered on Elijah's pulls. He had so much explosive power. I mean, they're pulling these on rubber mats.
Yeah.
So it's not like these things slide easily. But he was pulling so hard. He was covering so much ground on each pull, reaching up very far. I call it a bite when you where you quote unquote bite the rope. He's reaching up and getting a good bite on that.
And he had one big solid yank to just finish it. I can't say that I wouldn't do that. I probably would too.
And speaking of someone that may yank this thing, Summer Johnson is coming up next, and we have seen Summer just do absolutely incredible things all day in this competition. Summer may pull this thing across the line in one yank.
Let's go. I would love to see that.
She may snap the rope. But let's not forget about Angeline Burr, a very high-level competitor as well, world level, and that's why she's here.
Absolutely, absolutely. All of these athletes to be able to be in this space, world class.
Brandon Moore and Christoph Pacek, which I hope I am close on that name. Women's 82 kilogram division, men's 120 kilo division. That's about 180 pounds for the women, 264-ish pounds for the men. Here they go. And it looks like Christoph is the fastest thus far across the board in this heat. Summer and Angeline are neck and neck. Angeline has the advantage, and she is going to do it.
All right.
Angeline pulls ahead of Summer Johnson in that event. That is a feather in the cap.
Oh, absolutely. Call it macaroni.
When you can do any event and get ahead of Summer Johnson, you've done something pretty special. That's one of the strongest women across the board in the sport. Well, there's a fun angle.
Yeah.
It's like we're watching from the balcony.
Folks, if you just happen to track your eyes to this Gaines, the G in the top right-hand corner, we are around that area.
Somewhere there's a belt. Caden White, Jack Turner, They are off and running. Just our men's 120 kilo division, a 120 kilo showdown here. So we talked about the rubber surface here, Sam. That the surface matters as much or more than the weight does on this type of event.
Absolutely.
And I hear so many, you know, local level competitors so concerned about the weight of the sled. Well, as you can see on that sled, there's not thousands and thousands of pounds on that sled.
Right.
But I promise you, when you pull it on rubber, you will feel the difference versus pulling that on an expo floor
100%,
or pulling that on turf.
100%. And you know, and even taking into account the amount of humidity that we've had, you know, that could even be a factor on how the sled moves on this rubber. So I think that's a great point. You know, however much you train in the gym, outside, wherever, that might not always matter on comp day.
Right, and so it's important not to fixate on numerical values on an event like this. It's important to just push yourself to the appropriate level. You know, okay, I assume this is going to be a difficult pull. I better prepare myself for a difficult pull.
Absolutely.
Because if you just think, oh yeah, okay, it's going to be 500 pounds and you train with 500 pounds on turf, you're in for a very, very rude awakening when you pull 500 pounds on rubber.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, rubber will humble you quickly.
So Messina and Alamo going at it here. And you see Alamo not really leaning back much at all. And Messina gets him. Johnny Alamo looked like he was relying a little bit more on those massive arms. I mean, the guy's got a set of guns, but that short stroke technique may have been just a little bit too short.
Yep. And when you see that short stroke technique in comparison to some of our other athletes that are really hammering that full extension, it can make quite a big difference when it comes to time and distance of that sled being pulled.
Absolutely, it can. And looks like we're going to go off to a little commercial break here, Sam, but that was a tremendous event. You know, we've seen this arm over arm pull through several different classes. We still have our heavyweights yet to come on that event, and we've got a lot of action left here.
Oh yeah, it's showtime, people. We'll see you when we come back.
We forge armor for the bold and brave, worn by those who define their own path. You are not just another body in the gym. You are a force, a movement, a legacy in the making. Pride V-Pack, where greatness lies within. Are you a lion or a wolf? Do you stand alone, leading and protecting, like the king of your jungle? Or do you move in a pack, thriving with others, relentless and resilient? We don't just make clothing. We forge armor for the bold and brave, worn by those who define their own path. You are not just another body in the gym. You are a force, a movement, a legacy in the making. Pride V-Pack, where greatness lies within. Are you a lion or a wolf? Do you stand alone, leading and protecting, like the king of your jungle? Or do you move in a pack, thriving with others, relentless and resilient? We don't just make clothing. We forge armor for the bold and brave, worn by those who define their own path. You are not just another body in the gym. You are a force, a movement, a legacy in the making. Pride V-Pack, where greatness lies within. you a lion or a wolf? Do you stand alone, leading and protecting, like the king of your jungle? Or do you move in a pack, thriving with others, relentless and resilient? We don't just make clothing. We forge armor for the bold and brave, worn by those who define their own path. You are not just another body in the gym. You are a force, a movement, a legacy in the making. Pride V-Pack, where greatness lies within.
And we are back again for our dumbbell and log ladder. So we've seen this event a couple of times today, but we're getting ready to go into our opens, our heavyweight men and women for our last 3 events. So we're gonna see some big guys and big gals hit some really big weight. So folks, just a little recap of what you're gonna see here. Our athletes have 60 seconds to press in order a dumbbell, a log, a second dumbbell, and a second log as quickly as possible. They can choose to opt out of any implement they would like if necessary. But if they do that, they gotta pack it up. So you'll see our first athlete in lane 1 got to that third circus dumbbell, or the third lifting implement, the second dumbbell, the Thomas Inch dumbbell that we've seen all day here at the Arnold Strongman World Championships Pro-Am. And she decided to not go to that last log. But folks, joining me here at the table, the man, the myth, the legend himself, we have Mr. Travis Ormeyer.
Sammy, baby, thank you for the intro. This is great.
It's always a pleasure to have you here.
Now I'm going to do my best to keep up by, I'm losing my voice. I've been coaching all day.
Of course.
And yesterday, and yeah, I never keep my voice. I lose it every friggin' time, and I spent probably 6 months total out of last year hardly being able to speak because of all the shows that I went to, and I can't help it. I love it. You know, it's not just my athletes that I'm cheering on and helping and coaching. It's everybody who's willing to listen.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, and listen, when you're talking, I'm listening. That's all I'm going to say about
that's
that.
That's high praise right there. I'll take it. All right, this is the press medley, yeah? The circus dumbbell log, circus dumbbell, and a bigger log.
Yep, absolutely. And so, folks, we are looking at our women's open class right now. So, the first dumbbell is 110 pounds or 50 kilos. Our first log for women's open is 185 pounds or 83.9 kilos. Let's just call it 84. The second dumbbell that they have to press, that Thomas Inch dumbbell, is 120 pounds. And then that last log is 210. So we're seeing really big numbers for log and circus dumbbell on for both of these weight classes for our women.
These are massive weights. I mean, and that's 4 total reps, assuming you don't miss it and screw one up. But that's a heavy medley.
Yeah, a heavy medley with 60 seconds to do it.
Especially those Thomas Inch replica dumbbells. Those are a lot of fun to use, but they're tricky.
Very tricky.
They're dense. There's so much weight in the center of mass. Like that fat grip wants to roll out of your hands. It doesn't want to sit where you want to put it. So you're fighting with it the whole way. You don't have to just deal with the weight. You have to deal with the way the implement wants to handle you, let's say.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Because honestly, a strongman's best day, they're making everything submit to them. But as soon as you pick up that dumbbell, the game could change.
That's a great way of putting it too, man. This is Rebecca Graham. Okay, there she goes. Great fight on that one.
Absolutely.
I think she was really happy with that press.
I would be too, honestly, because that's a point where some of my other competitors, if they didn't get that circus dumbbell, or this Thomas Inch dumbbell, excuse me, they're not getting that point.
It was good, clean, a lot of power out of the lap. Now, if she keeps her elbows up, she has a chance at that. As soon as those elbows drop, that weight pushes out away, and there's no way you're recovering that.
Yep, and as soon as that log starts rolling down the chest, bye-bye. We have all fell victim to a vindictive log.
I had one break my ankle once.
Lord!
Yeah, halfway through the final World's Strongest Man 2010. I was in the lead at that time, too.
You sure were, too.
Talk about heartbreaking, man.
Oh, man.
And then, too stupid to quit, I kept going the next day, and I kind of slowly lost my placings and fell down to 5th place in the end. That was hurt. That hurt. That was rough.
Yeah, you know, not making a podium is tough. And also, my brother, you are top 5 strongest men in the world. Undisputed. Granted, I know who I'm talking to, but also, that's huge.
You know, top 5 is, it's awesome. It is, but when you're top 5, you don't want to be top 5. You want to be top 1.
Absolutely.
You know?
Absolutely, I get that.
You see it slip through your fingers. It's just crushing.
Yeah.
Solid clean. So interesting technique with the tipping the dumbbell up. And this is one of the circus dumbbell type events where you can get away with tipping it almost vertical. And it kind of, for some people, it kind of has to sit that way because dropping it down, because of the size of the head of the dumbbell, it's not a huge diameter, so it sits pretty low on the shoulder. And if you don't have the flexibility for it, you know, it gets really difficult to press off the shoulder. And so when you tip it up like that, you keep it balanced on top of itself, and then you can use more leg drive as long as it doesn't fold forward or backward.
Right,
you know?
right. This Thomas Inch dumbbell, circus dumbbell, monster dumbbell is one of the most, if not the most, technical lift that we have in strongman.
It is absolutely that. As a coach, it's a nightmare. It is the hardest one to teach people how to do, by far. You got so many different leverages, so many different, you know, center of gravity of the person, balance, long legs, short legs, torso length, and then, you know, shoulder flexibility. And then when you think you know a specific body type and how it's going to work, somebody comes along that throws it all out the window.
Gotta love bodies, man. Gotta love them. Julia Martin looking like she's making her good old way through. If she gets this successful attempt, she will have done the best of the open women so far, but it does not look like she's gonna get it.
Well, she tried that vertical technique. Now, if you're gonna do that, you gotta really launch it with the legs, but you also have to have really strong forearms.
Absolutely.
Like the wrist, you gotta be able to turn it over midair.
So with this next heat, I just heard my announcer say, so I'm going to tell you all, as you see them coming out, we are transitioning to the open men for the dumbbell and log ladder. So the men are opening their event at a 200-pound dumbbell. Massive, okay? That's bigger than torso, okay? Then they're going to go to a 325 log. Okay, massive. That's some of these boys' body weight thrown up in the air. Then for their second dumbbell, they'll have 230, and the second log, they will have 375. These are massive weights for massive humans.
That's a respectable medley.
Absolutely.
And Nadia Stowers, this is one of her good events. She's really strong at this. See, she reached up. That's a bad habit to get in training, is kind of tapping the dumbbell at the top to hold the lockout. Because then when it goes slightly off and in competition, your knee-jerk reaction is to reach up there and tap it back in place, and it's not going to count like that.
Nadia Stowers, Big Storm, showing us why.
There it is.
She is that Big Storm. First open woman to complete this log press ladder, strength equipment dumbbell long press ladder. That will be huge for her moving into the next events.
Yeah, that was a pretty good run. You know, she's tiny but mighty.
Yeah.
She's not a small person, but in the crowd that we're in, these are the open women, this really strong, powerfully built ladies, and she's even at like, I think 185 pounds, 190 pounds, she's one of the smaller ones.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I walked by her at the rules meeting yesterday and I'm like, that's obviously Nadia Stowers. But I thought she was gonna be taller than me, and it's just amazing, amazing.
Powerhouse.
So folks, in your view from left to right, we have Amanda Wakut, Brian Boussard, Brian Hennis, and Juan Barbosa, all on the log here. Oh, the log's running away.
Oh, Brian got stuck right at the lockout there.
Oh, man. You know, and after seeing quite a few of these events today, it really looks like the second log or the first log or that second dumbbell really is the great equalizer across all weight classes.
It's one of these the events that spread out the guys who are really good pressers from the guys who are really kind of struggling to get to those weights in training. Because you see, like you're saying, that as they get along, it's the equalizer of the guys who, let's say that 375 is their max. You know, so they're riding on the edge of hitting or missing. And then if you've got the guys who are able to press 400, 425, the 375 obviously is sub-maximal effort, so they're going to breeze through that medley. I say breeze through, it's never really breezing through a press medley like that. Relatively speaking. I think Sturgeon and Chase are in the wrong lanes. Sturgeon there on the end. Sturgeon's a big boy, and he's actually lost about 60 pounds.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. He's gotten... I feel kind of bad for saying this. When I first met him, I told him he was incredibly powerful build. He had a lot of potential, but he was too fat. He needed to lose some weight, and he listened, and look at him. He is strong. He is really strong.
He looks good. Kelly Lamb and Jocelyn O'Brien onto the log. Kelly Lamb, we have not met, but she's a hometown Michigander from the Mitten, just like myself. And she is someone who I have known to watch for a long time. Completes the event.
Nice job on that. And I have to apologize. I said that Sturgeon and Chase were backwards. That's my brain after 12 hours of coaching. They were in their right lanes. I was in the wrong lane. That's me. That was on me. Uh-oh. We got some hamstrings cramping. Uh-oh. That is not fun to have at this kind of show. First or second event out.
Oh, yeah. Well, because they had that max effort 13-inch axle deadlift, and then they actually kind of sat for quite a while, so there's a possibility to cool down in those hamstrings, and that's not exactly what we want moving into a medley like this.
It's one of those things that's really hard to, as an athlete or a coach, to gauge. You need to figure out how long you have between events.
Right.
And you want to get warmed up, and you don't really want to cool down. But when you have that much time in between, it's impossible not to. It's
right.
So you got to know your athlete. Do you warm up, you do your event, and then you go and relax for 30 minutes and then do your whole warm up again because you got more than an hour between the events?
Right.
Or is the athlete someone who can sit around and do 1 rep or 2 every 10 minutes and slowly keep that pace alive. I had to learn that earlier with one of my athletes. She's definitely the sit back and then do the fast warm-up.
Yeah.
And I think we tried to keep it alive too long, and this is her best event, and she ended up missing the last log.
Okay.
So, yeah, big lesson on my part. That's the hard thing about being a coach.
That's real, and one of the things that people don't talk about, that coach and athlete relationship, we're both learning.
Yeah.
Especially when it comes to game day. We're both figuring out what works, what doesn't, and then we have our little conference after the fact.
And then when you think you got it figured out, everything changes.
Yep. Folks, I told you earlier that I expected and that I wanted to see a lot out of Emily Elmore, and she made it to the last log. She's a phenomenal presser out of South Carolina, coached by another athlete out of South Carolina, and pressing is what they do. So far has had a really great showing, solid deadlift attempt, solid run at this ladder.
So I didn't get a chance to see it. Do you know what our top weights were on the deadlift?
Yes, so for our men, we topped 900 pounds. I think we got to 955.
955.
Yes.
Wow.
And then for our women, we topped 600. I think it was 625, 630. I'll have to go back and check again because it's been a minute, but big deadlifts fell over here earlier.
So I do know one of my former athletes, Morgan Irons, I think she got an injury on 625 or 635.
Yes,
yeah.
Yes, I saw that.
That was heartbreaking to see it. I mean, I'm not necessarily her coach at the moment, but there's still a loving relationship there.
Of course.
625 though, I mean, at least what I told her was, at least she did it on something respectable. You know, it's like if you die in the gym, please stack more weights on before you call it heavy lifts.
I don't know. I think 625 is damn impressive. A little bit more than respectable, but that's just me.
I mean, you got it. You know, it's all about how you look at it. It's a devastating thing to have happen at a big show like this that you put so much into.
Absolutely. You work hard to get here, and you want everything to go well, and sometimes they don't.
Yeah.
So coming up, we have Ellie Lattimore, Bailey Clorty, Matthew Poirier, I think I'm pronouncing that correctly, and Tucker Killen. Let's see how they do with this ladder.
Good save there by Tucker.
They're going to bring in Andrew.
Oh, okay. Cool, right now? Yeah. All right.
All right, we got some, we have to make sure that lockout is with one hand. We can't necessarily have that second hand touching, or it is a no lift.
All right, we've got a special guest coming over here, Andrew Burton. He's the winner of last year's Arnold Strongman Pro-Am, and just got finished doing his first Arnold, the Invitational, the big show.
The big
Putting
show.
up in the biggest show. He did a great job.
Really did.
Especially after suffering a bicep tear last year and coming back. I mean,
that's amazing.
Incredible. But yeah, here he is. Let's bring him on. And thank you, everybody, for letting me come over and BS for a little while.
Travis,
it's been fun.
It is always a pleasure.
Sammy, it was great to talk to you.
All right. We've got Claire, Casey Croy, David Pakulski, and Schroeder Behringer. Folks, we have a very special edition. Our winner of last year's Arnold Strongman Pro-Am and first time rookie competitor at the Arnold Strongman Classic with a fantastic performance to boot. We have Andrew Burton. Welcome.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm wonderful.
Fantastic. So, how's it been?
Oh, today's been a wild ride.
Yeah.
But after the final event, I was just kind of glad it was done.
Yeah, yeah. You really laid it out there for everyone.
That's all you got in these contests.
Yeah. So how would you say your strongman has grown. Your strongman game has grown and evolved since winning the Pro-Am last year, getting to the Strongman Classic this year. What has that been like for you?
It's really, given me the ability to kind of hone in and focus on one contest versus, 10 going through the year. Just know when you're going to the Arnold, it becomes the, sole focus of what you're doing.
Yeah.
And so Strongman's really just progressed towards that end, and I've made it. I did it, and now I'm healthy, and I get to leave this uninjured.
Heck yeah!
And I had a blast, and I met some lovely people along the way.
That's incredible.
Yeah, it's hard to ask for more in the sport.
Can you give us and the folks at home a high point of your competition?
I had so much fun on the most brutal event that they've ever experienced. They had a Denny carry into a backwards drag.
That big old drag.
And it was insanely hard.
Yeah.
And I loved every second I had to pull. I pulled for the entire 2 minutes. And I loved watching everybody else just die on it too. I love grid events.
Oh, incredible. Okay, so we're obviously going to see you back at the Arnold next year. What are you looking to hone in on to make next year's performance even better than this year's?
There's some really big holes in my game, and one thing I know that I'm taking away from this weekend is I want to learn how to pick up stones, natural stones, things of that nature, without any kind of additive, no chalk, no tacky.
Okay.
So originally we were supposed to be able to use tacky to pick up our natural stone, we were supposed to be able to use chalk. They kind of pulled that off the table at the very last minute for the people who were using tacky towels, and I've never been able to get a tacky towel to work on my skin. So I tried my darndest, but I failed massively on that stone, and it's a stone I know I can pick up and shoulder.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so that was a big disappointment, but now I have a new thing to go work on, and we're just going to progress to the end of being able to lift things like that from the ground without an additive.
Oh, yeah, and it's all information here, too.
Always.
Fantastic. Well, would you like to give us some commentary on what you're seeing today?
Absolutely. I see a lot of very strong individuals lifting logs and circus dumbbells.
Absolutely.
The circus dumbbells look quite familiar.
Yeah, pretty similar, I would say, to some of the pressing that you had to do this weekend. We have these beautiful Thompson inch dumbbell replicas brought to us by Sandowitz Strength Equipment, and they're really getting put to work today.
They are, and I really like the size of these implements. The way that these heads fit into the shoulder is just really adds itself to be able to really throw the body weight into it to get it overhead, especially for someone that lifts the way I do. I don't drop, so I just throw.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I'm talking about. Why take extra steps when you can just chug it up there? All right. So we got a new heat coming. Let's tell the people what you see.
We got, but there's a Jackie Rhodes going in over there on lane 2.
Yeah.
Women's Open. Jackie is somebody I know very well from Oklahoma, and she is running through this, and so is Ajuna Rawakatari.
Yeah,
I hope I got his name right.
Yeah.
He's on to his third event, or his third implement. Jackie's also just got her third implement. She's on the final log.
She's flying through.
Oh my gosh, she vipered it. She just smashed that event.
You want to talk about a master class in a load medley. I actually think she got that finished faster than Nadia.
Absolutely. I think Nadia kind of had a little bob on her last log.
Oh, yeah. So, folks, Jackie and Rebecca are second and third women, respectively, to finish this log press ladder in the open weight class. Big weights for big lifters.
Ajuna's just tried again on the log. He's let it go. Looks like he's done. We've got Lubos from the men's open. Just tried his third implement, the monster dumbbell, and dropped it.
We're going to take this for a replay here to watch Jackie run out of frame
and viper it.
Viper the heck out of this 210 log. You have never seen a 210 log move that fast, and you probably never will. Well, folks, from our Arnold Strongman World Championship Pro-Am stage, we want to give a big, big thank you to Austin for coming out and spending some time with us, and we're really looking forward to seeing you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you. Coming up in order, we have Amanda, Destiny, Bo, and Tyler. Folks, I said during deadlift that Destiny was that girl. She is that one, and she's making it known today with another Viper on this log.
She's killing it. She's on her third implement. Tyler Thompson's somebody he got third place in the Arnold inaugural Pro-Am last year.
Yep. He has had a massive day today as well. solid deadlift, over 800 pounds to get him in really great position.
He has a real good position on that dumbbell.
Absolutely.
Bo's kind of let his go. No, he got his. He just dropped it real weird. Destiny's about to smash it. Come on.
Come on, press it up, press it up,
Oh,
press it
she's
up.
got this. A little leg drive, that's all she needs.
That girl.
Wow.
That girl. Who is Destiny Bass? That girl. You heard it here first, folks.
A lot of finishers on that round.
Yeah, which is what we like to see. Granted, you don't necessarily want to see everybody do phenomenally all the time, because of course it's a strongman contest, but you don't want everybody to fail either.
I like the rule of thirds that I hear a lot. You know, a third of the group makes it, or does it very easily. A third of the group makes it look hard, and a third of the group doesn't get it.
That's brilliant. That's brilliant.
We got 2 open men competitors. Austin Ham's a name that I've been hearing a lot in the sport here lately.
Yeah.
And Jacob Magaha.
It's been really cool to see names in action, right? So like you hear of these athletes, you see them on Instagram, you see the training that they do, what they choose to share with us, and then you see them in the Arnold just smashing what they've been doing. Really looking forward to seeing how they continue on in the contest today and tomorrow.
They are giving them some really fast down commands on these circus dumbbells.
Yeah.
These 2 are all on their 4th of the implement. Austin Ham is locked it out.
Gets the down. Incredible. Strict pressing that log. Gets the down. Little shoulder shake. Check the time. Let me see that. Oh, yeah. He said, how much time? Brilliant. Let's see that replay. Casual stroll up. Big deep breath before he takes this log. Hard lockout from his competitor next to him.
Big breath. Wow.
Huge breath embrace. I don't know. Strict pressing 375 pounds is quite a feat. Zach Harden and Adam Roskowski coming up next.
Some more familiar names.
There we go. Both of them making nice, easy work of those dumbbells. Vipers on the log.
Whoa, very nice.
They're like
good catch.
Mirror images of each other moving through this ladder.
Adam Roskowski first onto the log. Getting set.
Another strict at 375. Unreal. Tosses his hat into the crowd.
Zach Hard's let his off.
Yeah.
Oh, it looks like he's done.
Yeah, it's about that time. And I think that's a good call. They still got another event left to go today. Nice little pop from both of our athletes here in this head-to-head. And a nice little bit of a grind, but not too much. Not too much.
Not after 3 other implements.
Right. Sheesh. Coming up next, we have Joel Alexander and Bryce Young, both of whom phenomenal athletes. Let's see what they do here.
Got a nice high elbow on Bryce over here. Very nice.
Oh, yeah.
Joel with a real nice press.
Yeah. Folks, these are big weights. So if it looks like the athletes might be slowing down in their transition, it's because they are, and they're pressing over their body weight over their head.
230-pound dumbbell here.
Oh, come on, guys. Come on, guys. And Bryce calls it. Smart.
Joel's on it again. Joel needs to get that elbow nice and high, get a nice set position. Oh, looks like he's done now.
one of the things that you've heard throughout the day from myself, my partners on the stream, is that high elbows. Can you tell us what a difference high elbows can make?
As somebody who's very bad at getting their elbow high,
Yep.
it makes a huge difference.
Same.
And the simplest format to understand this is to understand that the distance the dumbbell has to travel becomes much less.
Yep. Nice little physics equation here in Strongman.
Trevor Ucker is a man I have personally competed with at America's Strongest Man 2 years ago, and Zach Davis I've come up with in Strongman as well. Trevor is a phenomenal athlete. Zach is a phenomenal athlete.
Yeah,
Zach's having a little trouble with his log.
just a little bit, but I think if he keeps it tighter to his chest coming out of that rack, he'll be good. Yep.
Trevor onto his fourth implement. Zach onto his monster dumbbell, his third implement.
20 seconds. So you have 60 seconds.
Whoa!
Yikes.
Woo! I hate it when it goes to the head.
Yeah. It gives everybody a little bit of a scare.
Take some time, Trevor.
Okay.
Just take some time. Oh, he's tired out a bit. Zach looks a little tired himself.
Hey, I would be too.
Absolutely.
60 seconds to get through 4 monster presses is no easy feat.
It's asking a lot of technical perfection to get through these 4 implements in that time frame.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like
he just took some weights off. I was kind of confused there because I saw somebody lining up to go.
He might have thought that we were finished, and that is okay. We love our staff. Everybody here is human.
Absolutely. And these people here get to be more human than others because they're doing it for free.
Absolutely.
For the love of the sport. Daniel McGuire is a giant of a human.
Giant man, giant deadlift.
Wow.
Just making easy work of that opening.
That dumbbell had to travel to the clouds. Tyler got that log good. He's onto his big dumbbell. So is Daniel. 230 pounds, folks. This is a very large person that they are putting overhead with one arm.
Oh, come on, Daniel.
Just take a little bit of time. Tyler's onto his log. He's giving himself a little bit of a breather so he can really get a good rep. He's got it up to his chest.
Oh, yeah. Nice high elbows. It's kind of floating there.
Yeah. He just needs a good drive. No.
And it looks like both athletes will be time capped.
That 60 seconds goes fast.
It really does.
It goes so fast.
It really, really does. And when you think about a breakdown, that's about 15 seconds per implement, which doesn't seem like a lot, but when you're fighting the implement and like trying to hang on around this massive dumbbell, that can eat up your time.
Well, log specifically, like I think of a log lift, that's a 10 to 12 second lift to do very well, to execute well and proficiently. That's a 10 to 12 second lift, so that doesn't give you a lot of time.
Right, right.
Seth Sukup is a personal friend of mine.
Okay.
And he's come down and trained with me. He's a dumbbell specialist.
Okay.
That he just proved why he is. Mr. Mark Sanchez with his dumbbell up too, onto the log. There you go, gentlemen. Come on, Seth.
Easy money. Yeah, these guys look great. Great.
Seth is a grand wizard of freaking dumbbell. I've tried to learn so much from him.
Oh, yeah.
Great job, Seth.
Fantastic.
Great job. I know that makes him feel really, really good.
Fantastic. And let's get the replay. Nice big drive. You see him basically make a C with his body to get that clean up. And a nice grind of a press. Nice work.
Joshua Ficklin and Joseph Basura. Big Joe. He's got a nice high elbow. Oh, gosh, don't let it get away from me. Joshua Ficklin onto his third implement.
Really quickly. Like, don't blink or you're going to miss Josh.
Joseph's moved on to his first log.
Nice
which he
work.
smashed. And Joshua, log up to the chest.
Nice work.
Wow.
Easy money.
That was easy.
Wow. I think that honestly might have been one of the easiest looking lifts at that weight that we've seen today.
He looked like there was zero effort.
Yeah. Empty log. Here we go, Joseph.
Got one time for, nope. I was gonna say just time for just a quick drive.
Yeah.
That log weighs more than I do. These people are picking up essentially some big boys.
Big boys.
BJ Stone is known as a very good presser. Oh, I know this man. Oh, gonna have to show me his name. That's not the right names.
It is not. They are not the right names. I've just been referring to him as Master Skullet today.
That's BJ. BJ with the skullet.
BJ with the skullet, and Calvin.
Calvin, yes. Calvin is a wonderful human. I've met him many times in Strongman.
Wonderful human being, massive deadlift today. He topped 900 pounds.
Did he really? Good
Absolutely
for him.
did, yep.
Oh, I'm excited to see this run.
This is going to be good. Here we go, boys.
Jay, come on, buddy. Come on.
Come on, Calvin.
You got this, Calvin. Come on, brother. BJ already with his second implement up onto the third. Calvin's repositioning some hardware back onto his dumbbell. BJ absolutely blitzing through this.
BJ Skullet making it look easy.
That man traveled here from Australia.
Wow.
And he absolutely smashed it.
Traveled from Australia and put Ohio on notice. He is here.
Good try, Calvin.
Yeah.
That dumbbell can really mess you up because people don't have that style of dumbbell to train with. I had trouble finding dumbbells in the Sear style as well, so I actually ended up with some Thomas Inch dumbbells like what they're using. And it is very helpful to get hands on the implement specific to what you're doing.
Yeah, and one of the things that Zach Stanowitz actually was telling me, the person who helped create these Thomas Inch dumbbells, is that he wants to know what the people want.
Yeah.
So if you want new sizes, you want a bigger, bell, let him know. He'll make it.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Raul and Roy onto their second implements. Roy onto his third. Raul with a good press. Oh, couldn't quite hold it up there, but he's got it back to his chest. Perfect.
There you go. Gets the down. Nice. Easy work from Roy with that dumbbell.
Yeah, I blinked and I missed it. He's on his fourth implement.
Yep.
I was watching Raul.
Roy Orantia making quick work of this log press ladder.
Good try, Raul.
Raul Flores just doesn't have it in him. Good fight.
Absolutely. He got it to his shoulder. That is a hard ask for something that heavy.
It really, really is. And it looks like we are wrapping up with this event, moving right into the frame carry. So folks, like I mentioned before, we've got a lot of athletes coming up with our opens doing their last 3 events in a row. So we had our dumbbell and log press. We're gonna go into the frame carry, and then we're gonna have our arm over arm sled pull when they're going to leave it all behind them.
Those are good events.
Oh, fantastic
Those are fun events.
All right, folks, as we're getting set up for this next event, we are going to take a little break. We'll see you soon right back here at the Arnold. All right, folks, welcome back. We are going right into the frame carry for time. As you're seeing on your screen, our athletes have to carry this frame down 40 feet and back 40 feet for the fastest time. The time is capped at 60 seconds. You can drop it as many times as you need. And if you don't finish the event in the time cap, our staff are going to measure how far our athletes got with that frame. So for the open women, it's 505 pounds or 229 and 1.1 kilograms. So she's carrying 505 right now. Our men open, their frame is 755 pounds. So huge, huge weights are being moved here, folks. And our athletes just pulled their max deadlift, right? So they pulled their max deadlift on the axle, that 13-inch. They have to turn around and do a frame carry, which is, in essence, a deadlift and a carry, right? So we got a nice little embrace, some giggles, maybe some happy tears, I'm not sure, but a very, very fantastic showing from Carver to start off the frame by herself, mind you. And you'll notice that it takes our staff a pallet jack to get the frame all the way back to the start line. And our athletes are carrying those things by themselves. Brilliance here at the Arnold Strongman World Championship and Pro-Am competition. Folks, I am Sam Martin coming to you live from Columbus for the Arnold Strongman World Championship Pro-Am. We are in our open weight class. So our big guys, our big gals, our heavy athletes are here, coming in from all over the world to put on a show for us in Ohio. This show is put on by Strongman Corporation, and I'd just like to take a moment to thank our sponsors. We have Metrics Nutrition, the Storm guys, making sure we know how to keep it stormy, keep it raining over here in Columbus. But it never rains inside the Columbus Expo Center, the Columbus Convention Center. Never rains in here. Of course, got to give a shout out to Rogue and Cerberus Strength, CME Credit Union, really holding it down for the folks over here in Columbus, as well as Stanowitz Strength Equipment, who made those beautiful Thomas Inch replica dumbbells. If anybody's around at the expo and wants to get a feel for what those dumbbells are feeling like, we do have them here if you want to take a run for your money. Both of our athletes in this frame carry moving and grooving. Got a nice strong pick and gonna take some steps. Little bit of separation in our athletes. Moving, steadily moving, and looks to overtake. Oh man! Neck and neck at the end there. Maybe a split-second drop between the two. This is what we like to see. Folks, we will be in this lane setup for the rest of our contest today. Since we have 2 events left for our open, folks. We have our frame carry for time, and then we have our arm over arm sled pull coming up next. Athletes getting set in and set, strapped in and set, ready to take these frames for a ride. Let's see how they do. Get the go. Folks, this is 505 pounds being moved slow and steady. Slow and steady wins the race, folks. And she's doing it. Let's get a close-up for Miss Mank here as she brings that 505 frame through to the end line. Here we go. Just a few more steps, and she's got it. Ooh, big growl for that pick. Just can't get it to move a little bit. That's okay. Come on. 10 seconds, strong pick. Even an inch forward is an inch. And she gets time capped. Excellent effort from Helena Landreau. We see Lucas Hatton, one of the world's strongest men, just competed in the Arnold this weekend. Getting back on the competition floor, giving back to the athletes, volunteering his time, his energy, and his muscles to the cause. Once again, Mr. Hatton, thank you for supporting Strongman at this level. Doing a little dance, getting ready to come out. Our athletes are ready. They are ready to take this frame down and back 80 feet. Over on this stage yesterday, we had the world's strongest firefighter prelims, and they had their final today. Excellent showing from all of the first responders that came out. Two new athletes strapping in, ready to go. And they're off. Folks, while unlimited drops are allowed, a drop will cost you valuable time and energy that you will need to complete this event. Easy work here for this event down in lane 1. Lane 2, we're still moving and grooving. Strong pick. Let's go. Taking a breath, getting reset. You're seeing the athlete really getting her hands set on that frame so she can stand up and just walk. Stand up and just walk. That's all it takes. Ooh. Looking like we have a little bit of the topsy-turvies today. And we love our staff for making sure that she is all right. Next athlete's ready to go. sending some good words, some good thoughts up to the universe. Quick little prayer. Hoping we can get some names up here for y'all soon so we can see who is lifting what, especially because I would love to tell you who is here. And we'll get those ready for you soon. Oh, what happened? Uh-oh. This isn't football, but it looks like there might have been a little bit of a false start. I've never seen that before. We're gonna reset. And they are up and off. Moving smooth. Lattimore and J Money make easy work of this frame. I think they have the fastest time so far. We'll have to see how the events shape up and how the points shape up at the end of the day. Coming to you live from Columbus again. Sam Martin here on the 1s and 2s, holding it down. Nice little wave for the camera there.
Well, hey, Sam, how's it going?
Listen, I am having a blast. I don't know if the folks at home can tell, but I am having the time of my life here today.
Fantastic. I am glad to hear it. It's a wonderful time. It's a wonderful weekend at the Arnold Sports Festival 2026. I can't believe I'm saying that.
Right.
And I can't believe how fast that Brian is moving with this sled here in the lane nearest the camera.
Yes, 755 pounds for our open men. Just really making short work of that.
And Henna's showing right there why he is your reigning national champion.
Brilliantly done.
So you got to chat with Travis Ortmeyer, you got to chat with Andrew Burton. We've had some esteemed guests here joining the table.
Yep. I'm a pretty lucky person, I gotta tell you that.
Yeah, a couple of good old Texas boys. Here we go. They are locked and loaded and ready to fly. Frames are up and moving. Now this, Nadia's strong here, but she doesn't look as quick. You got to remember, she has been through several serious injuries, particularly with the Achilles tendon.
Yep. In both legs. So coming back from having multiple Achilles issues, you know, to be able to move a frame like that and complete it, impressive. But then again, they don't call her Big Storm for nothing.
They don't call her Big Storm for nothing. And you know what? She needs a contract with the Storm guys.
That's what I'm saying.
One of our sponsors for the weekend. The frame carry, the penultimate event today. Still the arm over arm pull to come, theoretically.
Yeah.
Look at the ladies. My Lord, the ladies like they're shot out of a cannon.
Yeah, sure did. Flying down these 40-foot lanes.
And they are neck and neck, and lane one may have pulled ahead. That was tough to call.
Yeah, it looked very, very close.
Lane 2 was ahead for the majority, but lane 1 really kicked in the afterburners.
All right, we've got Jocelyn O'Brien, Emily Elmore coming in for the women, open women, 5:05 on this frame carry.
5:05 for the ladies. Men's at 755 pounds. And giant dude number 1 in lane 3, giant dude number 2 in lane number 4. You know, Hollywood spent all this money on King Kong versus Godzilla when we have it right here at the Arnold Sports Festival.
I know. Emily moving fast.
And you can see whenever we have a drop, you see these guys just look at their hands.
Yes.
Because it's so uncomfortable. They're checking to see if it's ripped the skin clean off their hands.
Yeah. Emily Elmore absolutely smoking this frame carry, leaving everyone else out of frame and in the dust.
Dorsey's had enough.
Looking at my hand, or looking at his hand like, how could you betray me?
Why have you forsaken me? See Lucas Hatton there on your screen, fresh off the pro show. Arnold Strongman Classic. Several of the pros came around afterwards. We had Olga Liashuk, Angelica Jardine was over, Nick Gardione, of course Andrew Burton you talked to earlier. Trey Mitchell was over here a little bit ago.
Jeez, that's what I get for running this live stream. I'm just kidding. No, there's plenty of opportunities to see plenty of incredible strong athletes all over the place, but I will see them tomorrow. Hopefully, I don't know.
Are they doing a Rogue Record Breakers tomorrow?
I don't think so.
That used to be a Sunday tradition, and I think they've sort of kind of gotten away from it because it was sort of like a bit of an afterthought type of deal. And
yeah,
you know.
And I remember when, you know, for women, the elephant bar deadlift was part of the Rogue Record Breakers, and they moved it to the Arnold Strong Women Classic, which is incredible, but also like save some glory for the rest of us. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. We want a shot at world records too.
Yeah, they started to trend towards making it more like grip challenges and things of that nature. Things of a little bit lower risk that the athletes that competed in the Classic might actually consider doing.
Right.
Because after 2 days of competition, nobody wants to do an optional max deadlift. Unless, boy, there's a heck of a lot of money on the line. And in which case, are you really going to set a world record if you've already competed for 2 days?
That's fair.
It's
who knows?
That's a pretty big question mark, you know. Oh, and Worley was just short of the line. What an unfortunate drop.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
literally
a bummer.
An inch or something from the line there.
Yeah. And drops are costly. Time, effort, position. You can have unlimited drops, but ideally you don't want any.
Every drop's costing you at least 4 seconds.
Yeah.
Here we go. Wow, lane nearest us, lane number 1. She is moving extremely well. I appreciate the long flowing locks there, but it's blocking the name.
Yeah, I think it said Mrs. Tyler, I think, but I'm not sure. Come on. Just a few more feet left. Behringer decides to call it. Wants to save what he's got. Come on.
Now, in your professional opinion, would he have been able to complete this without a drop if, in fact, he had had more metrics nutrition prior to the event?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
There you have it, folks.
Honestly, metrics gets me through my hardest workouts, so I have to assume it would do the same for everybody else.
That is a safe assumption. And you know what, folks? If you want to buy it in bulk, you need to go down to the CME Federal Credit Union, get yourself a loan, get $10,000 worth of metrics products. That way you are stocked up for a very, very long time.
But you got to call the storm guys before you make it rain.
Yes.
Call the storm guys before you make it rain. Got to make sure they keep you safe and protected through inclement weather.
All right, competitors are locked in, waiting for the whistle. Up and moving. Lane nearest us, lane 4 pulling ahead. Woods, I believe.
This is good. This looks really good.
Wow, he is flying.
And that, honestly, Ahmed is doing what he needs to do as well. So, like, both of the men move incredibly quickly on this frame carry event.
Yeah, Ahmed's run only looked slow because Woods went so darn fast.
That's fair. That is very fair. Lifting Lily finishes her 80-foot track.
Let's see what she's got here. Digging those hands in. Is it the hands or is it the back at this point? I think it's the hands. She's looking at the hands there.
And I'm not going to lie, it could be both. Blistering pace set by these men. Coming back 755 pounds on that frame.
And you'll see the shoulders stacked over the hips to create as close to a vertical torso as you can on this. If the hips are behind the shoulders, it's going to tax the low back more. It's actually going to tax the entire posterior chain more when you've created a hip angle like that. So when you have 755 pounds in your hands, you don't want that taxing the rest of your body any more than it absolutely has to.
Yeah.
So you see the guys that are really moving well on this, they keep as vertical of a torso as possible, keep everything stacked over top.
And one of the things that I noticed, especially about Ahmed and competitor Woods over here in the lane closest to us, they had short steps when they were coming out of that pit to help them maintain that position and to build up that speed, which is honestly how I would recommend that you do it, but you know.
I would agree 1,000% there, because if you reach forward with that step, you have then created that hip angle we talked about.
Yep.
And I, excuse the language, I call it leaving your ass behind you.
You sure do.
If you're leaving your ass behind you when you're doing this, the posterior chain's going to wear out. Oh, look at this special performance here in lane number 2. She is flying.
Y'all, I don't know if you remembered this, but I did say that Destiny Bass is that one.
You said it, you called it, and she delivered the goods again.
Absolutely delivering.
And Croy struggling here in the last little bit. If she can get that grip to hold on.
Come on, Casey. Come on, girl.
She is digging deep. She knows that every inch counts, every point matters as it pertains to moving on to day 2.
It sure does. Come on. She's right there. The finish line is in sight. She just has a couple more steps to take.
And her body is absolutely suffering at this point. The agony of just fighting and fighting against that. How much is that, 505?
505.
500+ pound, not deadlifting, carrying it around like it's groceries or something.
Yeah, or something, absolutely. And you have to think too, they had a max deadlift for their first event. So their posterior chain is already likely fried. And then to probably put your hands on this aggressive knurling on this frame, it's just gonna tax you.
Big Tyler Thompson in lane number 3 out of originally West Virginia by way of Michigan now. Let's see if that arm can hold up. This is typically a good event for him. He is looking good on it.
But not good enough compared to Miss Trunchbull.
Trunch bull flying, and look at this.
Brilliant.
Wow, what a heat.
All 4 athletes really put it all on the line for that one.
Yep. I know I'm talking about my boy Tyler a whole lot here, but I'm so proud of him. His arm was not working.
Yeah.
As of like a month ago.
Yeah.
And for him to be able to come out and do that, fantastic.
And he did have a solid press medley as well. So all things considered, for Mr. TNT blow it up, he's really having a good day.
Yes, I have never done a backflip before in my life, but if he makes the finals, you're probably going to see my attempt.
I cannot wait. We got to make sure we get that on the stream.
Yeah, we came into this looking for the win. He was 3rd place last year.
Yeah.
We came into this looking for the win. Nerve issue hits, and you just don't know.
Yeah.
We don't know how much functioning, how much we're going to get of this back in time to go. And yeah, but on to these gentlemen. Look at this. That is a fast frame.
It sure is.
That was by Harden, and Magaha here is moving well. But big Zach Harden, he looked really quick on that.
Sure did. Sure did. And especially when you have a field that is as deep as the open men's is, every second counts.
I love that we're contesting a heavy frame carry here, because the winner of the heavyweight women and the heavyweight men go on next year to the Arnold Strongman and Strongwoman Classic.
Absolutely.
And what gets contested more than any other event at the Arnold? The frame carry.
Yep.
This was the first year in, I can't even remember. I mean, we're talking the first year in like a decade or something that they didn't do the frame carry.
It has been a long while, yeah.
It is the most contested event in Arnold history. So if you want to succeed at the Arnold, you better be good at frame carries. So I'm glad that we're contesting a nice heavy frame carry in this pro-am here. That's going to determine who goes to next year's Classic. And these men doing extremely well. Oh no, right before the line.
Come on, Bryce.
Come on, Bryce.
He got it.
Oh, Bryce Young was so close to that without that drop. He was right there with Joel. Joel looking good on this.
Yeah. Honestly, this is a fast heat with 755 moving how it's moving.
You look at a guy built like Joel and you don't think speed. Yeah, might be a penalty on that slide, but you look at a guy like Joel Alexander, you don't look at him and think, oh, speed machine, right?
Right, yeah.
But he was quick.
Yeah, very quick.
Can't judge a strongman by his cover, right?
Absolutely not. They will always surprise you.
Gustafson here nearest us. Lane number 4. Pennsylvania fella.
We have all 4 frames are being run by men right now, which means all 4 frames are 755 pounds.
These are some heavy frames, and these are some strong men.
Gustafson looks like he just wants to take a nice little jog with this frame.
Yes, he does. I'm telling you, his improvement over the last 12 to 18 months has been remarkable.
Yeah, brilliant.
He was, for years, he's been a guy that could put up a big log press. A guy that could pull a good deadlift. Now he's a good strong man.
Looks like we might have an injury coming out of that last heat, which is not what anybody wants to see.
Oh no, yeah, he's limping away there, unfortunately.
That's tough. That is tough. And never how you want to go out of a contest. Well, I don't want to say go out of a contest because we don't necessarily know where he's at, but hopefully it's something that's resolved quickly.
You know, you always hope for the best. You always hope, oh, maybe it's just a cramp. Maybe it's just this. Maybe it's just that.
Yeah.
You know, unfortunately, when you're running around as fast as you can with 755 pounds, things can happen.
Yeah, absolutely.
Have you had the unfortunate circumstance of any injuries in your lifting career?
Yes. So my first strongman comp ever, we had a log, clean and press medley.
Yes.
And we had an axle, a barbell, and a log. And I did not practice on crash pads. And we had crash pads at the show. So I misjudged how much room I had from the drop down to the ground and sprained the hell out of my thumb. I'm still healing from that, actually. But yeah, I had to learn that strongman is a sport that if you come out unscathed, you don't necessarily want to say you did something wrong, but could you have done something better?
That's an interesting way to look at it. And you know what? I'm not even going to say you're wrong there. Yeah, yeah, and those hand injuries like that can really be more severe than they seem. There's so many small bones and small structures. Ligament injuries tend to be worse than bone injuries, and if you're damaging that connective tissue, all of those things, some of the bones in the hand, particularly around the base of the thumb, don't have good blood flow,
right,
and have a hard time healing.
Right.
You see that somewhat common in certain sports, like football, for example, that injury near the base of the thumb and the hand. I can't remember exactly what the bone's called off the top of my head.
Yeah.
But because of the lack of blood flow to that bone, it's a pretty serious issue. And they'll often do like PRP injections and things of that nature to help heal that up, because it doesn't get tremendous blood flow on its own.
Yeah, I've been really lucky and blessed to have a phenomenal recovery massage therapist that I've been working with, and she's just the best. So thank you, Shayna.
Yeah, thank you, Shayna. I think Shayna would spend 5 minutes trying to work on me and retire. I'm like, nope, you're beyond repair, buddy.
You'd be surprised.
She'd be ready to put me out to pasture. Here comes Calvin Sexton right there on your screen. This should be a good event for him, and he is living up to the billing here. Big deadlifter. You know he's got the strength in the back and the legs, and he does it. He had the strength in the hands as well. Fantastic performance by Calvin.
And you could actually think of this event for Calvin as redemption, especially on his dumbbell press and log press medley that did not go how he would want it to have this frame carry go as smoothly as it is.
Well, I had the opportunity to talk to him here after that press medley. He was still in a good state of mind. He's enough of a veteran competitor that he didn't let that get him down.
Yeah.
He told me he was going to stay positive, and you know, we both knew the last two events are events he could get big points on, and he did exactly that.
Love that.
Do we have any more to go? I think they're stripping the frames.
Yeah, it looks that way.
Maybe we're down to 2.
Oh, that also makes sense.
I believe that's Tazon and Roy Arancia.
I think I just saw our broadcast friend try to carry that frame back a little ways. Look at these guys go.
Roy pulling ahead. Oh no, Tazon down before the line.
Come on, Tazon. Let's get it back, Tazon.
And there's Cowboy Roy heading across the line.
Oh, yeah.
Good
easy
performance
money.
for Roy.
Come on, Raul.
Oh, no, the hands are just betraying him.
Come on. Let's get it in. Let's go, Tazon.
You can do this, big man.
Come on.
Yes.
There we go, Tazon. Way to finish. Way to finish.
Surely not the time that he wanted. However, finishing the course means you beat everyone else who did not.
Absolutely right.
So we are stripping the frames, we are getting them out of Dodge, and we are bringing in the sleds for the arm-over-arm pull. Or at least that's my understanding. Yep, they're stretching out the ropes. Here we go. Oh, Oh, yeah.
You just got caught taking a major swig on camera.
Yes, I did.
And that's okay. Just like our athletes.
Thanks for the warning.
We got to stay caffeinated and hydrated and ready to take the day on.
We're getting some...
Getting some feedback here.
Some feedback here y'all can't hear, but yeah, the real apology needs to go to the people that have to stare at my face right now. I apologize for that. But yes, we are getting ready for the arm over arm pull, the final event of the day.
Oh, don't tell me that.
Yeah, I mean, you can stick around and just
hang out.
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe I can get.
We're just going to leave you here for the night.
No, perfect. I'll just camp out.
What a day it has been. We have seen tremendous performances across the board. We would expect no less from this caliber of athletes.
Absolutely right. It has been a show from first deadlift to last sled pull, and it's just been fantastic to watch.
It really has. The mixture of events is testing the entire body. Mm-hmm. It's testing the willpower, the grit, the toughness, everything of these athletes. We're going to find who the best ones are.
Absolutely, we will.
And they're moving on to tomorrow to do it all again.
Oh, yes.
3 more challenges tomorrow. Axle press, clean and press each rep, which is just a brutal event.
Yeah.
They have a loading medley.
Okay.
Which includes sandbags and I can't even remember. It includes sandbags, a fire hydrant is in there.
Wow, okay.
Yeah. And then a duck walk to power stairs event, which is just absolutely nasty.
They said, "Here's your preview."
Yes.
Here is your preview.
So we're going to find out who did their homework. We're going to find out who wants it. We're going to find out who had a little bit of luck on their side. Because that's what it takes.
Yeah. And we'll find out who's going to bring home the gold.
Who's going to bring home the gold? Yes. The heavyweight women's winner, the heavyweight men's winner go on to 2027 to the Arnold Strongman and Strongwoman Classic.
Brilliant. That's going to be fantastic.
That's on the women's side, for example, that's how Jennifer Lyle got there.
Mm-hmm. Who had a monster of a show this weekend.
Yes, she did. Shout out to Jennifer.
Yeah, loaded 701 for her deadlift.
She had a world record for about 5 minutes.
Absolutely. And Lucy came in and did what Lucy does.
Did what Lucy does. Yep. That was a tremendous moment. Men's winner, Andrew Burton, who you talked to earlier, last year's men's winner.
Yep.
Again, went on to Arnold Strongman Classic. Nick Gardione, previous year's men's winner.
And he's doing incredibly well.
Yes, he's made so much progress. Big shout out to Nick and the Texas boys.
I don't know about that. But I'm just kidding. We love Texas. We love it.
I mean, West Virginia's like a miniature Texas, you know.
It could be. Yeah. Oh. Rabbit, I'm just kidding. All good times had here.
I just don't talk like an old time.
That's there it is. There it is.
And the staff doing a great job. They are just about set and ready for this sled. They're getting them loaded up. The ropes are attached. The ropes are stretched out. The platforms are ready to go. It shouldn't be too long until we get this event started. And at this point, they don't need any warm-ups.
Absolutely.
Believe me, these athletes are warm and ready to go.
Yeah, 3 events back to back to back. You know, it takes pretty much warming up out of the equation. There isn't really much else that you can do to get ready for this event.
No, after deadlifting, doing the overhead event and a frame carry, what are you going to do at this point to warm up for an arm over arm pull? You either did your homework or you didn't.
Right, and we're going to find out right now. Folks, I mentioned earlier that we were using some of the replica Thomas Inch dumbbells for our sled pull. It looks like our open men will not be using that implement on the top of their sled, but our open women will be.
There may not be enough dumbbells.
That is also very true.
So a lot of athletes, they're looking at this. This is the big Hail Mary attempt. This is, if you're on the cusp, if you're within reach, you have got to execute on this event to make the finals tomorrow. And if you're in contention, I mean, if you're high up on the leaderboard, you could lose your spot if you bomb this.
Absolutely, absolutely. Strongman is a game of, you know, consistency, of course, but it's also a game of upsets. It's really an incredible thing to see. Well, incredible, not in the positive way, but if you have high position, you could potentially lose it, vice versa, all over one event. It can make or break.
And that's why it's important to identify any weak links in the chain, and make sure that you address those weak links, because they will be exposed over the course of a 7-event competition.
Absolutely, they will.
Our staff has got to be so exhausted at this point. God bless them.
God bless them indeed.
They have been working, busting their butts all day. Yesterday as well. The day before for some of them, getting equipment here, getting set up. I'm pretty sure James Deffenbaugh hasn't slept in 4 days at this point.
I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised at all.
I wonder if he used any supplements from Metrics Nutrition in order to be able to stay up for 4 days.
You know, I don't know what kind of caffeine they have going on in there, but these bars will definitely do it. Definitely do it.
I'm telling you, there's cookies and cream, Metrics Big 100 bars. Saved my life recently, because I am a fully admitted chocolate chip cookie addict.
Yeah.
And I ran out of cookies one night, and I was torn between just like freaking out, leaving, going across town to get the cookies that I wanted. And then I realized, wait a minute, I have some Metrics cookies and cream bars right here. So I pounded 2 of those bad boys, got my mind right, saved myself a trip across town.
So good. And if you're a chocolate chip cookie dough fan, they just redid that bar, and it's brilliant. They reformulated it. It's not as tacky in your mouth. It's so good. We're back to having names up on our screen.
Yes, we are. Cheyenne Morris, Annie Carver, Flavio Nunez, and Wilson Nelson. I heard his friends call him Willie.
Oh.
The ladies are set and ready. Look at them.
Absolutely.
There's always the men that are lagging behind. You know how that goes. You ever try to take a group photo with a bunch of men? Yeah.
Absolutely not, and today will not be the day.
And we are off. Carver pulling ahead. You can see she's getting a really nice reach. Look how far past her toes she's able to reach. And Carver does it.
Almost hit the keg on that last pull.
And our boy Willie Nelson gets the job done in lane number 4. Flavio Nunez not far behind, but Nelson was really scooting there.
This is it. This is the last event of the day. This is where you leave it all out here on the platform, in the little wooden box, on the rubber floor. This is a moment where those long training days in the gym add up, where all the work that you put in to these events for this prep, this is where it matters. We talked about how things can change at the drop of a hat. And we'll see.
We will see indeed. So important to be in good shape in your general physical preparedness. Because if you can't perform on event number 4 because you're not in shape, you don't get to display the strength that you have.
Yes, that is a very good point as well.
And people can scream from the rooftops that cardio shouldn't be in strongman all they want. That doesn't mean you get to ignore it.
Yep.
Because I promise you, if you're not in shape, you're not going to be able to perform at a contest at this level to the best of your ability when you're on event number 4 and you've been event after event after event.
Absolutely right. Absolutely right.
Imperative to your recovery. And we have a little powwow going on here, a little conference with our officials. Not sure what's being discussed, but they're holding off on this heat.
Okay.
And it looks like we're good. I hope our official doesn't trip on that rope.
Yeah, Lanus is going to pull it whether he's there or not. So he's got to make sure he's out of the way.
And here we go, off to the races, literally. Starting to see a little separation. So lane 2 for the ladies, that's Simonson. Lane 4, Trotter Behringer pulling ahead, and Behringer finishes it. Dorsey gets the cross. So Tara Simonson ahead of Elinas.
Here we go. Come on. Just a few more pulls to finish that.
One more pull, Elinas. Let's get it. There it is.
Way to fight that out.
Oh, what do you think the bodies are feeling like at this point after max deadlifts, a brutal press medley, frame carry, arm over arm pull, the skin on the hands is toast, the low back. Let's not even talk about the low back.
Oh,
what are these competitors feeling like right now?
Everything is lit up. And it's one of those things where you can ignore it while you're doing the event, but after you're done, it kind of all comes back to you, right? You can imagine the lats are screaming, traps are screaming. I would say, you know, anywhere in this mid to upper back where all you're doing is holding the posterior chain, gripping as hard as you can, all of those muscles are lit up right now. It's kind of like one of those gym diagrams when you're like, it works out these muscles and it has the ones that are highlighted. That is what's happening in our athletes' bodies right now.
Yes, except everything's highlighted.
Absolutely.
Now, if you're an athlete that qualifies for day 2, top 6 in every division except our open heavies, and that's top 8.
Okay.
What are you going to do to make sure that you recover as well as possible to be able to perform tomorrow after all of this abuse today?
I'm going to eat really, really well. Probably twice, if I'm going to be honest with you. Get at least 2 good meals in before a good long rest. I would also probably find myself in either a sauna or a hot tub, just to let my muscles relax. Now, granted, that doesn't necessarily work for everyone, but that's what I would do. Some really intentional recovery, really intentional refueling, and really intentional rest. Like, my friend and I are sharing an Airbnb. You might have to go so I can get this rest in, you know? But it's really about what feels good, what's personal for you, and being a couch potato until it comes time to do it again tomorrow.
And then it's go time once again. See who we have coming up here. I see an athlete in one lane. Here comes another. Check out the glitter in the hair here in lane 1. Just sparkling.
Easy to see, you know?
It's a good strategy. I think I'm going to start doing that to my kids.
Absolutely.
That way I can't lose in my crowd. Come here, you. I'm going to cover you in glitter.
That is so funny. And you're getting everybody else covered in glitter, too. Rebecca Garand.
Wow.
Easy work at the sled.
Yes, Rebecca just schooled that event. I can tell you exactly what all of the helpers are thinking right now.
Mm-hmm.
This should have been an arm over arm plus a drag back.
Honestly,
Just saying.
I'm not even gonna hold you. That is a good idea. Brutal, but a great idea.
Yes. The competitors aren't thinking that.
Yeah.
But the staff.
Absolutely.
They're definitely thinking that. Here we go. Amanda Walkett, Taylor Doxey, Juan Barboza, Sturgeon Anderson. Only one athlete doing the standing start here, and that is Taylor Doxey. Other athletes opting for the seated start.
Athletes ready, judges ready, go!
Comparatively, this isn't as heavy of an event necessarily as like the overhead press was.
Right.
Because we're seeing just about everybody finish this. So that standing start is probably a little more applicable if the pull was just brutally heavy to where, okay, this is going to be difficult to really even get started.
Yeah, that is super fair. Because especially with all of the power that these athletes are coming off the floorboards with, especially starting from that standing, if you're not anticipating how much force you have on that, it might be a little bit more difficult to reset and get refocused, especially if you're anticipating it being heavier than it is.
Julia Martin, lane 1, Sarah Eldridge, lane 2, William Hornaday in lane 3, and Matthew Poirier in lane number 4.
I need my Martin cousin to do well. Let's go, Julia. We're not actually cousins, folks.
Look at the quick hands from Julia Martin on that transition.
Very, very fast. And it's kind of making up for the distance in her pulls compared to Sarah. Pulls are a little bit longer, but with the speed that Julia has to recover, it helped even up that matchup a bit.
Yeah, they were very close there.
So folks, we have a Layla, Amanda, Brian, and Jacob getting ready to take their sleds in this heat.
Athletes ready, judges ready, go!
Look out for Hennes on this one.
Blistering pace from Brian Hennis. Oh my goodness.
And Amanda Wozni as well.
Yeah.
Wow. No, Amanda, not the biggest woman in stature. She doesn't have quite the reach that some of these taller competitors have. She absolutely made up for that.
Yeah, that power is there too. Yeah, I'd feel really, really great if I were her after my performance today.
Absolutely. And, you know, we tend to get beaten over the head with the idea of how this body type fits that event or doesn't fit this event,
right,
and yada, 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 yada. As a competitor, you have to throw that out the window.
Absolutely.
Because the minute you start to believe that you're at some disadvantage, subconsciously or consciously, you're going to hold yourself back from progressing on that. If you just ignore all of that and say, it doesn't matter, I am going to get better at this, I am going to be good at this,
yeah,
then the sky's the limit.
Yeah, and the thing is, what I love about Strongman, it's not about making my body fit the implement, it's about making the implement fit my body. So how it works efficiently with how I move is how I'll get the most success. I'm not going to change myself for some log. The log will change itself for me.
That's right. You will impose your will on that implement. And Jocelyn O'Brien
smokes.
Wow. Smokes. Let's not forget Ajuna over there in lane number 4. That was a great performance as well.
Absolutely. All of our athletes finished. And the thing is, I blinked and missed the men. I always tell people, don't blink because you'll miss stuff. I need to follow my own advice.
I hate to say it, we may have underestimated these competitors because they are smoking this arm over arm pull.
Yeah.
You could put another 100 pounds on there for the ladies and another 200 for the men, and I think we'd still be fine.
Honestly, I think you're right too. This does look very easy, and granted, you know, I was talking a little bit earlier about the rule of thirds, right? So you have a third of the competition can do something very, very well. A third of them, it looks hard and they can still do it, and then a third can't necessarily do that at all. Since we are not in those proportions in this event, what would you suppose would be an improvement?
Well, either what we talked about earlier, either adding the drag back to this and making it more of a strength endurance event, or you need to really crank up the weight on that on those sleds.
I would absolutely agree with you. Ellie and Casey both finished very quickly on that sled pull.
Yes, they did. And I would say we're starting to head down the home stretch here.
Looks like it.
Been through several heats thus far. See Seth Sukup coming out, Mark Sanchez, Lydia Wallace, Emily Elmore.
I will say, you know, granted, we've been watching all of these athletes, but I would say these four in particular have had some of the most solid and consistent performances throughout the day. I mean, they wouldn't be in their positionality if they didn't. But all of our athletes have looked really great, these four especially.
Yep. So Seth and Mark, pretty tight, but Mark's pulling ahead. And Emily Elmore ahead of Lydia Wallace. .7:37 in the PM Eastern Time here in beautiful Columbus, Ohio. A mecca of strength in itself.
Yes, the premier place to be.
Rogue Fitness headquarters here in the Columbus, Ohio area. The legendary West Side Barbell Club. Lexan Extreme. Ludus Magnus. Famous gyms. Lanes 1 and 2 very tight, but lane 3, Alira Joy Cowley.
She actually, as she was pulling the rope, she kind of threw it behind her, which, you know, to me, that says put more weight on this sled. If you're able to just take that rope and throw all the slack out to be able to continue to pull, just an amazing show.
I tell you what else that shows me. That shows me that she trained without a training partner because she got used to getting rid of that rope herself.
Yep, that is also a really, really great point too.
I love hearing about athletes that train maybe out of their garage, no training partners, maybe they're out in the country, maybe they don't have half of the implements, they go out and find a rock to carry around to, you know, to simulate some of these events. Where there's a will, there's a way.
Absolutely.
So Kelly Lamb, Claire Myler, Lupos Klinecki, Joseph Basura. The ageless wonder, Claire Myler.
Just pulling like her life depends on it.
Multi-time world champion in multiple age divisions and weight classes.
You know, athletes gave their everything when they were crawling off the platform. It takes multiple seconds for them to get up off the ground. That's how you know they did their thing.
Here we go. Bailey Cloherty, Rebecca Houston, Josh Ficklin, and Raul Flores. Here they go. And again, with a lighter sled, you're seeing a lot of these athletes not lean all the way back on their pulls.
Right. Bailey and Rebecca making pretty quick work of that sled. Joshua and Raul came in a little bit behind them, but still fast sled times.
Here we go. We're getting into some of the elite of the elite here.
Oh, yeah.
Athletes that are in the top of the point standings. Destiny Bass, and she is the one.
She is that one. And Jackie Rhodes is not number 2, though. Miss Trunchbull is absolutely doing her thing as well. Both of these ladies putting on a phenomenal show.
Tyler Thompson, Zach Harden. And they are pretty tight. And look at that, Jackie Rhodes, as you just said. She is flying.
Oh, yeah, and what a pull. Very well done from both athletes. Very well done.
These times are going to be separated by fractions of a second.
Oh, yeah. Looks like we're going back down to 2 lanes. So that might be it for our open women today.
They're resetting. They're resetting the one sled. Maybe we still have one competitor to go.
Oh, potentially. Yeah, you might be right.
And they might just be tightening up some of the weights on the other sled. Let me see what they're doing here. Nope, they're taking it off. Okay.
Yeah.
So maybe we have one more heavyweight one. Nope. Here we go, just down to the last few heavyweight men. And lane number 4 about to take it. That's Trevor Euchre and Adam Roskowski. Probably Roskowski.
I've heard both throughout the day. I might have said both throughout the day. He knows we're talking about him.
Tremendous Polish athlete. Joel Alexander, Dan McGuire, Austin Ham. Oh, so we're going to run 3 for open heavies at a time here. So. They are set, they are ready. Look at that, Joel just literally doing hand over hand, not driving through the legs. Now he is.
Yeah, he said, let me get it as far as I can.
And he may take
arm over arm.
And he does.
Brilliantly done. Wow.
And again, that, not being overly critical of the event, but that shows, I think we underestimated the athletes here.
Yeah.
If you can pull that sled without leaning back, without driving through the legs, etc., quite frankly, for this competition, that ain't heavy enough.
Right, yeah. This is supposed to be one of the heaviest contests of all strongman. I would like for the athletes to make it look like it.
See, and Sam, I got to take some responsibility here. The problem is they had me test the weights. And yeah, I'm not at that level. So.
Nah, you know.
David
least you're honest.
Pekulski, Tyler Gustafson, Bo Bathory.
And here they go.
Look at this. And I believe that was Bathory that took the event there.
Looks like it, yeah.
And Gustafson struggling, unfortunately. He's looked so good all day, but that is not going to be a great time for him.
Yeah, it's a little slow. I'm wondering how it'll shake out with the rest of the competitors in this weight class.
What an unfortunate turn of events if that cost him a spot in the final.
Oh, man, yeah.
Because, boy, he looked good up to that point. Here he comes, Cowboy Roy, out of Arizona, I believe. Calvin Sexton. Calvin, who may win the award for World's Nicest Man.
Oh, 100%. Such a joy to be around. I just love when great athletes are even better people.
Absolutely. Here we go.
Last heat.
Now they're in the groove. Look at this, Calvin making up some ground. Can he catch Roy? Roy is just ever so slightly ahead.
Oh, man.
And Roy pulling even further ahead. He's going to take it. Roy takes it. I mean, good performance from Calvin. It just, Roy was flawless.
Yeah. Yeah, that's how you want to end the day.
I cannot imagine a scenario where Roy did not advance to the final.
Yeah.
He looked unreal today.
Yeah. Total package for sure when it comes to athleticism, getting the technique dialed in, getting the events in the way that he wanted them to get. I should probably put my hands down. He just had a great day.
He really did. He really did. He looked so good in training coming into this. He just set a record. I believe it was on a silver dollar 18-inch deadlift.
Okay.
Just set a world record.
Wow.
You know, I mean, say what you will about taking that risk during your Arnold prep, but he went and he did it. So he came into this brutally strong.
Yeah.
And he's really showing how much work he put into that. So that concludes day one of the Arnold World Championships and Pro-Am here, presented by Strongman Corporation. We will have the scores very shortly. We're going to find out who advanced. I don't know if we're going to stay live on the stream for this or not, and you may have to look this up online. I don't know if we're going to present that on the stream, but we will have the scores very shortly, and we will find out who is moving on to day number 2 for the finals.
Can't wait. It's going to be a good day.
Yes, it is going to be a good day indeed. Tomorrow's events, axle, clean and press for reps, and these events will be on the stages.
Brilliant.
So they'll be on the stage in front of big crowds of people. And we have the loading medley, which includes sandbags, kegs. There's a fire hydrant in there.
Yes.
And then we have the duck walk to power stairs, which is absolutely brutal.
Brutal. But honestly, I can't think of a better event to end on. Standing at the top of those power stairs, looking at your competition and saying, yes, I did that.
It is a very iconic image there, standing at the top of those stairs and head-to-head competition.
Yeah.
Can't beat it.
Oh, man. Really looking forward to it.
I've been involved in this stuff for a minute or two, and there's a reason I stick around.
Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely.
I often say strongman is the greatest sport in the world, and it's the people that keep it that way.
Absolutely. 100% would agree with you. 100% would agree.
And we got a double biceps going on in the back here.
Okay. Showing off a little bit what we're working with after the show is over.
Hey, well, we just got word. We are going to wrap up the stream, folks. Thank you so much for joining us. Sam, thank you so much for hanging out with me here. I appreciate you so much. I've been doing this since 10 o'clock this morning, Eastern time, and yeah, I don't think I could have done it without you.
You know what? That's what I'm here for.
Right, well, thank you so much, folks. We will catch you tomorrow. Make sure to check it online. The Strongman Corporation, Instagram, Facebook, etc. I'm sure they're going to have the results up on there, and that'll tell you who is moving on to the finals. We will be back live tomorrow for day 2 here at the Arnold Sports Festival.
Are you a lion or a wolf? Do you stand alone, leading and protecting, like the king of your jungle? Or do you move in a pack, thriving with others, relentless and resilient? We don't just make clothing. We forge armor for the bold and brave, worn by those who define their own path. You are not just another body in the gym. You are a force, a movement, a legacy in the making. Pride V-Pack, where greatness lies within. Are you a lion or a wolf? Do you stand alone, leading and protecting, like the king of your jungle? Or do you move in a pack, thriving with others, relentless and resilient? We don't just make clothing. We forge armor for the bold and brave, worn by those who define their own path. You are not just another body in the gym. You are a force, a movement, a legacy in the making. Pride V-Pack, where greatness lies within.